Chapter 451 Kakashi's Promotion Gift. Since everyone has fully recovered, it's time for us to return to the East Coast battlefield, Kakashi said. There was no emergency dispatch order from the front line, this was Kakashi's own idea. Although everyone is alive and well now, Kakashi has not forgotten that they have a not-so-good future. In that not-so-good future, there is no Miyu. Minato will die in the Nine Tails Rebellion, Nohara Rin and Obito will not live to see Uzumaki Naruto's chronicle. In order to prevent such a future from becoming a reality, they need to become as strong as possible, and war is a good place to train. War is dangerous, but it is also really a training ground, which Kakashi has to admit. Until now it is hard for Kakashi to imagine that Miyu would die abnormally. This is Miyu who has mastered many breathing methods, armed color secrets and flying thunder god. What kind of ninja or what kind of ninja unit can kill him? Due to too little intelligence, it is difficult for Kakashi to analyze useful information. The only thing that is certain is that the weak will only hinder Miyu. Listening to Kakashi's words, Obito's expression also became serious. He didn't want to die before Kakashi, and he didn't want Nohara Rin to be killed, and he didn't want to see such a good teacher Miyu not live a long life. There is no problem on my side. I can leave at any time. Might Guy answered readily. Might Guy is a person who is good at simplifying complex problems. Since the 5-gate plus rock breathing chakra mode is not strong enough, he has been practicing until the 8th gate plus rock breathing chakra mode plus armed color. After a long period of hard training, coupled with the double blessing of Miyu's enlightenment teaching skills, Might Guy has finally mastered the prerequisite of the armed color secret technique, the yin attribute chakra nature change, and began to formally practice armed color domineering. However, compared with the time Kakashi and others practiced yin escape nature change and the successful time of armed color, Might Guy's road to armed color will not be easy. Okay, then we will call Xylan to go together. Kakashi nodded and said. Since they recovered earlier than Might Guy, they had already discussed it in advance. Then the four of them packed up their things and went to the East Coast battlefield. This time, we must defeat Kirigakure with teacher Miyu and then be promoted to Jonin. After stepping out of the gate of Konoha, Obito said with high spirits. The last time he set out, he was just a famous Chunin in the Chunin exam. After returning, he became a well-known genius in Konoha. This time, he wants to go one step further and become a famous Jonin. Captain Obito, please concentrate on the road and don't talk nonsense. Kakashi said bluntly, emphasizing Obito's identity. You've only walked a few meters out of Konoha and you're already showing off your power as the vice-captain. Obito, who felt Nohara Rin's gaze, said without losing face. Well, Chunin Obito, please don't waste time. Kakashi stabbed Obito with his ninja level again. Obito looked a little embarrassed. Not only was his status in the team lower than Kakashi, but his ninja level was also lower than Kakashi. Kakashi became a ninja early, otherwise he would not have been able to become a Jonin all of a sudden. Obito consoled himself with Kakashi's ninja age. Obito was more relaxed when he thought that Might Guy and Shisui were still Chunin. Now, Chunin is the majority among Miyu's disciples. Ahem, let's go quickly. Obito coughed twice to resolve the embarrassment and began to hurry on his way. It was already night when Obito and his friends arrived at the camp. The ninjas who were familiar with each other gathered together to eat and chat. Our Konoha is really thriving. We have young and promising strong men like Minato and Miyu, and super geniuses like Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, and Shisui, who can move on. A ninja couldn't help but sigh. The ninja world is in chaos now. Konoha is at war with 3 major ninja villages at the same time. So many wars should be worrying, but the strong men and geniuses that emerge in Konoha make the Konoha ninjas very optimistic. Isn't it? I heard that Uchiha Shisui is only 8 years old this year. It's really scary. At the age of 8, he killed 3 mist-hidden ninjas in a battle. The legendary Uchiha Madara couldn't do better at the same age. The ninja next to him smacked his lips. When he was 8 years old, he was still in the ninja school. When he saw the Chunin teacher showing off his skills, he had to call him awesome. There was really no comparison. Hitaki Kakashi is also very strong. He killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now he is the youngest Jonin in Konoha. Maybe he can surpass White Fang in the future. Someone added. Obito stopped and waited for a word. They seem to be all Muyu's disciples. I feel like they can become the next Sunin if they continue like this. Obito's forehead wrinkled into a well shape. How could Muyu be Sunin with so many disciples? He should be at least a 5 ninja. Moreover, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost was clearly killed by him and Kakashi together. How come it seems to be the credit of Kakashi alone? Born evil Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be a credit thief. Obito cursed in his heart. Nohara Rin saw Obito suddenly stop and looked at him with doubtful eyes, so Obito, who still wanted to wait, could only continue to move forward reluctantly. Since Muyu did not go out to perform the mission at this time, they soon found Muyu in the camp. Teacher Muyu. All the disciples greeted Muyu. It seems that they have recovered well. Muyu responded with a smile. Also, congratulations to Kakashi for your successful promotion to Jonin. Isn't it a bit too late to say it now? Kakashi smiled. It's not too late. Teacher Muyu, you congratulated me right away. Muyu was the deputy commander of the battlefield and had a heavy responsibility and could not leave the battlefield at will, so in Kakashi's opinion, Muyu's congratulations were not too late, and he kept this in mind. Let's not talk about whether it's early or late, just look forward to the promotion gift I give you. You will definitely not guess what it is. Muyu said like a riddle man. This made Kakashi curious. Muyu never spoke without a purpose. Since Muyu said it was hard to guess, it must be a gift he could not have thought of. Is it a ninja novel? Kakashi tried to guess in his heart. The next moment, Kakashi denied this guess. Muyu was not Obito, so how could he give such a nonsensical gift? If Muyu gave him a ninja novel, then there is only one possibility, that is, the ninja novel Muyu gave him is not an ordinary ninja novel, and it contains deep meaning. Obito stared at Kakashi with envy and jealousy. He also wanted Muyu's gift. Only then did Obito realize that failing the Jounin exam was a terrifying existence that was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the major failure events in life. Not only did it make him inferior to Kakashi, he had no face to play with Nohara Rin, and he could only watch Muyu give Kakashi a promotion gift. Muyu walked into his tent and pretended to take something, then took out the Pokemon egg from the system space and walked out of the tent. This is my Jounin gift for you. Muyu held the Pokemon egg in both hands and handed it to Kakashi. What a big egg! What kind of egg is this? Is it going to be a whole egg feast to celebrate? Obito was a little curious. It was the first time he saw such a big egg, bigger than their heads. Pop! With a crisp knocking sound, Muyu's fingers came into close contact with Obito's forehead. This is not for eating, it is an egg that can hatch a summoned beast. Muyu retracted her fingers and said. So summoned beasts are hatched from eggs. Obito rubbed the place where he was knocked and felt that he had learned something new. Kakashi was speechless. Obito deserved to be rejected by the senior ninja. This is to see whether it is oviparous or viviparous, not whether it is a summoned beast or a ninja beast. Kakashi explained. In fact, in Kakashi's opinion, the difference between ninja beasts and ordinary animals is like that between ordinary people and ninjas. There are special features but most of them are still common. Teacher Muyu, what type of summoned beast is in here? Kakashi asked after looking at the Pokemon eggs. Biology class did not teach how to identify specific animals through eggs. You'll know when it hatches, but I can tell you that this summoning beast is very strong and has a very high growth potential. After careful cultivation, it will become a great help in your battle. Miyu still maintained a riddle attitude. Of course, this is mainly because Miyu doesn't know what Pokemon will hatch from it. However, according to the previous style of the system, Miyu felt that the Pokemon inside should be more compatible with Kakashi. It may be a ground-type electric-type Pokemon with similar chakra attributes to Kakashi, or it may be a water-type Pokemon that can perform combined ninjutsu with Kakashi. It is not impossible that it is related to swordsmanship. Very strong. Kakashi subconsciously hugged the Pokemon egg in his arms a little tighter. For ninjas, a summoned beast with excellent combat ability is even more important than a powerful secret technique. What could it be? A bird? Kakashi couldn't help but guess. Birds are all oviparous, but Kakashi has not heard of very strong bird-summoned beasts. You gave your disciple a Pokemon egg. Because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded a big critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu Kirin, mastery level. Maybe because they haven't seen each other for a long time and Miyu's move was a big gift, Kakashi also burst out a small amount of gold coins and gave Miyu a Mastery S level lightning escape. Miyu did not take out Yan-Mo. He thought that the current Kakashi could not control this demon sword and it would be risky to use it. Apart from the fighting style and swordsmanship, in fact, the most suitable person for Yan-Mo is a chakram like Nagato. No matter how you absorb chakra, there is plenty of chakra. But with other restrictions, among Miyu's disciples, Kakashi is the most suitable for Yan-Mo. Although Kakashi is an all-round warrior, his best and strongest skill is the lightning sword technique. A good sword can greatly improve Kakashi. White Fang is just an ordinary chakra sword. It can have an extraordinary reputation in the ninja world because its owner Hitaki Sakumo is strong enough, which has nothing to do with the sword itself. Moreover, Miyu tested Yan-Mo in actual combat once. Yan-Mo can chop people and absorb chakra by himself, and he becomes stronger and stronger. It does not need the owner to provide all of it. In this case, there are only two problems for Kakashi to use Yan-Mo. One is the chakra required for the initial activation, and the other is that it is difficult to absorb the enemy's chakra in a one-on-one situation. To solve these two problems, you need to have a strong amount of chakra. Since Kakashi has to be careful when using various skills now, Miyu still didn't give it to Kakashi after careful consideration. He plans to wait until Kakashi grows to the next stage before giving it to Kakashi. Mr. Miyu, when I came over, I heard someone talking about Shisui. What's going on? Obito suppressed his desire for the summoned beast and asked. Shisui's performance in encounters should not be as good as his. How come he is so much more famous than him now, and even has such a handsome title? Shisui, who came to Miyu after completing the task, happened to hear Obito's question, so he replied, "Nothing, I just did too many tasks recently, so I was given a nickname." Obito's mouth twitched, he also wanted to be given such a nickname. During the time you were recuperating in Konoha, Shisui was always on a mission. Once he was trapped in an enemy trap, but Shisui relied on his personal strength to kill 3 jonins of Kirigakura in a row and successfully defeated the enemy. Miyu briefly described Shisui's efforts over the past month. A kind of green plant with tenacious vitality appeared in Obito's mind, and he regretted going back a little. He failed to be promoted to jonin. Because he was busy with training and embarrassed about the failure of the promotion, he did not deepen his relationship with Nohara Rin, and was finally forced to help Kakashi celebrate his promotion to jonin. When Obito thought about it, he found that his life in Konoha was like hell. When he thought about Shisui taking this opportunity to play the name of Instant Body Shisui, his mood became even more complicated. If Obito had to describe it, it would be a bit like his friend studying hard after the holiday, and he went to chase a girl, but he didn't catch the girl, but his friend got a good grade. Everything is over, as long as I start doing missions again, everything will be fine. Obito comforted himself skillfully. Then Miyu told Kakashi and his team the latest intelligence on the battlefield, and transferred Shisui back to Kakashi's team. Shisui had no objection to this. Although he got along well with Yusuji Toru and his team, Kakashi and his team were more important to Shisui. However, after all, they were teammates who had been through life and death for more than a month. Shisui would explain the situation to Takagi Shinji's team and say goodbye. Teacher Muyu, Obito said that he was very unwilling to be unable to be promoted to a jonin because of his lack of theoretical ability, so he hoped that you could give him a few difficult test papers to improve his written test ability. He also wanted to become a jonin with both wisdom and courage. Kakashi suddenly said before leaving. Since Obito is not a human being, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Oh, is that so? Muyu smiled and glanced at Obito. Obito took the initiative to ask for a test paper or a difficult question. The probability was almost the same as that of Black Zetsu turning himself in. He knew it was Kakashi's nonsense as soon as he heard it. Of course I am an ambitious person. Obito shook his hands and said stubbornly. At this moment, Obito was cursing Kakashi in his heart, because Kakashi had set him up. He retorted that he had no ambition and only wanted to be a ninja with strong limbs and a simple mind. How could Obito have the nerve to admit it in front of Muyu and Nohara Lin? It was too disappointing. But now I think that my thoughts were too immature at that time. Teacher Muyu must be very tired as the deputy commander of the battlefield. I can't add burden to such a small matter. Obito said frantically to make amends. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. At this time, Obito's brain was like a machine with lubrication. Obito was sympathetic to Muyu, and Kakashi really didn't know what to say. It's okay. It's nothing for an experienced teacher. I will try my best to come up with a test paper that can help you get promoted. Muyu said with a smile. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. He usually doesn't smile unless he can't help it. This world is fake, this is hell. Obito stood there with a sad face. The update is complete. I was a little sleepy after writing it for more than 2 o'clock. If there are typos or something, please leave a message in the corresponding paragraph. I will correct it when I see it tomorrow. Chapter 452 Might Guy's Jonin Reward. Captain Takagi, thank you for your care for more than a month. Shisui found Takagi Shinji's team and told them that he was leaving the team soon. Even if Shisui didn't say it in person, there would be ninjas to explain the situation, but Shisui felt that it would be better for him to say it in person. After all, they were companions who had been through life and death together. It's not about taking care of us. It should be us who troubled you. Takagi Shinji said with a smile. If Shisui hadn't killed 3 mist-hidden ninjas with great force, they would have died in that trap. Takagi Shinji had expected Shisui's departure. On the one hand, Shisui was originally temporarily assigned to their team, and on the other hand, Shisui was too good. Age is meaningless in the ninja war. No one will respect the elderly or love the young because of your age. The stronger the ninja, the more important the responsibility. Take care of yourselves in the future, and pay more attention to safety when performing tasks. Shisui smiled modestly, looked at everyone's face carefully, and then said goodbye. Only by facing the war can you truly feel the cruelty of war. During these days on the battlefield, Shisui fully felt the bloodiness of war. People will die if they are killed. Whether it is the weakest genin or a powerful jonin like Mizuno Tsuki Han, they may die in the war. Now they can still sit together and chat, but after a week or a month after the war ends, it is uncertain how many people will be alive. Shisui, you too, although you are stronger than us, the mission you have to do is definitely more dangerous than ours. Kobayashi Kenji reminded. You can come and play with us when you are free. Although we are not in the same team anymore, we are still companions. Yuki Miyashita said goodbye sincerely. I will work hard to practice next time and try to surprise you the next time we meet. Yusuji Toru said goodbye in his own style. After saying goodbye, Shisui and Obito formed an elite team again to carry out the mission. However, This time there were no Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, only Shisui and Might Guy. It's not that Kakashi kicked Ebisu out because he disliked their strength. It was that after Mr. Chen came to the battlefield and learned about their situation, he took them to a hellish training to improve their strength, so he couldn't team up with Kakashi for the time being. Since Kakashi was promoted to a Jonin and Nohara Rin was promoted to a special Jonin, and their strength was also recognized, Kakashi's team obtained the authority to carry out S-level missions. Since they had just returned to the battlefield, Kakashi did not directly challenge the high difficulty, but chose a more difficult A-level mission as their first mission after returning to the battlefield. The same level of tasks actually have different levels of difficulty, and the higher the level of the task, the more so. Take A-level tasks as an example. The task commission is generally 150,000 taels to 1 million taels. A-level tasks of 990,000 taels are obviously not as difficult as A-level tasks of 150,000 taels. Not to mention S-level tasks. From killing a team of Jonin to assassinating the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, they are all within the scope of S-level tasks, but the difficulty of the two is very different. Some S-level tasks are only because they exceed the scope of A-level, and some S-level tasks are identified as S-level tasks because the highest level of the task is S-level. In order to prevent a rollover, Kakashi chose to play it safe. If there is an unexpected situation in an S-level task, it is really a life and death struggle. Under Kakashi's steady actions, they successfully enjoyed the pleasure of frying fish. When an ordinary Kirigakure team met Kakashi and his team, the Kirigakure ninjas looked like this after seeing who was coming, AA. At first, the Kirigakure were happy because of their height, but they were dumbfounded when they saw the iconic tights on Might Guy. Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, Shisui, the son of White Fang, Kakashi. After discovering that the opponents were the recently famous geniuses, the Kirigakure senior ninjas' faces turned black. The Kirigakure seniors set up extremely high rewards for Kakashi and his high-ranking officials. Killing any of them would mean a lot of training resources and money. But you have to live to earn money. The Kirigakure senior ninjas didn't think he could earn this money. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen fell to Kakashi's team. Thunder breathing, concentrate. Kakashi first observed the situation through the world and then decisively pulled out the White Fang short blade and rushed out. 8 gates of ninja, wound gate, open. Might Guy also concentrated his breathing and opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of ninja. Although his body has become stronger than that of an adult ninja who exercises regularly after the rock breathing exercise, the 8 gates ninja is a forbidden technique that can't avoid physical damage. A stronger body can only minimize the damage, and forcibly using a higher gate will cause huge damage to the body. If the enemy is not very strong, Might Guy usually won't directly use the 8 gates when the ninjutsu is opened to the limit of what can be opened normally. 1 or 2 gates will be retained. If the limit is 5 gates, 3 or 4 gates will be opened. Illusion instant body technique. Shisui condensed chakra to open the Sharingan, and then split a large number of phantom clones to surround the surroundings of Kirigakure. Nohara Rin did not make a move throughout the whole process, and the enemy was solved by Kakashi and his men. Obito was particularly strong when he fought. Damn, they didn't even say my name. Obito was still a little indignant until the end of the battle. His flame-breathing chakra mode is so handsome, why didn't he get the title of Entei and Fire God? Do I have to wear something special? Obito subconsciously looked at Might Guy in green. Obito imagined himself wearing a red tights in his mind and shook his head quickly. If he wanted to get the title in this way, he would have to think about it seriously for a while. After successfully completing the A-level mission, Kakashi soon ushered in their first S-level mission. S-level missions related to war are particularly dangerous. Missions related to important battles cannot even be chosen, but the commander chooses the team to complete. Facts have proved that Kakashi's caution is not without reason. In this mission, they encountered several powerful mist-hidden ninjas. Although it was not as fierce as the encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen, they successfully forced out Might Guy's 5-gate superimposed rock-breathing chakra mode. However, there was no more after forcing it out. Might Guy directly swept the whole field with a Konoha dragon god. Might Guy's strong return made his reputation on the battlefield surpass Shisui again, and he became the strongest young genius recognized by Mist-Hidden Ninja and Konoha on the East Coast battlefield. The Mist-Hidden Ninjas wished that Might Guy would get sick and die violently, while the Konoha ninjas were increasingly looking forward to the future of their own village. Because Might Guy and his reputation became more and more famous, and their achievements accumulated more and more, Orochimaru wrote some suggestions on promotion in the letter reporting the frontline war. Orochimaru suggested that all the Chunin in Kakashi's team be promoted to Jonin. Orochimaru did this for 2 reasons. One was that Obito and the others were strong enough, and the other was that he wanted to use this opportunity to win some favor from Miyu. Of course, even as a battlefield commander, Orochimaru could only make suggestions and could not play a decisive role. The final decision was in the hands of the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even other Konoha high-level officials did not have this right. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not accept Orochimaru's suggestion after careful consideration, but he did not completely reject it. Sarutobi Hiruzen promoted Might Guy, who had the greatest merit and the strongest strength, to Jonin, and then included Shisui in the scope of Jonin investigation. After reporting, the Jonin investigation could be started directly. When the final result reached Orochimaru, he did not have too many emotions because of it. In fact, this was expected by Orochimaru. Promotion to Jonin through merit mainly depends on the contribution to the village, that is, the number of tasks completed in the mission resume. Might Guy and others have been ninjas for too short a time, and cannot be compared with those Chunin who have been ninjas for more than 10 years. But in addition to quantity, the mission also has quality, so Might Guy, who had the highest military merit among them, was successfully promoted to a Jonin, and Shisui, who had not been included in the Jonin assessment before, also had the opportunity to participate in the Jonin assessment. Sarutobi teacher is too stable now, and it's nothing to promote young geniuses like Obito who have made great contributions. Orochimaru in the tent looked like he was speaking up for Miyu's disciples. The 3rd generation also has his difficulties, perhaps there are aspects that we didn't expect. Miyu sighed slightly and said something for Sarutobi Hiruzen and then thanked Orochimaru. I'm sorry to bother you this time, Orochimaru. If it weren't for your help, it would take a while for a Kai to become a Jonin directly with his partiality. Miyu knew Orochimaru's purpose, but at this stage it was a mutually beneficial thing for him, so he was happy to see it happen. And it's not certain who will win the favor of whom after their acting skills soar. It's not a big deal if it's done by chance, not to mention that Might Guy and the others have really made great contributions. Orochimaru said as he handed over the appointment of Might Guy's promotion to Jonin to Miyu. Although Orochimaru doesn't have many friends, he knows how to make friends as quickly as possible. A grateful expression flashed across Miyu's face, but she left the tent without saying much. For someone like Miyu, you can't deliberately emphasize what kind of help you have given, otherwise it will have a counterproductive effect. You have to mention your role implicitly. Watching Miyu's leaving back, Orochimaru nodded in his heart. Seeing Miyu's expression, he knew that his efforts were not in vain. Although people like Miyu don't say it, they will always remember his kindness in their hearts. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and accumulate merits to be promoted to Jonin, and received rewards, Chakra plus 2400, Secret Medicine Extraction Scroll, Unknown Pokemon Egg, only Might Guy can hatch. After leaving the tent, Miyu took a look at the latest reward information on the panel. Although the promotion channels are different, there is not much difference in rewards. The chakra amount is 2400, and there are Pokemon eggs, and they are all personal. The only difference is that Kakashi's is a sword weapon extraction scroll, while Might Guy's is a secret medicine extraction scroll. Miyu found a place to wash his hands and clicked to extract. Yu still had certain expectations for this secret medicine extraction scroll. He only obtained one secret medicine from the system, the training secret medicine that Might Guy exploded in the training task. Although the name is mediocre, the effect of the training secret medicine is indeed very powerful. Might Guy can have what he has now. The strength of Might Guy is due to the training secret medicine. You should know that the amount of training that Yu taught Might Guy is more terrifying than the original work. If there is no training secret medicine, a healthy body alone cannot withstand such high-intensity training. After confirming the start of the extraction, a huge turntable appeared in front of Yu. In addition to the most familiar Naruto secret medicine, Yu also saw the shadow of some elixirs in his previous works. The secret medicine extraction scroll has been consumed, and the reward is obtained repair secret medicine. Repair secret medicine, after taking it, the body will be repaired very quickly. The first pill within 24 hours has the best effect and no side effects. The second pill has half the recovery effect and no side effects. The third pill has the same effect as the second pill but will lose a certain amount of vitality. After using the extraction scroll, 3 more pills appeared in Yu's system backpack. At the same time, the prescription and production experience of the repair secret medicine appeared in Yu's mind. After sorting out the memory, Yu determined that all the medicinal materials needed for the repair secret medicine can be found in the Naruto world, but some medicinal materials are too rare and precious to be bought on the market. Then Yu opened his Byakugan and used Flying Thunder God to walk around and caught a group of Kirigakure ninjas. The repair secret medicine is obviously used to treat serious injuries, so Yu would not seriously injure herself just to test the effect of the secret medicine. Yu hit the Kirigakure ninjas at various joints with her palms to break the bones, causing the Kirigakure ninjas caught by Yu to collapse directly on the ground. Then Yu stuffed the repair secret medicine into the Kirigakure ninja's mouth and used his Byakugan to observe the changes in the Kirigakure ninja's body. When the secret medicine was dissolved, a powerful vitality burst out from the Kirigakure ninjas' bodies, and the broken and shattered bones were magically repaired as good as new. The Kirigakure ninjas who were originally dying instantly regained their color on their faces. This powerful effect made Yu look sideways. For internal injuries of this degree, even if Tsunade was used to treat them, it would probably only save their lives, and there was no way to heal the whole body. However, this repair secret medicine could actually heal them directly, and the effect could be called a one-time 100 healing technique. Yu originally wanted to test whether the broken limbs could be regenerated, but after thinking about it, he decided to kill all the Kirigakure directly. The system only gave him 3 pills in total, and he had to make the rest himself. It would be a bit too wasteful to use 2/3 of them for the test. 1 for Akai and 1 for Xiaolin. Yu decided who the remaining 2 repair secret medicines would belong to. He didn't plan to keep them for himself. With his strength, if he encountered an enemy who could beat him severely, he would not be able to beat him even if he had a second life, because this medicine only heals injuries and does not restore chakra. The 8 gates of the ninjutsu high gate superimposed on the rock-breathing chakra mode is not something Might Guy can bear at this stage. Giving the repair secret medicine to Might Guy can avoid the extreme burst ending with too much injury to the body and leaving incurable injuries. As for Nohara Rin, it involves Obito's matter. It is important for Nohara Rin to be alive, so the weakest one also needs a means to save her life. Chapter 453 An extremely dangerous knife. After simply testing the effect of the repair secret medicine, Yu returned to the camp as quickly as possible and found Might Guy and the others. Because they had just completed a difficult S-level mission, Kakashi and the others were now in a recuperation period and did not carry out any missions. Obito's eyes lit up when he saw Yu coming over with a big egg. Teacher Yu, is this also the egg of a very powerful summoning beast? Obito asked curiously. Yu had given Kakashi a summoning beast egg before, and emphasized that it had great potential, which made Obito a little envious. He didn't have a summoning beast yet, and he especially wanted to sign a contract with a handsome and powerful summoning beast. The thing that Obito was most worried about was the civil war between him and Kakashi in the future. If his own strength was not inferior to Kakashi, but he lost the battle because Kakashi had a powerful summoning beast, Obito would really explode with anger. It's hard to say how powerful it is, but it won't be bad anyway. Miyu thought for a while and replied. There are too many uncertainties in the unknown Pokemon eggs. It could be a Dratini or a caterpillar. Miyu answered Obito's questions while responding to the greetings of other disciples. Finally, she walked to Might Guy and handed him his brand new ninja certificate. This is... Might Guy didn't react at first, but when he saw the word Jonin on the certificate, he couldn't help showing his excitement. This is a complete surprise for Might Guy. He failed to pass the Jonin examination because of theory not long ago, but now he has been promoted to Jonin inexplicably. What? So happy? Obito looked at Might Guy and laughed out loud, and couldn't help but walk forward curiously. Ninja certificate, did your certificate fall when you completed the mission? Obito thought it was the certificate that Miyu helped Might Guy to reissue. When Obito saw the column of ninja level, Obito's face changed, his eyes stared and his mouth opened unconsciously, looking extremely shocked. This is not right, how can he be a Jonin? Didn't you fail the Jonin examination, Kai? Obito couldn't help asking. They were good brothers who failed together, so how come Might Guy suddenly sneaked away and became a Jonin? Compared to Might Guy becoming a Jonin, Obito would rather believe that the staff who processed the documents made a mistake. Failure to pass the Jonin examination does not mean that you cannot become a Jonin. Kakashi took a look at the document and thought for a while before saying. Unlike Obito, Kakashi didn't think it was a mistake. What the hell, if you fail, why can you be promoted? Obito was confused by Kakashi. You can chop down trees with a knife, or you can use your fists blessed by chakra to break trees. What I mean is that the channel to be promoted to a Jonin is not only through the Jonin assessment. Kakashi explained using a metaphor. Obito looked at Miyu, he still felt that what Miyu said was the most credible and the easiest to understand. Miyu nodded and affirmed Kakashi's words, Akai's achievements were recognized by the third Hokage, so he was specially promoted to a Jonin. Hearing Miyu's words, Might Guy straightened his chest. Now he is an excellent ninja recognized by the Hokage. Next, he will stabilize Miyu's title of the strongest disciple, which means taking a solid step towards the strongest physical skills. After hearing what Miyu said, Obito basically knew who Miyu brought the summoning beast egg to. Teacher Miyu, is there any news about me? Obito still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. Might Guy graduated at the same time as him, and they had been teammates on the battlefield. Logically, his achievements should be similar to Might Guy's. Miyu shook her head and looked at Shisui, except for Kai, Shisui is qualified to participate in the Jonin inspection. He can return to the village to participate in the inspection after reporting. Obito stood there like a stone sculpture, and the whole person looked very stiff. If Kakashi became a Jonin first, Obito could use Kakashi's age as an excuse, but if Might Guy became a Jonin first, Obito really couldn't find an excuse, because he and Might Guy had come from the bottom of the class together. Before Miyu entered the ninja school, they were both famous for being the bottom of the class, and Obito's grades were a little better than Might Guy's at that time. After becoming Miyu's disciples, the two gradually changed from the bottom of the class to geniuses. During the ninja school period, they had wins and losses against each other, and it can be said that they were almost the same in all aspects. Now they are fighting together on the battlefield as teammates. They both failed the Jonin examination, but Might Guy was promoted to Jonin based on his achievements, while Obito had nothing and was killed by Might Guy. When he thought that Shisui could participate in the Jonin examination, and Shisui was both civil and military, and had a high probability of passing the examination, Obito felt hopeless in his life. If Shisui became a Jonin, he would be the only one among Miyu's disciples who was not a Jonin. Obito used to pity Nohara-rin, who did not have the opportunity to participate in the Jonin examination and directly became a special Jonin. Now Obito just wants to say that it is not impossible to be a special Jonin. Jonin examination. Shisui fell into thought. Shisui is actually very happy now, with the kind of harvest joy of hard work and finally reaping the fruits. Before Obito and his friends left, Shisui did the mission with them. When Obito and his friends returned to Konoha to recuperate, Shisui still stayed on the battlefield to perform the mission. Except for the time when he was injured, Shisui did not rest much. Being promoted to a Jonin is one of the motivations for Shisui to work hard on the battlefield. Becoming a Jonin can make him more valued in the Uchiha clan, and his words will have more weight. But Shisui couldn't make up his mind to return to Konoha alone to participate in the inspection. On the one hand, he was worried that Kakashi and others would be more likely to encounter danger when performing difficult tasks without his strength. On the other hand, he was worried that Obito and others would make silent progress after being away for a while. Shisui finally mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode, and he didn't want to meet Might Guy, Obito, and others with armed color and transparent world. Finally, he was worried about Miyu, because there was little information about Miyu in the future, and it was impossible to determine the specific time of death, so every battle was possible. I recommend that Shisui report now and return to Konoha for inspection. Miyu noticed Shisui's entanglement and spoke. Human energy is not unlimited. You need to relax and unwind. You have done well enough. You can relax your tense nerves appropriately. If Shisui returns to the village to participate in the Jonin inspection, Shisui can rest and Miyu can also get a promotion reward. It can be said to be a win-win choice. Yet, feeling Miyu's concern, Shisui nodded with a warm heart and decided to listen to Miyu. Seeing Shisui's agreement, Obito showed a complicated expression. Things finally developed in the direction he least wanted to see. Can you get a few of the 7 ninja swordsmen out of the soil to chop me a few times? Obito was a little delirious with his desire for achievements. Kakashi raised his mouth. He had already thought of 100 words to mock Obito's ninja level. As long as Obito dared to provoke him, Kakashi would break Obito's defense. After giving advice to Shisui, Miyu handed the Pokemon egg in his hand to Might Guy, and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations, Kai, you have become a Jonin. Might Guy laughed and thanked Miyu and then took the Pokemon egg. Kakashi, who was standing next to Obito, suddenly felt a strong sour taste, as if someone was eating lemons. When Kakashi looked at Obito, he could vaguely hear something like "It's just so-so and I don't like summoned beasts very much. You have to be more careful this time, Kai, the egg is very fragile." Nohara-Lin reminded. Might Guy is too easily excited, and Nohara-Lin is a little worried that Might Guy will crush the egg with force when he is excited. Really? I feel that this egg seems to be quite hard when I touch it. Might Guy said, holding the egg in his left hand and scratching his head with his right hand. Although he felt that the egg in his hand was not fragile, Might Guy still switched to holding the egg with both hands in order to stability. After all, is a gift from Miyu, so we must cherish it. It's not a bad thing to pay more attention anyway. Nohara-Rin nodded cautiously as she watched Might Guy become cautious. Nohara-Rin didn't have the same feeling as Obito about summoning beasts, because although she didn't have a summoning beast now, she would soon have one, and it was the Wet Bone Forest, one of the 3 holy places. Tsunade said that as long as Nohara-Rin passed her assessment, she would accept Nohara-Rin as a formal disciple, and then she would let Nohara-Rin sign a summoning blood contract with the Wet Bone Forest. Tsunade's so-called assessment was not to let Nohara-Rin defeat someone or how long she could last in the battle with Tsunade, but to specify medical knowledge for Nohara-Rin to learn, and she would pass if she learned well. Nohara-Rin was somewhat confident in this regard. She really couldn't be compared with Kakashi and Obito in combat, but she did have a talent beyond ordinary people in medical knowledge. In addition, there was another point: Kakashi and Might Guy both became Jonin, and she was a special jonin, and Miyu should be ready to wait until she was promoted to a formal jonin before giving her a gift. You gave your disciple a Pokemon egg. Since your disciple was very grateful, you rewarded him with a critical hit. You got the reward, Soft Fist, Mastery Level. As Might Guy accepted the gift, a reward message popped up on Miyu's panel, and a lot of Soft Fist training experience emerged in his mind. When Miyu saw that the reward only said Soft Fist, he thought it was only the most basic Soft Fist. After sorting out his memory, he found that 8 diagrams, 64 palms and Kaishin were also included. If he had just obtained the Byakugan, Miyu would have been very happy to get the mastery level Soft Fist, but for him now, the positioning of Soft Fist is a bit awkward. Although it is a family-inherited physical skill of the Hyuga clan, Soft Fist has a pivotal position in the entire physical skill system of Konoha. Soft Fist can directly injure the enemy's chakra meridian system and internal organs. Because the internal organs are almost impossible to exercise, even the strongest ninjas are fatal to Soft Fist. But most ninjas have high attack and low defense, and Miyu can enter multiple breathing chakra modes while having armed color, and the attack is simply overflowing. Miyu can kill people with his Soft Fist, but he can kill them more easily with other means, but it will consume more chakra. After exploding Might Guy's gold coins, Miyu sent the secret medicine away, and told Might Guy and Nohara Lin to keep it well, and take it directly if seriously injured. Then Miyu looked at the Pokemon egg given to Kakashi with his white eyes. It seems that because the designated personnel began to hatch, Miyu's white eyes no longer looked empty, and he could vaguely see some outlines. It is still unclear what it is, but it seems to be a four-legged Pokemon similar to a dog. Finally, Miyu took Kakashi away on the pretext of a test, preparing to check whether Kakashi's changes in the nature of the lightning attribute chakra and the results of his swordsmanship training in the past 2 months have met the requirements of the Wuxiang Yudao training. Miyu first gave Kakashi an appraisal. Name, Hitaki Kakashi. Chakra, 7,800. Skills, Transparent World, Lightning Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 100/15,000, Earth Chakra Nature Change, Proficiency, 2700/3000, Hitaki Swordsmanship, Mastery, 150/15,000, Lightning Breathing, Proficiency, 2600/3000. More than 7,000 chakras, 1 mastery level nature change plus 1 close to mastery level nature change. This is almost the standard configuration of Konoha Jonin, and the data of ordinary Konoha Jonin basically fluctuates in this range. However, if you count other skills, Kakashi's panel is not ordinary, Transparent World, Mastery Level Hitaki Swordsmanship, and several Mastery Level Lightning and Earth Escape. Considering Kakashi's age, Kakashi's panel is indeed a well-deserved genius. After practicing for a few years, he has achieved data that others cannot achieve after practicing for more than 10 or 20 years. Use your lightning sword technique to attack me with all your strength. Miyu closed the panel and said. The information displayed by the identification technique is not comprehensive enough. He can make the most accurate judgment by combining it with actual combat performance. Kakashi did not waste any words and immediately adjusted his breathing to concentrate his breathing to the extreme to enter the transparent world state and pull out the white fang short blade. Tsitsaizi. The dazzling yellow lightning flowed into the white fang short blade along Kakashi's palm, extending a lightning blade. Kakashi stepped forward with his right foot and slashed backward with his left foot to make a charging posture. Under the effect of the transparent world, Kakashi mobilized all his strength into the sword, and the next sword would be the strongest attack he could perform. After all, the opponent was Miyu, and Miyu's strength allowed Kakashi to exert his full strength without any scruples. The 7 ninja swordsmen who put them in a difficult battle were killed by Miyu at will. Such a Miyu was obviously impossible to be injured by his attack. Kakashi really wanted to have the ability to hurt Miyu, because it meant that he had the strength to change the future, but the reality and the goal of hard work should be distinguished. Fire Thunder God. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded, and Kakashi wielded the thunder blade and rushed towards Miyu at a high speed, as fast as a flying thunder dragon, like real lightning, fast and dazzling. If Miyu hadn't brought Kakashi to a farther place, the patrolling ninjas in the camp would have probably found him. Facing the aggressive Kakashi, Miyu entered the thunder-breathing chakra mode and then created a thunder and lightning sword with a grasp of the void, and slashed at the attacking Kakashi. It's not that this is the only way to use the Wuxiang sword. In fact, using Yan Mo directly would be more powerful, but Miyu didn't need such a strong power. After all, he just wanted to test Kakashi's strength, not to chop Kakashi into a kashi. Because he was in a transparent world, although he was surrounded by yellow electric light, Kakashi could still see Miyu's movements clearly. At the moment when Miyu swung the knife, Kakashi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Miyu's seemingly ordinary slash used a certain profound and terrifying technique, which gave Kakashi an extremely dangerous feeling. Danger! Danger! Kakashi's perception conveyed this information to Kakashi like a repeater. If it wasn't Miyu standing in front of him, Kakashi would give up the attack and think about the possibility of dodging. Chapter 454 The Power of Two Ninja Swords. As Miyu swung the lightning blade, a flash of purple electric light bloomed in front of Kakashi's eyes. Swish! Boom! Kakashi, who was moving at high speed, suddenly stopped, but it was not because Kakashi wanted to stop, but because Miyu's slash was coming. Kakashi could only swing his sword in advance to resist. The purple electric light collided with the yellow thunder dragon, and almost instantly the thunder dragon was directly split into two and dissipated in the air. Kakashi tried his best to stimulate chakra to resist, but the power of the purple electric light exceeded the limit of what he could resist, and he could only block it for 1 second with all his strength. Bang! The next moment, Kakashi's body flew backwards and hit the ground hard. This result was somewhat unexpected by Kakashi. It was not that he felt that Miyu did not have the strength to kill him in seconds, but Kakashi did not expect Miyu to test his strength in this way. In the past, when Miyu conducted tests, he would give them enough space to display their strength before making a move. After all, if Miyu made a move directly with his strength, his disciples would only be killed in seconds, which would hardly have the effect of the test. Just when Kakashi was puzzled, he stood up and suddenly noticed the changes around him. The place where there were dense forests suddenly became just a bunch of tree stumps. The slightly higher slopes were flattened, and the ground was full of chopped trees and broken stones. The slash just now actually had such a terrifying attack range. Kakashi was shocked. Miyu's slash was like shaving a flat head for the forest, which was beyond Kakashi's understanding of the Thunder Blade technique. Kakashi didn't expect the Thunder Blade technique to have such power and such an effect. The Thunder Blade technique in his cognition should be strong in single combat and burst, and Miyu's slash made Kakashi realize that he still knew too little about the Thunder Blade technique. What I fought against just now should have been the aftermath. Kakashi sighed in his heart at Miyu's strong control ability. With his current strength, he couldn't directly resist such a powerful slash. If the main force of the slash just now was directed at him, he would not only be unable to resist for even a second, but would also be chopped into pieces. The intensity of the property change barely meets the minimum requirement. Miyu nodded slightly. If Kakashi's nature change just now was not strong enough, even the aftermath could not stop it for a second. Continue to attack me, this time you can only use swordsmanship, breathing and chakra are not allowed. Miyu said the test requirements. Kakashi patted the dust on his clothes to adjust his breathing and prepared to walk forward holding the white fang short blade. Since the breathing method can always maintain a relatively concentrated breath after reaching the normal level, Kakashi has to turn it off manually if the breathing method cannot be used. Kakashi's eyes were focused, and he took a step forward and chopped towards Miyu's chest. The short blade quickly passed through the air like lightning, without a trace of reservation. Dang! The clanging sound of the sword sounded, and Mu took out the katana given to him by Shisui from the scroll and quickly drew the sword to resist the attacking sharp blade. Kakashi did not change his face and immediately changed his moves when he failed to hit, holding the short blade in his hand and stabbing it towards Mu's heart at a high speed, perfectly interpreting what it means to be an inch short and an inch dangerous. However, Mu seemed to have seen through Kakashi's moves completely, and he held the sword horizontally in front of him and blocked Kakashi's attack perfectly. Kakashi knew that this was a test, so he gave up defense and attacked with all his strength, slashing at Mu's fatal spot with his sword, like an uninterrupted storm. However, Mu seemed to have a foresight. No matter how Kakashi attacked, Mu would calmly block it, giving Kakashi a feeling of fighting with himself in the transparent world. But Kakashi, who was fighting with Mu, knew very well that Mu did not use breathing and chakra, but was fighting with him with pure swordsmanship. In fact, this was not the first time Kakashi encountered this situation. Before White Fang committed suicide, he would personally hone Kakashi's swordsmanship. If Kakashi did not admire his father very much, a swordsmanship beginner would be tortured to autism in a simulated battle with a swordsmanship expert who had made a name for himself on the battlefield. But now Kakashi is no longer a beginner. After years of practice and actual combat, his swordsmanship can be considered proficient. Even so, facing Mu, Kakashi seemed to have returned to the time of a beginner. Snap! The back of Mu's sword hit Kakashi's palm holding the sword and knocked off Kakashi's White Fang short blade. The swordsmanship is barely enough, Mu said after putting away the sword. Although Mu had not learned much before obtaining Wuxiang Yudao, Mu has never practiced swordsmanship, all thanks to the little reward from Kakashi, but after obtaining the mastery level Wuxiang Yudao, Mu actually has a swordsmanship realm that ordinary people can hardly reach in their lifetime. This is what Mu likes about the teacher system. The reward ability will give a certain level of knowledge in case it cannot be used. This function is the reason why Mu can master the 7 chakra nature changes so quickly. Normal practice requires a very high level of swordsmanship to practice Wuxiang Yudao to the mastery level, but Mu with the system reversed this process, because he gained swordsmanship experience by obtaining the mastery level Wuxiang Yudao. Although it cannot be compared with the real down-to-earth practice, it is indeed very convenient. Kakashi picked up the fallen White Fang short blade, with some expectations in his heart. Mu once said in person that the lightning swordsmanship he was going to teach next was no worse than the golden skyline. It is obviously biased to say that Might Guy's strength depends entirely on the golden skyline. The 8 gates and rock breathing are the real core, but the golden skyline has indeed greatly improved Might Guy. Kakashi lost several battles to Might Guy's golden skyline, which is an impeccable and powerful physical technique. Although Might Guy's strength has changed qualitatively because of his understanding of the rock-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi cannot surpass him in a short time. But there is a Thunder Blade technique that can rival the Golden Skyline, which can give him some hope, so he won't be troubled by the Golden Skyline all the time. Let's leave here first. Mu took Kakashi to move. Although he chose a remote location, the movement just now was still a bit loud. In order not to be disturbed, Mu had to choose a good location again. At this time, the telescopic function of the white eye is very useful. No matter how strong the perception ninjutsu is, it can only perceive chakra, while the white eye really uses the eyes to see, and the observation is more comprehensive and detailed. The Thunder Blade technique I want to teach you is the Thoughtless Sword, which is an unparalleled slash issued by condensing the whole body's strength in the state of thoughtlessness and thoughtlessness. Mu first gave a brief introduction. Kakashi listened very carefully. Although the name was a bit strange, it was not the point. As long as he was strong enough, it was fine. When the formal teaching began, Mu gave Kakashi an enlightenment. Without enlightenment and the blessing of the professor, Kakashi would not be able to learn Wuxiang Yudao at his current level. That's why Mu said that he could barely learn it, but only with the blessing of the system skills. Otherwise, he couldn't learn it. Because it was on the battlefield, Muyu didn't teach for too long. He took Kakashi back after teaching for a few hours. When he went back, Muyu used the appraisal to take a look at Kakashi. Wuxiang Udao didn't even appear on Kakashi's skill column, which means that he didn't practice it at all. This was within Muyu's expectations. When Might Guy practiced Golden Skyline, he also practiced hard for a long time before he got started. Until today, he hasn't even reached the proficiency level. It's really hard to practice powerful skills. Returning to Konoha alone, walking through the bustling streets that were exactly the same as in his memory and returning to his empty home, Shisui suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The uncle who took care of him when he was a child is not here, nor is Muyu. Now, even Muyu's disciple is the only one in Konoha. However, Shisui is not a person who is sad about the passing of time. The melancholy comes and goes quickly. Shisui cleaned the house and started to practice. He will not be separated from Muyu for too long. He will leave Konoha after the inspection of the Jonin is over. After dinner in the evening, Shisui did not continue to practice, but went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. Of course, he did not go to find Uchiha Fugaku, but Shisui went to find Uchiha Itachi. Shisui did not forget the responsibility of guiding Uchiha Itachi. In order to prevent Uchiha Itachi from becoming the rebel ninja who does not recognize his relatives in the future, he had to instill some positive energy into Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku was very happy about Shisui's arrival. Although he was in the back and did not know the title of Instant Body Shisui, and Obito earned enough face for Uchiha just in that encounter. How long do you plan to rest this time? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a smile. He thought that Shisui was the whole team returning to the rear to rest. If nothing unexpected happens, we will return to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. Shisui thought for a while and answered. Tomorrow he will conduct the Jonin examination. According to Kakashi's experience, the results will be available in one day, so Shisui plans to return to the battlefield directly after the results are available the day after tomorrow, regardless of whether he is promoted or not. The main purpose of coming back this time is to participate in the Jonin examination, so I won't stay too long. A look of surprise flashed across Uchiha Fugaku's face. If he remembered correctly, Shisui is only 8 years old now. If he successfully passes the examination, Shisui will become an unprecedented 8-year-old Jonin. The record of the youngest Jonin that Kakashi broke not long ago will be broken again by Shisui. Itachi, you really should learn from Shisui. This is the genius that our Uchiha clan is proud of. Uchiha Fugaku praised him in person without hesitation. The young Itachi Uchiha didn't understand the conversation between Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, and didn't understand what Jonin meant, but he still nodded obediently. Because compared to Obito, Shisui looked very smart and wouldn't say something that people couldn't understand. It's not certain whether you can pass the test. If I don't pass, Itachi, you don't have to learn. Shisui touched Uchiha Itachi's little head and said with a smile. Shisui was calm and quiet most of the time, but now he would occasionally make a little joke. With your ability, Shisui, there is a high probability that you can pass. Uchiha Fugaku has seen the ninja a few days later. New topics for us to talk about. Be careful, and it's not easy to make mistakes. Shisui shook his head and said. He didn't underestimate the Jonin examination. After all, Might Guy and Obito both failed the examination, and only Kakashi passed the examination and became a Jonin. It's hard to improve the written test in a short time. It depends on long-term accumulation. But I can give you some advice on your fire escape through actual combat. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha police department, Uchiha Fugaku is actually very busy and has a lot of things to deal with. However, whether you have time depends on the object. If the object is Shisui, one of the future members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku can squeeze out his limited free time to improve Shisui. Shisui's original idea was to deal with Uchiha Fugaku casually and take Uchiha Itachi out for a walk to educate him. But Uchiha Fugaku was too enthusiastic, and Shisui was a little reluctant to refuse. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was kind to him. Although it might be related to his ninja talent, Uchiha Fugaku's kindness to him was indeed indelible. Then trouble you. Shisui finally agreed. Then Uchiha Fugaku took Uchiha Itachi and Shisui to a nearby open space. Shisui was a ninja who had fought with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now he was about to be promoted to a jonin. Uchiha Fugaku would not underestimate Shisui. If he didn't want to sleep on the street tonight, he definitely couldn't fight in his yard. Itachi, stand aside and watch carefully. Don't get close. Uchiha Fugaku warned before the battle. He was sure that he would not hurt Uchiha Itachi no matter what, but he was not sure about Shisui. Then Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shisui and said, "Shisui, don't worry, use your full strength." Shisui thought about it and directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Uchiha Fugaku is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan after all. Although he has not heard of any great achievements, Shisui thinks that Uchiha Fugaku's strength should be above 7 ninja swordsmen. Shisui wanted to test what kind of role his flame-breathing chakra mode would play in a battle with such a strong man. Anyway, Fugaku took the initiative to let him use all his strength. Shisui operated his breathing to the extreme, and a large amount of oxygen was inhaled into his body and converted into strength. The moment Shisui entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, Shisui's chakra flowed at a very fast speed, and Shisui also felt the changes in his body. The strengthening of the body is only a side effect. The real special thing about the flame-breathing chakra mode is that it can strengthen the changes in the nature of fire attribute chakra and greatly enhance the power of flames. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui put his hands together and instantly converted all the chakra condensed in his throat into fire attribute chakra and exhaled it in one breath. The blazing fire transformed by the fire attribute chakra quickly formed a huge fireball and smashed towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, who had just finished the seal, asked a question. As an Uchiha, Uchiha Fugaku was also ready to use the great fireball, but he didn't expect Shisui to be able to release the great fireball without a seal. He had practiced for so many years but couldn't do it without a seal. Shisui's performance really surprised and puzzled Fugaku. Chapter 455, Instructions on Fire Style. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Although he was a little surprised, Uchiha Fugaku's good ninja quality prevented him from delaying the release of the ninjutsu. After the seal was completed, he immediately spit out a large piece of flame to form a huge fireball. Just when Uchiha Fugaku completed the release of the great fireball, Shisui's great fireball had already flown a short distance. Fortunately, the distance between the two was not too close, so Uchiha Fugaku didn't get close to Shisui's face right after the ninjutsu was released. Boom boom! 2 huge fireballs collided with each other. A huge explosion sounded, flames burst out and heat waves rose, and finally the 2 fireballs dissipated in the air together, leaving only a charred ground. Not only can he release without seals, but the power is so strong. What has Shisui experienced in the past few months? His strength has improved so much. Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled. The confrontation of the same nature change ninjutsu is the best way to see the level of nature change. If it is the same ninjutsu again, it is even more so. Uchiha Fugaku did not expect that the 2 fireballs would cancel each other out. You must know that Uchiha Fugaku has just used most of his strength. He is the patriarch of the first wealthy family in Konoha, and Shisui is just an 8-year-old genius. A few months ago, when Shisui participated in the Chunin exam, Uchiha Fugaku went to watch Shisui's battle. At that time, Shisui's fire escape was far from being so strong. The strength of the patriarch is really not simple. Shisui said in his heart. Just now, it was his full-strength fire escape in the flame-breathing chakra mode, which is different from ordinary fire escape. However, this was within Shisui's expectations. Uchiha Jonins are well known for their strength in the ninja world, and the strong are respected in the clan. If Uchiha Fugaku is not strong, he will not be able to convince the crowd. According to Shisui's observation, Uchiha Fugaku still has considerable prestige in the Uchiha clan. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. After a little thought, Shisui chose the Phoenix Fire technique, which is faster and more flexible. Although the flame-breathing chakra mode can enhance fire style, it is limited to speeding up the release speed and flame power, and cannot change some of the essential shortcomings of ninjutsu. Shisui released fireballs while running around Uchiha Fugaku, letting the small fireballs form an arc-shaped fireball net and shoot towards Uchiha Fugaku. It's still a seal-less release, and the way of using ninjutsu is not bound by tradition. Uchiha Fugaku commented in his heart while using the instant body technique to dodge. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt a little embarrassed, because he seemed to be unable to guide Shisui's fire escape with Shisui's performance. Although Shisui would definitely not be his opponent if he really used his full strength, in essence, the gap between their fire escape was not very large, and Uchiha Fugaku had no way to guide Shisui. But as the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku also has his own pride. Since he can't guide the fire escape, then he will guide the battle. Fire escape, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Just when Fugaku was about to turn defense into offense, Shisui gathered a large amount of chakra in his body and converted it into fire attribute chakra and then spit it out violently. A large amount of flames combined together and quickly formed a small sea of fire that spread towards Uchiha Fugaku. What a strong flame! Feeling the temperature transmitted by the flame, Uchiha Fugaku said in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to attack Shisui, braked immediately. This ninjutsu, which was not simple at first glance, could not be rushed in directly. Since this was an open space with no materials for Shisui's sea of fire to continue to expand, Shisui immediately controlled the flames to split the sea of fire into 3 fire dragons and rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku in 3 directions. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Fugaku retreated while making seals with both hands. With just one tiger seal, he spit out a thick fire dragon to offset the fire dragon split from the fire dragon flame bomb. Although Uchiha Fugaku could not release fire style without seals, his skilled fire style could reduce the number of seals. Then Uchiha Fugaku immediately opened his Sharingan to strengthen his insight and dodged the impact of the only 2 remaining fire dragons. But just when Uchiha Fugaku was about to attack again, Shisui stopped fighting. "I'm sorry to bother you this time, Uncle Fugaku. I don't have the chakra to continue fighting," Shisui said politely. Actually, Shisui still had some chakra left. Although the flame-breathing chakra mode consumed a lot of chakra, Shisui was an Uchiha with the 3-hook Sharingan activated, so he had more chakra than ordinary people. However, the remaining chakra was too little, and Shisui felt that it was meaningless to continue fighting. Anyway, he had roughly tested Uchiha Fugaku's strength. This time, Uchiha Fugaku was not going to do anything. He was suppressed for the whole game and just wanted to show his operation, but the opponent surrendered directly. It was hard for Uchiha Fugaku to say anything, because Uchiha Shisui was a junior. "Ahem, Shisui, your fire escape is already very good. Next, you can continue to practice according to the previous method." Uchiha Fugaku adjusted his mood and coughed twice and said. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Uchiha Fugaku was not a person who would talk nonsense for the sake of face. He really couldn't guide Shisui's current fire escape. Let alone giving instructions. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku now can't understand Shisui's fire escape. It feels a little weird. Not only can all fire escapes be released without seals, the flames are also very powerful, which doesn't look like someone who has been exposed to fire escape for a few years. The fact that all of them can be released without seals puzzled Uchiha Fugaku the most, and he couldn't imagine how Shisui did it. Maybe this is a true genius. Uchiha Fugaku sighed in his heart. When he was young, he was also called a genius, but there was a big gap between him and Shisui and Obito. Well, thank you Uncle Fugaku for your guidance. Shisui thanked him. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly in response with a stern face. After the battle with Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui spent some time alone with Uchiha Itachi and told Uchiha Itachi some more positive stories. The next day, Shisui officially went to the Jonin inspection. But what Shisui didn't expect was that his examiner was actually Uchiha Fugaku, who had fought with him the day before. However, this time, Shisui did not directly enter the flame-breathing chakra mode and go all out like last time, but tried step by step like a normal battle. Shisui first used fire style to force the opponent to move, then threw the ninja tools, then tried physical skills, and finally used the flame-breathing chakra mode to burst out his true full strength. After the 15-minute battle, Shisui saw Fugaku's satisfied smile and felt that his actual combat score should not be bad. In the afternoon written test, Shisui clearly felt the difference in difficulty between the Jonin examination and the Chunin examination. For Shisui, the Chunin examination had not been over for long, so Shisui still remembered some of the written test questions of the Chunin examination. The two were completely different levels. If Shisui had not been studying after graduation, he might not have had the confidence to pass the written test. P.S. I'm a bit busy with moving, so I can't write too much. I'll see if I can spare some time tomorrow to make up for it. 2K is too short. Chapter 456 Shisui's Jounin Reward. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the Jounin examination and was promoted to Jounin. He received rewards, Chakra plus 2400, Ninja Tool Extraction Scroll, Unknown Pokemon Egg, only Uchiha Shisui can hatch. After Shisui passed the Jounin examination and was promoted to Jounin, Muyu's panel immediately issued rewards. Muyu skipped the fixed chakra and Pokemon eggs and looked at the Ninja Tool Extraction Scroll. This is a reward that has never been obtained before. According to the name of the lottery scroll, it should only be able to draw ninja tools, but I don't know the range of this ninja tool. Is it a single Hokage? The world still includes the world outside of Naruto. Muyu washed his hands as before, and then clicked to extract. The scroll of extracting ninja tools has been consumed, and the ninja tool, curved spoon, was obtained. Muyu showed a strange look on his face. The curved spoon was okay. If he remembered correctly, this was a prop in the Pokemon game. The effect in the game was that the power of the superpower attribute skills of the Pokemon carrying the prop increased by 20%. Curved spoon, injecting chakra can enhance the yin escape ninjutsu used by the carrier. After reading the introduction of the curved spoon, Muyu found that although this ninja tool looked a bit abstract, the effect after localization was not weak. Directly enhance all ninjutsu with a certain nature change. If the increase is not bad, it is basically equivalent to a high-level breathing method with yin attributes. After leaving the camp, Muyu took the curved spoon out of the system backpack, and a seemingly ordinary curved iron spoon appeared on Muyu's right hand. Muyu condensed chakra in his left hand, and then used the armed color to strengthen his left hand by performing yin attribute nature changes. The dark armament haki covered Muyu's palm, and then Muyu clenched his fist and slammed it against the ground. The ground was directly broken by Muyu's armament haki iron fist, and a big pit appeared after the mud and rocks flew. Then Muyu walked to the side, and this time Muyu first injected part of the chakra into the curved spoon. Along with the injection of chakra, the curved spoon emitted a faint blue light, and then Muyu condensed the armament haki again and clenched his fist to blast the ground. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a larger pit appeared after Muyu punched. Muyu nodded slightly. The total amount of chakra he used in the two attacks just now was the same. In the first attack, Muyu used all the chakra on the armament haki, and in the second attack, Muyu divided a part of the chakra and injected it into the curved spoon. Although the total amount of chakra used was the same, the armament haki blessed by the curved spoon became obviously stronger. Then Mu began to test the upper limit of the curved spoon. He fixed a certain value of the chakra used to strengthen the fist with armament haki, and then gradually increased the chakra delivered to the curved spoon. 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, the last time Mu injected a total of 35,000 chakras into the curved spoon. Finally, Mu concluded that the amount of chakra injected into the curved spoon should be less than 30,000 when the chakra value of the enhanced ninjutsu remains unchanged. Although more than 30,000 will also have an effect, the cost performance will be lower, so it is better to save some chakra. After Mu's chakra was fully restored, he conducted another test. This time, he not only increased the output of the curved spoon, but also continuously increased the output of the armed color. Finally, it was concluded that with the increase of chakra used in ninjutsu, the increase of yin done by the curved spoon will change. The more chakra the blessed ninjutsu consumes, the smaller the increase. The increase can be maintained by increasing the output of the curved spoon. At this time, the appropriate amount of chakra tested by Mu before will change, no longer 30,000, but more. In addition, Mu also tested the duration of the bonus. The effect of a single injection is 10 minutes. If the ninjutsu is used too frequently, the duration of the bonus will be shortened. Sure enough, the reward for promotion to the jonin must be a reward that is strongly related to the disciple. Mu thought. The bent spoon is very powerful for ninjas who are good at yin tun. It is also useful for all-round masters like Mu, but not much. The bent spoon is really a great help to Shisui. Most of Shisui's strongest abilities now are related to yin tun. Sharingan, illusion, and armed color are all related to the changes in the nature of yin chakra. After successfully being promoted to jonin, Uchiha Shisui quickly returned to the battlefield. Compared to Konoha, there are more people he cherishes on the battlefield on the East Coast. You are back so soon, Shisui, how is your jonin test result? Obito couldn't help asking after Shisui came back. At this time, Obito was extremely conflicted. From the perspective of a family brother, Obito hoped that Shisui would be promoted smoothly, but as a member of the same team, Obito hoped that Shisui would fail and continue to be a chunin with him. It's okay, I passed the test. Shisui finally said the answer that Obito didn't want to hear the most. Uchiha Obito, 10 years old, is the only chunin among Mu's disciples. What a terrible nightmare. When did it start? Obito thought that this was definitely not reality. He was in a fake world, not a real one. He was Uchiha Obito, the fastest person to learn the breathing method, and the first person among Mu's disciples to comprehend the breathing method chakra mode. He had fought against Might Guy and Kakashi had also lost to him. How could he become the only chunin? Obito, are you okay? Nohara Rin saw Obito suddenly in a daze and his expression was not very good and asked with concern. Nohara Rin's gentle voice pulled Obito out of his past thoughts. Obito looked at Nohara Rin who was a little worried, looked at Shisui who looked indifferent, and looked at Kakashi who seemed to think of something happy. He could no longer deny the reality that he had become the lowest level ninja among Mu's disciples. I'm fine. Obito shook his head with a pale face, then forced a smile and looked at Shisui. Congratulations, you got promoted in one try, that's great. Obito wished he could pass in one try, so that Kakashi wouldn't have the chance to mock him with his ninja level. Nohara Rin would celebrate his promotion, and he could also celebrate with others. I also received a gift from Mu as a jonin. I'm so stupid. I should have read more books. Obito wanted to cry but had no tears in his heart. He regretted not having read enough books when he needed them. Obito, if you keep working hard, you will be promoted soon. Shisui encouraged. Shisui was not just saying good things. With the example of Might Guy, Shisui believed that Obito should also be able to complete the promotion through non-inspection methods. After all, Obito was not bad. They were both famous geniuses on the battlefield. Obito sighed and nodded. Now he could only take it one step at a time. He would not compete with Kakashi before becoming a Jonin. He would endure until the day of promotion to settle accounts. Then Shisui went to find Miyu to report the results of the inspection. Obito and Kakashi also went with him. Kakashi was going to ask about the training of Wuxiang Udao, and Obito wanted to see if Shisui could get the summoning beast egg. If Shisui could get it, Obito would think that Miyu had prepared one for each of them in advance, waiting to give it to them when they were promoted. If Shisui didn't get it, Obito estimated that he would not be able to become a Jonin. Shisui, the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history, you make me proud. Miyu praised with a relieved smile. Obito couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. This handsome title would never be his. Even if he was promoted to Jonin on the spot, he couldn't surpass Shisui. It's all because of your good teaching, teacher Miyu. Shisui believed that the main credit was Miyu. As an 8-year-old Jonin, you can be more confident in yourself and don't deny your efforts. Miyu smiled and shook her head and then walked into the tent. When she came out again, Miyu was holding a big egg in her hand. This is your Jonin gift. Incubate it well. It will become a good helper in the future. Miyu handed the Pokemon egg to Shisui. Shisui thanked her and took it carefully. In his heart, this gift is the second only to Miyu's first birthday gift, and it is a living thing, so he must be carefully protected. You gave your disciple a Pokemon egg. Because your disciple is very grateful, he rewarded you with a big critical hit, and you get a reward Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level. Looking at the reward information that popped up, Miyu nodded inwardly. In terms of rarity, Mastery Level Nature Change is far better than Mastery Level Ninjutsu and Mastery Level Taijutsu. There are many people who have multiple Mastery Level Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, but there are fewer people who have multiple Mastery Level Nature Changes. If you add the condition of high proficiency, there will be even fewer people. So even repeated Mastery Level Nature Change rewards are better than non-repeated Mastery Level Ninjutsu. After all, repeated acquisition can increase proficiency. Miyu's Earth Attribute Nature Change was once achieved through special training, so this time the reward was converted into 3,000 points of proficiency. The moment the conversion was completed, a large amount of Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change training experience emerged in Miyu's mind. Obito's heart was relieved, it seemed that everyone had a share. Hehe, Teacher Miyu, can you give me a gift for the Jonin in advance, so that it can hatch earlier? Obito joked. There are no ninja eggs for the time being, and I can't give them to you even if you want them. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Miyu didn't lie, he had to be promoted to a Jonin before he could get Pokemon eggs. The smile on Obito's face froze instantly. Miyu didn't look like a joke. How could this be? Obito was a little excited for a while, and he stuttered when he spoke. If there were no ninja eggs, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage during the Civil War, because Might Guy and the other three had all obtained ninja eggs? I will try to keep looking for them, maybe you will have them after you become a Jonin. Miyu said with a gentle smile. Obito was deeply moved, thinking that it was indeed Teacher Miyu who loved him the most. Even if there was no ninja egg as a gift when he was promoted to Jonin, Obito would not think it was a big deal. After all, Miyu would definitely give it to him if she had one. Just when Obito was about to say something, the egg that Kakashi had been holding suddenly emitted a fierce white light. P.S. There will be another chapter of 3K or 4K later, but it will be late, so you can go to bed and read it tomorrow. Chapter 457 Pokemon Egg Hatching. When the fierce white light appeared, everyone except Miyu was shocked. Obito subconsciously protected Nohara-rin behind him. Might Guy gathered a lot of chakra at his fingers and was ready to use the golden skyline at any time, and Kakashi almost couldn't help throwing the egg out. If this ninja egg was not given to him by Miyu, Kakashi would definitely throw it out immediately. I have never heard of a ninja egg hatching and emitting light. Generally, if there is such a degree of light, there must be a lot of detonating talisman traps buried. Miyu looked at the center of the white light with a normal expression. At this time, the white light faded rapidly, and a light brown puppy with a big white tail appeared in Kakashi's arms. Kakashi looked at the puppy in his arms with a confused face, feeling that his 3 views as a ninja were impacted. Why did the dog hatch from the egg? Aren't dogs mammals? And why did this dog have so much hair when it was born? Shouldn't it have only a little fetal hair when it was born? At this moment, Kakashi's mind was full of question marks. He didn't know whether he had read too few books or read the wrong books. Feeling the kind gaze, Rock Dog looked back at Kakashi with his blue pupils, and the man and the dog looked at each other. Although it was the first time he saw Kakashi, it might be because Kakashi had been carrying eggs with him for a long time to hatch, Rock Dog was not unfamiliar with him and felt very kind. IWA Dog happily licked Kakashi's face. Kakashi was caught off guard. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would have dodged, but because the fact that a dog was hatched from an egg was too shocking for him, Kakashi didn't react. As expected of a ninja beast hatched by a close friend, the color of its tail is exactly the same as your hair. Might Guy said as he touched his chin after dispersing the chakra from his fingers. Due to his lack of knowledge, Might Guy was not that shocked, but he just felt that the white light was not normal. Kakashi was a little powerless to complain. What did the ninja beast's hair have to do with him? It was just a coincidence. By the way, did this dog just speak? It sounded like IWA. It turns out that ninja beasts can speak as soon as they are born. After seeing Kakashi's summoned beast, Obito felt much better instantly. Because this summoned beast didn't look powerful at all, it gave Obito the feeling of a small earth dog with a strange appearance. Even if there are 8 more of these summoned beasts, we won't have to worry about them. Obito thought he could beat 8 of them. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. It turned out that no matter if they were human or beast, they had to learn to speak. They couldn't be born with the ability to speak. Of course, this was theoretically true. In fact, Kakashi did hear the dog in his arms say the word yan, although it was not very standard. Yan, yan. The yan dog barked happily and rubbed Kakashi's chest with its head. Kakashi looked thoughtful. The dog in his arms didn't seem to be talking, but its barking was different from that of ordinary dogs. Ordinary dogs barked wang, while it barked yan. So cute. Nohara-rin put her hands together and looked at the dog in Kakashi's arms, which was shining brightly. What girls can't resist most is cute things. The current yan dog gave Nohara-rin the feeling of being adorable. Tisk, what's so cute about this? The white tail doesn't look good at all. Seeing that Nohara-rin's eyes were all on Kakashi, the puppy in his arms, Obito couldn't help but mutter. He felt that people with white hair not due to age were not good people, such as Kakashi, and Jiraiya who asked Minato to fight him one-on-one. When he thought of the Senju Tobirama who had tortured him for a while and also had white hair, Obito's prejudice against white hair deepened. As if he heard someone saying bad things about it, the rock dog turned his head and looked at Obito, and his originally honest eyes became sharp. Although the rock dog's current size would only make people look cute if he glared at people, Obito felt inexplicably flustered when he looked at the rock dog. Obito quickly recovered and wanted to beat the rock dog, asking it what it was looking at. Seeing that glaring had no effect on Obito, and the malicious expression on Obito's face, the rock dog subconsciously shrank into Kakashi's arms. It was still a baby who was only 1 minute old and had no fighting power. Obito, be gentle, it will scare the puppy. Nohara-rin said when he saw this. Obito. He wanted to beat up the white-tailed dog even more now. Nohara-rin had never said such words to him before. What a magical ninja beast, born with a rock on its neck, is this also a part of its body? Shisui noticed the details of the rock dog's body. Shisui had not spoken just now because he was observing the rock dog. It was an unusual ninja beast born. A dog hatched from an egg, and then it was emitting white light. Everything was so unusual. Kakashi thought about it and reached out to touch the neck of the rock dog. The hard and sharp feel of the prismatic stone was transmitted back to Kakashi's hand. The rock dog did not resist, and slightly raised its head with an enjoyable look. Kakashi took the opportunity to scratch the rock dog's chin, making the rock dog squint his eyes in comfort. It is indeed a real stone. Kakashi looked at Shisui and nodded. Kakashi also felt a little magical, and felt that this summoned beast might have a great origin. With the special phenomena that came with birth, plus the strong potential that Miyu had emphasized before, Kakashi believed that this summoned beast would definitely not be weak when it grows up. The only thing Kakashi was confused about now was why Miyu didn't tell him about the information related to the summoned beast. Judging from Miyu's performance, she should know something. However, Kakashi didn't dwell on this too much. After all, Miyu must be thinking about them, and there was a deep meaning behind it that they couldn't understand. Kakashi really guessed wrong about this. There was no deep meaning, and Miyu didn't know much. Miyu did know a lot about Pokemon, but the rewards given by the system to the world other than Naruto would all be localized, and Pokemon would definitely not be exactly the same as the original world, so Miyu simply didn't say it, and it wouldn't be wrong not to say it. Kakashi, you come and give it a name. It won't work without a name. Nohara Lin suggested. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. Of course, the name is very important. Otherwise, how would he call his summoning beast? He couldn't just call it Dog. Since this dog is always rocky, why not just call it Rock Dog? Obito was the first to give his own idea. Although it's a bit strange to name a dog with the word dog, Obito felt that his name was reasonable, but it just carried a little personal emotion. My best friend is so young now, why not call him the dog of youth? Right. Might Guy laughed and gave Rock Dog a thumbs up. But Rock Dog could not appreciate Might Guy's naming aesthetics and showed a disgusted expression. Might Guy's eyes widened with disbelief. This is a good name in the name of youth, and someone can refuse it. Kakashi pretended not to hear it. Giving such a name to a summoned beast would not only lose the summoned beast, but also embarrass him as the contractor. Others would say, "Come out, Manabu. Please, Buntat." He said, "It's decided to be you, dog of youth." Kakashi thinks it's not as good as Rock Dog, at least his dog bark is really rock. Although Obito and Might Guy's names don't sound very good, they did ignite the atmosphere of naming on the spot, and Nohara Rin thought of several at once. It would be nice to call it Sadaharu. Of course, it depends on your own ideas, Kakashi. If you can't think of anything, you can use flowers and plants, such as Lily of the Valley, which I think is also okay. Nohara Rin said. After all, it is Kakashi's summoning beast. Although he likes it, Nohara Rin will not steal the show. Kakashi nodded slightly. Finally, a reliable one came. Compared with Might Guy and Obito's names, Nohara Rin's names are so normal that they are abnormal. Normal is normal, and Kakashi is not very satisfied with the two names provided by Nohara Rin. Although it sounds good and tasteful, it has nothing to do with his summoning beast. It can be replaced by any doge or even other kinds of pets. How about White Rock? Shisui thought of one after seeing what others said. Kakashi's hair is white, and the hair on the tail and neck of the rock dog is white, and the rock dog's bark is rock, and it is born with rock. He thinks that this kind of intuitively visible element is not bad even if it is just a simple combination and arrangement for naming. Kakashi instantly got Shisui's point. This is the name he is most satisfied with, but he feels that it is still a little bit off. I didn't expect it. Don't worry, no one stipulates that you have to name it immediately. Miyu smiled. He didn't expect Obito to accidentally guess the name of the rock dog, but this is the world of Naruto, and generally the race name is not used. Each ninja beast has its own name, so Miyu didn't say that the name of the rock dog is good. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Instead of making a hasty decision on the name, it is better to spend time thinking carefully and seriously. After all, this is something that will accompany you for a lifetime. In the future, you have to bring a ninja beast egg with you when you train, and hatch a ninja beast that practices hard every day like me. Might Guy showed an excited expression. If a ninja beast that can exercise with him every day is really hatched, Might Guy will modify the green tights himself. Even if it is a dog, he will have to modify a set of sports tights that dogs can wear. Miyu thought that this is really possible. Kakashi hatched a rock dog with rock attribute, which means that the Pokemon egg is also likely to be related to the disciple's ability. Based on the characteristics of Might Guy, it is very likely that he is a Pokemon good at fighting attributes. It is normal for fighting Pokemon to exercise. At that time, Might Guy can also fight with his summoned beast with physical skills. This is definitely an experience that other ninjas can hardly give Might Guy. Then Miyu gave some pointers to several disciples. In the evening, Orochimaru suddenly held an emergency meeting again. P.S. I am really tired recently. Fortunately, I am almost done. I am so sleepy when I write until almost 4 o'clock. If there are any mistakes, please leave a message in that paragraph. I will correct them when I see them. Chapter 458 The Scorching Sun Rising Over the Battlefield in the Dark Night. When Miyu arrived at the conference room, there were only 2 people in it, Commander Orochimaru and Deputy Commander Narashikaku. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. After Miyu sat down, Orochimaru spoke. Miyu instantly knew that this meeting was not simple. In the past, even if there was a small meeting, Orochimaru would notify some other members who held important positions in the ninja army, but this time there were only 3 commanders. Not long ago, our intelligence personnel discovered a large base in Kirigakure. Orochimaru began to talk about the formal content of the meeting. According to the intelligence, it can be basically confirmed that the base has gathered the main forces of the Kirigakure ninja army. After speaking, Orochimaru did not continue to speak, but looked at Narashikaku and Miyu, giving them enough time to react and think. Narashikaku showed a thoughtful look and said, "Now the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. I think we can send more ninjas to pay attention to Kirigakure's movements and then test them." He probably guessed what Orochimaru was thinking. Konoha now had an advantage in combat power, and now that it had won the intelligence war, Orochimaru would definitely want to take the initiative to launch a war to eliminate the living forces of Kirigakure. However, Narashikaku thought that it was not appropriate to launch a large-scale attack directly. The intelligence might be true, but it did not mean that there were no traps. Before, Orochimaru wanted to use the information gap to lure Kirigakure into a war, but the encounter changed the situation on the battlefield, so he had to change his strategy accordingly. If the support forces of Kirigakure arrived, Kirigakure would most likely adopt a similar strategy of luring the enemy as Orochimaru did. Yes, this may be the enemy's strategy of luring the enemy. I think the intelligence obtained recently must be carefully verified and confirmed. The water country may have sent reinforcements. Miyu thought for a while and said. Because the commander was Orochimaru, Miyu did not say too much, but just said it, because he felt that Orochimaru was not a person who would rush into it. Orochimaru nodded, his idea was similar to that of Miyu and the others. They could use this intelligence to test, but they could not directly bet that the other side really had no ability to deal with the sudden attack. After the 3 reached a consensus, the next step was to make specific tactical arrangements, such as how to test, the selection of the test team, and the plan after the test. Miyu did not intervene in this part, and most of the time she was listening to Orochimaru and the others. Although his strength has improved a lot, Miyu was still an ordinary person a few years ago. It would be a bit difficult to expect him to actually fight a war, but he could talk about some theories. After the 3 discussed the specific attack plan, Orochimaru immediately summoned more than 30 teams of ninjas to form a test team to test around the opponent's stronghold. Although it was a test attack, the target was the enemy's main force. If there were too few people, it would be easy to be eaten up directly. In the following time, Orochimaru, Narashikaku, and Muyu did not sleep. They had to wait for the latest intelligence and then decide on the next battle plan. However, for ninjas of their strength, one day is nothing. Ninjas have more energy than ordinary people. But what they didn't expect was that before the test action came out, the Hyuga clan ninjas who were responsible for guarding the surrounding area first reported the news of the enemy's massive attack. In order to prevent sneak attacks, Hyuga ninjas took turns to guard the Konoha camp to ensure the safety of the camp. A large number of mist ninjas are rushing towards our camp, with more than 1,000 people. The guard ninja reported at high speed. Orochimaru stood up suddenly with a frown on his face. The development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. The Byakugan is very strong and convenient, but it is not without weaknesses. Compared with traditional perception ninjutsu, the Byakugan can only see a small range. Even well-trained Hyuga ninjas can only see a range of about 3.5 kilometers. For the team, this range is enough to make a lot of preparations, but for a battle between 1,000-man ninja force, being able to see means that the two sides are very close, and there is not much that can be done. Why did they suddenly fall into such a big disadvantage in intelligence? Orochimaru was a little confused. He originally thought that Kirigakure had received reinforcements and wanted to trap Konoha by luring the enemy, but he didn't expect Kirigakure to find out their base camp. Although he had revealed the camp intelligence once before, Orochimaru quickly changed the location after changing the battle plan, and even sent a team to set up 2 fake bases to confuse the site. It stands to reason that Kirigakure didn't even find the fake ones, so how could they suddenly find the real base hidden in the deepest? It can't be luck. Are you guys behind the scenes again? Muyu thought of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara at the first time. Kirigakure may not have such strong intelligence capabilities, but Uchiha Madara and the others definitely have them. White Zetsu is the strongest intelligence ninja in the ninja world. Muyu guessed that Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu thought he was too annoying and wanted to get rid of him through war. Even if he didn't die, if the Konoha ninja troops suffered heavy losses, the various subsequent effects would make Muyu busy, giving Uchiha Madara and others more opportunities. It seems that neither of us wants to let the other have a peaceful night. Let's prepare for battle. Orochimaru said as he walked out of the tent. The distance from Kirigakure no longer allowed him to think about the enemy strategy. Next, he could only compete with the team's hard power. Muyu and Narashikaku also followed him out. The alert ninja sent an emergency signal at the first time. At this time, the ninjas resting in the camp all got up and prepared to fight. Get up quickly, something big happened. Kakashi woke up first and quickly got up to wake up others. I want to create a world where everyone is a jonin. Obito was immersed in a beautiful dream. If you don't wake up, Xiaolin will become a formal jonin. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Obito suddenly sat up in an instant, and then got up quickly without asking too many questions. Let's go find Teacher Muyu. Shisui said, looking at the ninjas around him who looked a little panicked. No matter what happened, it wouldn't be a bad thing to find Muyu first. The other disciples also nodded in agreement. It just so happened that Muyu had also completed the assembly of the fire-style team. Muyu used the Byakugan to accurately locate Kakashi and the others, and then asked them to follow the fire-style team. After drawing the sunny day, Muyu told Orochimaru about the effect of the ninjutsu, saying that this was his newly developed fire-style secret technique. Orochimaru gathered 80% of the fire-style ninjas in the ninja team without saying a word to form a fire-style team. The members of the fire-style team usually perform tasks in their own team like ordinary ninjas, but they must obey Muyu in the event of a major battle, and Muyu will command the battle. In order to keep it secret, now in the ninja team, except for Muyu and Orochimaru, only Narashikaku knows the effect of the sunny day. Even the people in the fire-style team don't know, because Muyu has never used it in front of them. Orochimaru, are you surprised? Do you think your intelligence ninjas won? In fact, it's just an illusion we gave you. Karagi Yagura said with a mocking look on his face as he used a hooked iron rod to knock away the incoming Kunao. Although this great victory in intelligence was unexpected to him as a commander, it didn't stop him from bragging a little. Xiao Niu came to hit the momentum of Konoha's army. Really? Have you ever thought of a possibility? In fact, I want to have a big war more than you do. Orochimaru sneered. Although they are a little passive now, Orochimaru is not panicking. The strength of the ninja army is the decisive factor in the war. As long as the strength is strong enough, no matter what calculations are useless. Under the weakening of Mu Yuda Qingtian, even if the Kirigakure ninjas have more people, they will not be the opponent of Konoha ninjas. Compared with the ninja army, Orochimaru cares more about the strong ones in Kirigakure. If Kirigakure has a human pillar, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Swoosh! Kurotachi Yagura suddenly jumped up and appeared beside Orochimaru, swinging the iron rod at Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his right hand expressionlessly, and an extremely thick giant snake suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves and blocked the iron rod. Seeing this, Narashikaku immediately formed a seal and used the shadow secret technique to control the shadow to attack Kutaki Yagura. Water escape technique, water cannon technique. Of course, Kitano Zangetsu could not watch Narashikaku's attack succeed. He pointed his hand at Narashikaku's head like a pistol and performed the secret technique of Kitano clan. Water drops like bullets shot out from Kitano Zangetsu's hand and shot towards Narashikaku. Water cannon is fast and does not require hand seals. Even if Narashikaku gave up using the shadow secret technique, he was almost hit. Fortunately, Akimichi Choza supported him in time. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. The next moment, more snakes quickly sprang out from the sleeve of Orochimaru's left hand and rushed towards Yagura. Yagura calmly condensed a water rope, and with a flick and a pull, he pulled down all the flying snakes that attacked. At this time, the Konoha ninja troops and the Kirigakure ninja troops were fighting in a group, both the strong and the middle and low ninjas were fighting. However, the mood of the Konoha ninjas was not very good. They were attacked by surprise, and the number of enemies was even greater. In this case, it was difficult for them to remain optimistic about the final result, even though the battle had just begun. There are so many enemies, Xiaolin, you have to pay more attention to your safety. Obito couldn't help but worry while fighting. Bang! Nohara Lin condensed her chakra and swung her explosive fist, directly hitting the mist ninja in front of her with blood. Compared with Obito and his friends, Nohara Lin was indeed a little weaker. But if compared with ordinary people, Nohara Lin was also a genius. A 10-year-old special Jonin was also extremely rare. Obito, you too. Nohara Lin responded gently. Obito swallowed his saliva and took out 90% of his attention to fight, and then used the remaining 10% of his attention to pay attention to Nohara Lin's condition. Will it be this battle? Looking at the chaotic battlefield in the dark night, Shisui couldn't help but worry about Mu Yu. Mu Yu, who mastered the Flying Thunder God, had the ability to retreat at any time, but Shisui knew that Mu Yu would never abandon his companions. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly pierced through the darkness and descended on the battlefield, and it rose rapidly and became brighter and brighter until it hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield like the scorching sun, turning the battlefield from night to day. All the ninjas on the battlefield showed confused expressions, whether they were from Kirigakure or Konoha. Even the knowledgeable Yagura was a little confused. He had lived for decades and had never encountered such a thing. He knew there were ninjutsu that could make it rain, but he had never heard of any ninjutsu that could create a small sun to illuminate the battlefield. What's going on? Why is it suddenly as bright as day? It seems to be the ninjutsu of Lord Mu Yu. A ninja who was close to Mu Yu thought of the light ball that Mu Yu had condensed before. No, why is my water escape weaker? A Kirigakure ninja found that the power of his water escape had decreased after performing water escape. No ninja would not know what effect his ninjutsu could cause. This is a mistake that even genin would not make. Hey, how come my fire style suddenly became stronger? On the contrary, the Konoha ninjas who used fire style found that their fire style had become stronger inexplicably, even though their chakra had not increased and their nature had not changed much recently. P.S. The exhausting move finally came to an end today. I will try to write more in the next few days. Chapter 459 The Thunder Blade that reverses the situation. Ninjas who have mastered fire style can use fire style to fight with confidence. Under the light, your fire style will become stronger, and your enemy's water style will become weaker. Miyu reminded loudly after releasing Sunny Day. The effect of Sunny Day cannot be concealed. After all, this is not to weaken the water style of one or two people or to strengthen the fire style of one or two people, but a large-scale collective weakening and strengthening, so Miyu simply said the effect of Sunny Day directly. Anyway, even if the Kirigakure knew, there was no way to make Miyu's Sunny Day ineffective. The expressions of the fire ninjas beside Miyu became surprised and happy. They finally knew why Orochimaru specially transferred them from the original team to form a fire ninja team. Originally, many ninjas were puzzled by Orochimaru's operation, because most of the ninjas in the Kirigakure army mastered water ninjutsu, and water ninjutsu restrained fire ninjutsu, so it didn't make much sense to specially form a fire ninjutsu team. It was just because Orochimaru's prestige was strong enough that no one questioned it. Now they just want to say that Lord Orochimaru is far-sighted and Lord Miyu's ninjutsu is extraordinary. No one thought that Miyu also mastered this magical ninjutsu, which could strengthen fire ninjutsu while weakening water ninjutsu. The Kirigakure who also heard Miyu's voice changed their faces. They couldn't imagine that there would be such a ninjutsu that restrained water ninjutsu. Even if there were brains that could turn, it was useless for the Kirigakure to think that they could also use fire style to enjoy the bonus, because there were not many Kirigakure ninjas who could use fire style. Even if there were Kirigakure ninjas who could use fire style, their fire style would not be too strong, and the actual effect might not be as good as using water style, which they were better at, and the restraint relationship was still there. Teacher Miyu actually has this kind of ninjutsu. I must ask if I can learn it after the battle. Obito was very excited looking at the dazzling sun in the sky. It was so cool to suddenly use such a move at night, and he turned into the most handsome guy in the audience, and he was best at fire style. The strengthening of fire style was equivalent to the strengthening of overall strength. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and spit out a huge hot fireball towards the Kirigakure ninja. This battle was different from the past. There were more than 1,000 enemies, so Obito did not waste chakra casually, and chose to use the powerful and low-consumption Great Fireball. Water Style, Water Array Wall. The Kirigakure ninja quickly formed a seal and spit out a stream of water to form a water ball to block the front. But he underestimated Obito's fire style and overestimated his own water style. You should know that Obito's current fire style not only has the bonus of Breath of Flame, but also the bonus of Sunny Days, while the Kirigakure ninja's water style is weakened by Sunny Days. How could it be possible to block Obito's fireball when the two are weakened? Sizzle. Boom. Obito's fireball directly engulfed the water wall, and the fierce flames enveloped the Kirigakure ninja's body, making his body charred. Fire Style, Great Flame Technique. Several fire ninjas of the Sarutobi clan stood together and formed a seal to release the Sarutobi clan's fire style secret technique. The extremely hot flames spit out from the mouths of the Sarutobi fire ninjas, and the flames combined to form a sea of fire, burning all the Kirigakure that touched to ashes. Lord Miyu's ninjutsu is a perfect match with the Great Flame Technique. A Sarutobi ninja couldn't help but praise. The Great Flame Technique is a fire escape technique created for war. The temperature of the flames released is extremely high. If the range is insufficient, it can be compensated by releasing it together with multiple people. Coupled with Miyu's Sunny Day, it is really invincible on the battlefield. Water Escapee Great Waterfall Technique. Water Escapee Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Escapee Water Wave. A large number of middle and upper ninjas from the Mist Hidden Ninja attacked Miyu, trying to kill Miyu to make the ninjutsu that weakened the water escape ineffective. Since there is no way to crack the ninjutsu released by Miyu, then get rid of Miyu. Because some ninjutsu in the ninja world can be removed by this method. The principle is to maintain the need for the releaser to continuously output chakra. If the chakra source is cut off, the ninjutsu will naturally disappear. However, they don't know that Sunny Day is not this type of ninjutsu, and they can't get rid of Miyu. Stay away from me. Miyu asked the surrounding Konoha ninjas to disperse. He was going to use a large-scale ninjutsu. Sometimes a large range is also a kind of distress, because in reality, friendly fire cannot be turned off. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Miyu switched his breathing to the breath of flame, then condensed his chakra and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra and exhaled it all in one breath. Ho ho ho! The flames like sea water spewed out of Miyu's mouth, quickly forming a sea of fire that engulfed everything in front of Miyu. The blazing high-temperature flames made Miyu's body temperature rise rapidly, causing the ninjas not far from him to sweat. Looking at the monstrous sea of fire, the Konoha ninjas understood why Miyu asked them to withdraw a distance. Such a large-scale fire style might engulf them together if they were not careful. The sea of fire spit out by Miyu added a touch of fiery red to the bright land in the darkness, and the faces of every mist ninja opposite Miyu were full of flames. They watched in shock as the sea of fire ruthlessly devoured all of their water escape techniques. At this moment, it seemed as if the chakra attribute restraint was not water over fire but fire over water. His fire escape technique is so powerful. A mist ninja said in shock. For Miyu's ability, the mist ninjas were most wary of the Flying Thunder God technique, which was the same as the Yellow Flash, and then the powerful Ice Release ninjutsu. They didn't expect Miyu to master such an exaggerated fire escape technique, because in the previous battles, Miyu had never shown such a powerful fire escape technique. Even without the Fiery Sun secret technique, Miyu's fire escape technique would rank third in the entire Konoha. Orochimaru noticed Miyu's terrifying sea of fire from the corner of his eye. And the reason why Miyu ranked third was that the first two were too strong. The second was Jiraiya, who was one of the three ninjas with Orochimaru, and the first was Orochimaru's teacher, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Miyu is one of the top 3 in Konoha, and can even be in the top 5 in the ninja world. Orochimaru thinks that no one outside Konoha can be better at fire escape than Miyu, except for the ninja master Kajai Ryu from Rain Village. The ninja master Kajai Ryu has a combat power of the outer level, and defeated Hanzo, who is best at water escape, with fire escape. Orochimaru estimates that Kajai Ryu is much stronger, and is likely to be stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, the level of fire escape cannot reflect the full strength. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, not just fire escape. Hanyu Miyu, it's you again. Gaji Yagura frowned. The last time Kirigakure had a good situation was ruined by that encounter. Kirigakure had the upper hand in the East Coast battlefield, but it took a sharp turn for the worse after suffering heavy losses in the encounter. Now they are in the intelligence war. The victory was great, but Miyu suddenly used an unknown ninjutsu that was extremely restraining to the Kirigakure ninjas. We must find a way to get rid of him. If he doesn't die, he will become a big threat to the Kirigakure. Kyujuyagura had a killing intention towards Miyu in his heart. Miyu's Sunny Day really had a huge impact on the Kirigakure ninja troops. A large-scale battle suddenly came and directly reduced the overall strength of the ninjas in their troops. Unless Kirigakure never assembles troops for large-scale battles in the future, Sunny Days will always be a big threat to the Kirigakure ninjas. But this is obviously unrealistic. Now Konoha can't make a move to counterattack the land of water, but it's hard to say in the future. Zhang Yu, find a chance to try to kill Hanyu Mu Yu. Kyujuyagura ordered, and winked at a Kirigakuer near him. Kazuki Kengyu was stunned for a moment. He was about the same strength as Mizuno Tsuki Han. Mizuno Tsuki Han couldn't beat Mu Yu. It was simply a hell-level difficulty for him to kill Mu Yu. But the higher the rank, the more powerful the person. On the battlefield where military orders were as heavy as a mountain, Hojiki Zangetsu had no choice but to use the instant body technique to distance himself from Ino Shikacha. Nara Shikaku and others naturally did not want to let Hojiki Zangetsu leave, but were stopped by the senior ninjas such as Biwajozo and Kurishan Kushimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru was ready to release the wind escape technique to help Ino Shikacha, but he sensed a sudden rise of a terrifying aura. A middle-aged mist ninja who looked ordinary turned into an old man with a white beard, and a stone shell tail taller than the old man's body grew behind him. After the old man burst out his chakra, he attacked Orochimaru without any hesitation. The three-tailed Jinchuriki had been sent to the battlefield for some time, but Yaguragaji wanted to give Konoha a big one and catch Konoha off guard, so he had kept the three-tailed Jinchuriki low-key and hidden. You actually sent the three-tailed Jinchuriki? Orochimaru frowned slightly. Even though Orochimaru learned about the main force of Kirigakuer, he did not launch a large-scale attack directly because he was worried that there might be a human pillar among the reinforcements of Kirigakuer. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Swoosh! Summoning technique. Orochimaru retreated violently and immediately used ninjutsu to summon Manabu. Although Manabu could not beat the tailed beast, it was thick-skinned and tough, so it was still possible to entangle and delay time. The summoning white smoke flashed, and a striped purple giant snake appeared from it. Orochimaru, where are my 100 sacrifices? The summoned Manabu said bluntly. Unlike ordinary summoned beasts, Manabu did not regard Orochimaru as a master or companion. In its eyes, Orochimaru was just a collaborator. I'm sure you will get a lot. The enemy this time is not simple. Don't be careless. Orochimaru, standing on Manabu's huge snake head, said expressionlessly. If it weren't for the powerful ability of the 10,000 snakes and the summoned beasts that dared to be so arrogant to him, Orochimaru would have already treated them as ingredients for cooking. Orochimaru glanced at Mu Yu with his peripheral vision. With only the 10,000 snakes, he could only guarantee that he could successfully retreat and survive. Whether he could win depended on whether Mu Yu could make a strong effort to kill Gui Deng Kengyu to help him. Water Cannon Technique. Gu Deng Kengyu came to Mu Yu's back silently, raised his finger and fired the Gui Deng clan's secret technique at Mu Yu. The water droplets broke through the air and shot towards Mu Yu's head at a speed like a bullet. However, Mu Yu seemed to have predicted Gui Deng Kengyu's attack, and tilted his head to avoid it when the water escape was about to hit. He is a guy with keen perception. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Gui Deng Kengyu ran forward and raised his other hand to make a pistol shape. Water Cannon Double Ding Continuous Fire. Bang bang! Both hands fired two high-speed water drop bullets at Mu Yu at the same time. This is the strength of the secret technique of the Hojiki clan. It does not require hand seals and is extremely fast. Only those who practice the water transformation technique can use this powerful water escape technique. Hojiki Kengyu did not believe that Mu Yu could dodge it all by twisting her body this time. This was equivalent to 4 times the power of an ordinary water cannon. Swoosh! Mu Yu's body disappeared without a sign, and appeared next to several Kirigakuer ninjas, kicking them all away with a whirlwind kick. Damn Flying Thunder God Technique! Seeing that his attack, which consumed a lot of chakra, failed, Hojiki Kengyu's face darkened. Although Mu Yu had not thrown a kunao since the start of the battle, this was the camp of the Konoha ninja, so how could Mu Yu's Flying Thunder God kunao be missing? Water Escape Technique, Water Shot. The unhappy Hojiki Kengyu did not continue to chase Mu Yu, but raised his hand and launched an attack on some Konoha ninjas not far from him. If he couldn't hit Muyu, could he still hit those ordinary Konoha ninjas? Dense water bullets were released from the hands of Kizuna Kangyu. Although these water bullets seemed numerous, the power of each one was not at the same level as the water iron cannon, but the advantage was that the range was large enough. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi made a seal to control the ground to raise an earth wall for defense. All of them were fighting around Muyu, not too far away from her. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. After dealing with several mist-hidden ninjas, Muyu made a seal to release a fire dragon to bite Kizuna Kangyu. Facing Muyu's fire style, Kizuna Kangyu did not dare to be careless. After all, Muyu's fire style just now the raging fire extinguished the large charred marks left behind. Kizuki Zangetsu released his own water escape while calling on other Kirigakure ninjas to help resist together. Now the entire battlefield is divided into two parts. One part is centered on Orochimaru, Yagura Karatachi, and the three-tailed Jinchuriki, and the other part is centered on Muyu and Kizuki Zangetsu. Originally, Kirigakure ninjas had more ninjas than Konoha ninjas, and Yagura Karatachi had the help of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, so he asked most of the Jonins to follow and besiege Muyu. On the Konoha side, most of the Konoha Jonins, led by Ino Shikacha and Hyuga Hisashi, were helping Orochimaru fight against the Jinchuriki and Yagura Karatachi, and the middle and lower ninjas were concentrated on Muyu's side. So the situation on Muyu's side was that the middle and lower levels were evenly matched, and the upper level relied on Muyu and his disciples. Muyu, you must win. Hyuga Hisashi, who had a broad vision, could see the battle between Muyu and the Kirigakure. The combination of Kyujira Yagura and the three-tailed Jinchuriki is really hard to deal with. The key point of this battle lies in whether Muyu can withstand the pressure and gain an advantage. In fact, it is not easy to get to this point. After all, they are at a great disadvantage in all aspects. If it weren't for Muyu's sunny day, they might have to retreat forcibly to save their strength. Even Hyuga Hisashi on the other side is paying attention to Muyu's battle, not to mention the part centered on Muyu. Mizuno Yuhan died at the hands of Lord Muyu, and Kizuna Zangetsu can't defeat Lord Muyu. It won't be this time, teacher Muyu can win. Shisui observed the situation and came to a conclusion. At present, the Konoha troops are only at a slight disadvantage. How could this cause such a powerful Muyu to die on the spot? Some Konoha ninjas tried their best to attack and wanted to delay more Kirigakure ninjas for Muyu and were injured, and some Kirigakure ninjas besieged Muyu and died under Muyu's ninjutsu. Hojiki Zangetsu was very cautious. He would remember all the places where Muyu threw Kunao and would not set foot there again to ensure that he would not be attacked by the sudden attack of Flying Thunder God. After all, Yagura Kyujira only said that he would find a chance to kill Muyu. If he was not careful, how could he find a chance to kill Muyu? Black Zetsu, who was watching the show from a distance, was a little speechless. The survivability of the water transformation technique was the top one in the entire ninja world. Not only was it completely immune to physical attacks, but even most ninjutsu could be dissolved by water transformation. How could he practice such a cowardly fighting style? Hojiki Zangetsu seemed to be constantly fighting with Muyu, but in fact he was constantly approaching Obito. According to the information they had found out, Uchiha Obito was Muyu's disciple. Hojiki Zangetsu wanted to kill Muyu's disciple to make Muyu lose his composure and then reveal his flaws. Hojiki Zangetsu had already calculated it in his heart. Even if he failed, he would kill a Konoha genius and eliminate a hidden danger for Kirigakure. After the battle, Yagura Kyujira could not say anything to him. Actually, killing Might Guy would have made more contributions, but Zangetsu Hojiki felt that a super genius like Might Guy was not easy to kill, so choosing Obito would have a higher success rate. Obito's Sharingan saw Zangetsu Hojiki who had bad intentions, and he immediately stepped back and threw several shurikens at Zangetsu Hojiki. With the powerful observation of Sharingan, Obito's already excellent shuriken throwing became even stronger. Each shuriken played a different role, some locked Zangetsu Hojoki's fatal point, and some blocked Zangetsu Hojoki's dodge space. But Zangetsu Hojoki sneered and rushed towards Obito at an accelerated speed. No matter how strong the physical attack was, it would not work on him. Then something happened that surprised Obito. Zangetsu Hojoki's body, which was pierced by the shuriken, suddenly turned into liquid. The shuriken went through the water and pierced directly into the ground, but Zangetsu Hojoki was unscathed. Obito immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. It was very dangerous to have no chakra on the battlefield, but that was only after the chakra was exhausted. Being approached by Hojoki Zangetsu was an imminent crisis. But Hojoki Zangetsu's water instant body was extremely fast, and he almost instantly reached a place only 1 meter away from Obito. Hojoki Zangetsu raised his hands and made a pistol shape. Water cannon double ding. In order to prevent accidents, Hojoki Zangetsu chose to use the more powerful double water cannon. And Obito also set his whole body on fire without any hesitation. With the addition of the flame-breathing chakra mode to the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra, a flame protection shield was instantly formed around his body. Whoosh! Before Hojoki Zangetsu's water cannon hit Obito's flame shield, Muyu used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to Obito's side, controlled the power to draw out Yan Mo and swung the Wuxiang sword. As soon as Muyu swung his sword, a dazzling lightning flashed in his hand, and the thunder and lightning roared, causing all the surrounding ninjas to look at him sideways. Kazuki Kangyu subconsciously used the water transformation technique, but his face changed drastically when he saw the lightning flashing on Yan Mo's body. The water transformation technique is very strong, but it is not without weaknesses. The weakness of the water transformation technique is the lightning. The lightning of the lightning can paralyze the ninja who uses the water transformation technique, causing it to not fully liquefy and thus get injured. Move your body faster. Kazuki Kangyu tried his best to dodge, but found that Muyu's slash was particularly fast. Oh no, I'm seriously injured, but fortunately our ninja army has more people. After confirming that he couldn't dodge, Kazuki Kangyu was already thinking about how to get rid of Muyu's pursuit after being seriously injured. Although the lightning restrained his water transformation technique, it was only a restraint, not a sure death if he encountered the lightning. Otherwise, how could this secret technique create a powerful Kazuki clan? Learning the lightning is not too much. High cost. This man is dead. Kakashi sentenced Ji Deng Kangyu to death in his heart. He was learning Wuxiang Yi Dao and knew how terrifying this Thunder Blade technique was. This was not a move that people could resist. You still want to hit me? Don't you know that I have the blessing of Muyu Xianren? Seeing that Ji Deng Kangyu's attack was cut off by Muyu's slash, Obito exited the flame-breathing chakra mode. He admitted that Ji Deng Kangyu was indeed a bit of a thing and almost attacked him, but facing the omnipotent Muyu Xianren, Ji Deng Kangyu's life was like a candle in the wind. The lightning was infinitely magnified in Ji Deng Kangyu's eyes. When Yan Mo chopped his body, Ji Deng Kangyu's eyes widened, and unspeakable pain spread from the chopped part to his whole body. At this moment, Ji Deng Kangyu found that he was wrong. He greatly underestimated Muyu's Thunder Blade. He never expected that his fire escape was far superior to that of ordinary people, and his ice escape was not weaker than Mizuno Tsuki Han. Muyu, who was proficient in Flying Thunder God, actually had such a powerful lightning escape sword technique. Kazuki Kangyu really didn't understand how Muyu cultivated these abilities until his death. Even if he had cultivated since his mother's womb, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that Muyu's day has 240 hours? Kazuki Kangyu didn't suffer for too long. Almost the next moment after the pain came, Kazuki Kangyu's body shattered directly, and a charred slash mark appeared on the ground where he stood. Lord Kangyu! The surrounding mist-hidden ninjas were all surprised and sad. The battle situation changed too quickly. Just now, Kizuki Kangya was fighting back and forth with Muyu, but suddenly he was killed by Muyu's sword. Even if the mist-hidden ninjas wanted to support him, they were too late. And Muyu, who killed Kizuki Kangya, did not stop. He formed a seal on the spot and spit out fierce flames towards the mist-hidden ninjas. It was really a bit of a death wish to attack his disciples. Because it was a battlefield, Muyu gave each disciple 2 flying thunder god kunao, one for throwing and one for keeping on the body at any time. A bunch of trash. Is it so difficult to kill Hanyu Muyu? Kyujuyagura was going crazy. How could such a big advantage be lost in the fight, and a strong man from the Kizuna clan died? Muyu, you are indeed a trustworthy person. Orochimaru raised his mouth. Today is 6K, which is not a big deal, but it should be considered a middle chapter. Also, collect the names of the rock dogs, it is really difficult to name them. Chapter 460 The Runaway Tailed Beast. Hoo. The large-scale fire escape released by Muyu rushed towards the Kirigakure again, forcing many Kirigakure to join forces to perform water escape to block it. The rest of the Konoha ninjas took the opportunity to fight back. Flash. Kakashi concentrated his breathing, and all the condensed chakra was transformed into lightning chakra to activate cells. He shuttled across the battlefield like lightning, and wherever he passed, there would be a Kirigakure cut in half. 8 gates of the 8 gates, Domain, open. Might Guy directly opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of the 8 gates, and a large amount of chakra surged out of his body. His speed and strength increased again. Every punch and kick could deal a heavy blow to the surrounding Kirigakure. For Might Guy now, only opening the 5 gates without opening the rock-breathing chakra mode would not put too much burden on his body. Shisui was not to be outdone. His blood-red eyes swept over the Kirigakure around him. The next moment, the phantom Shisui surrounded the Kirigakure. His body that was sometimes real and sometimes fake made it difficult for the Kirigakure to deal with it. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito used the breath of fire to the extreme, gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat, and then transformed it into flames and spit it all out in one breath. Large pieces of flames formed a sea of fire and then split into fire dragons and surrounded the Kirigakure ninjas. Although it was not as spectacular as Muyu's monstrous fire escape, it was still very eye-catching in the entire battlefield, and was even stronger than the fire escape of a group of Konoha's senior ninjas. Under the strong counterattack of the Konoha ninja troops, the Kirigakure troops centered on Kizuki were suppressed, and one Kirigakure after another died in the counterattack of the Konoha ninja troops. The battlefield before killing Kizuki was like a balanced scale, and Muyu's killing of Kizuki was like adding a weight to Konoha on the balanced scale, and the scale of victory gradually tilted towards Konoha. Kurotachi Yagura's face became darker and darker. Although he had the 3-tailed Jinchuriki on his side, Konoha was not a pushover either. Most of the senior ninjas were here, and he couldn't behead and kill Orochimaru as quickly as Muyu's side. Even if Kyujuyagura was unwilling, he had to admit that Kirigakure lost this battle, and lost despite having a great advantage in intelligence. Use that! Kyujuyagura said to the 3-tailed Jinchuriki who was beating up Wan Shi after waving the iron rod to force Orochimaru back. Yagura Gojo is not a reckless man. Although he believes that the Kirigakure troops with Jinchuriki have a high chance of winning, he is not so arrogant as to think that their chance of winning is 100%. So Yagura Gojo has already thought of a way to deal with this situation. There are several states of Jinchuriki, the strongest of which is called Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. Jinchuriki can completely transform his body into a tailed beast while maintaining self-awareness, and can maximize the terrifying power and powerful chakra of the tailed beast. But not every Jinchuriki can do it, and it is a great test of the Jinchuriki's own ability. The current 3-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakure does not have this ability, otherwise Yagura Gojo would have made him completely tailed beast, so that he would not have to fight so hard. But there is actually a trick to completely transform into a tailed beast, which is to make the Jinchuriki lose consciousness and let the tailed beast become his body. The body is dominated by the tailed beast, which can also enter the complete tailed beast transformation, but the tailed beast is not the one controlling the body. However, there is a disadvantage to doing this. Since the tailed beast has a general relationship with humans, once the tailed beast can move freely, it will indiscriminately attack the ninja around it at the first time. But Kyujitaki Yagura has no other good way now. Anyway, this is the Konoha base camp. Letting the tailed beast run wild will definitely be more disadvantageous for Konoha. The three-tailed Jinchuriki nodded, burst the tailed beast chakra on his body and rushed straight to the Konoha ninja troops. Even if there were ninjutsu and ninja tools attacking, he would not dodge or avoid. No matter how bad the three-tailed Jinchuriki is, he is still a Jinchuriki after all. The Konoha ninjas failed to stop the charge of the three-tailed Jinchuriki. When rushing into the Konoha ninja troops, the three-tailed Jinchuriki performed a secret technique to make his consciousness sleep. At this moment, a terrifying chakra rose from the body of the three-tailed Jinchuriki. The chakra turned from virtual to real and finally turned into a giant turtle with an extremely large body covered with thorns and three tails. The giant turtle opened its blood-red eyes and looked at the ninjas fighting all over the ground, showing a terrifying killing intent. It was originally staying in the water, but was suddenly caught and locked up by these humans. From then on, it has been living in captivity in the dark. Isako swung his three huge tails at the ninjas without hesitation. The ninjas who didn't have time to dodge were directly beaten to the ground with blood gushing out of their bodies and unable to move. Their lives were uncertain. It's a bit troublesome to let the tailed beast run wild. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He once let the eight-tailed beast run wild. Although the runaway tailed beast is not as strong as the real complete tailed beast, because of the tailed beast's own terrifying power and chakra, even if it is beaten without reason, it can cause huge damage. It is obvious that Yagura Kujutsu is a heroic act, because the tailed beasts will not go berserk forever. When the human Jinchuriki recovers, he will suffer. Name: Isabu. Chakra: 185000000. Muyu curiously gave the three-tailed Jinchuriki an appraisal, and found that the appraisal in this state was not even the name of the Jinchuriki, but the name of the tailed beast, and the amount of chakra reached an astonishing 18.5 million. Under normal circumstances, the Jinchuriki still cannot fully exert the chakra of the tailed beast. Muyu thought of the appraisal results of the four-tailed Jinchuriki and the five-tailed Jinchuriki in the previous Iwagakure battlefield. If he remembered correctly, Han and Lao Ziyi had only more than 5 million chakra at their highest. Muyu estimated that he had to be completely recognized by the tailed beast, that is, the relationship between Naruto and the nine-tailed, in order to fully exert the chakra of the tailed beast. Everyone retreat! Yagura Kujutsu ordered while the three-tailed beast was rampaging. The runaway tailed beasts will attack indiscriminately. They are not attacked now only because they are far away. If they don't leave now, they may have to eat the tailed beast ball together with the Konoha ninjas. Water style, mist hidden technique. Yagura condensed his chakra and spit out a lot of thick fog to cover the retreat of the troops. Orochimaru immediately used wind style to disperse the thick fog. Among the 5 major elements, he is best at wind style ninjutsu. Orochimaru would never let Yagura escape so easily. Of course, he would try his best to destroy the opponent's manpower if he has the advantage. But at this time, the huge tail of the three-tailed beast forced Orochimaru, who was about to use ninjutsu to attack mist hidden technique, to dodge. Orochimaru understood the feelings of the eight-tailed runaway Kumo hidden technique ninjas at that time. Man Snake, go stop the three-tailed beast. Orochimaru wanted Man Snake to fight with the three-tailed beast. Time is up, don't forget my sacrifice. Man Snake ignored Orochimaru and went back to Ryokai Cave directly. Mansaravar is not stupid. Fighting with a fully formed tailed beast is no joke. If it is hit by a tailed beast ball, it will be a serious loss of life. It and Orochimaru are just partners. 100 sacrifices are not worth fighting so hard. Orochimaru's expression did not change. He was not too surprised. Orochimaru knew the character of his summoned beast very well. Mansarovar could not be relied on at the critical moment. He had to rely on himself. Shadow imitation technique. Narashikaku used a seal to perform a shadow secret technique to overlap his own shadow with the tailed beast's shadow. When the shadows merged, the tailed beast's attack stopped, and Narashikaku's face turned pale. Using the shadow imitation technique to control such a powerful and terrifying creature as the tailed beast even for a moment would cost a lot. Super multiplication technique. Akimichi Choza immediately used the Akimichi clan's secret technique. With the blessing of the Yang attribute chakra, Akimichi Choza's body grew rapidly until it became a giant about the same size as the three-tailed beast. After using the super multiplication technique, Akimichi Choza gained terrifying power. While the three tails was being controlled, he grabbed the three tails tail and swung it up, then smashed it to the ground. Inui, you take the ninjas below the Jonin level and retreat. Orochimaru said while performing wind escape to attack the tailed beasts. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique is most useful in this situation to quickly organize the troops to evacuate. It is difficult for ninjas below the Jonin level to survive in a battle with the tailed beasts, and even the aftermath is extremely deadly to them. Yamanaka Inui nodded slightly and used the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to quickly convey the message on the battlefield. All ninjas below the Jonin level retreat to the northwest. Yamanaka Inui's voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the ninjas. The northwest direction is towards the wood. There will be no enemies in the direction where Yet is going, because the Konoha ninja troops often strictly check this area. Obito subconsciously walked towards the northwest when he heard Yamanaka Inoichi's voice, until he found that the other Muyu disciples did not move. Obito then remembered that he was the only Chunin among Muyu's disciples, and no Hararin was at least a special Jonin. Obito was a little entangled. If he didn't leave, he would be disobeying military orders, but he couldn't leave the battle area alone, which would be like abandoning his companions. If you want to stay, stay. Muyu walked over and said. As the deputy commander of the battlefield, Muyu still has this right. If Obito leaves alone, Muyu will have to arrange for shadow clones to protect him, in case Uchiha Madara takes advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. It is better to let Obito stay on the battlefield. The tailed beast is very strong in its complete form, but it depends on who it is. If it is the nine-tailed or eight-tailed, Muyu will choose to retreat with his disciples. But the three-tailed beast is a relatively ordinary tailed beast. There are Orochimaru, Inoshikacho, and a group of Konoha Jonins at the scene, and the three-tailed beast has no mist ninja to help him. The loser of this battle must be the three-tailed beast. Summoning technique. Orochimaru used the summoning technique again to summon the summoned beast, but this time he did not summon the 10,000 snakes, but summoned a huge ordinary Ryukadong ninja snake. Orochimaru signed a contract with Ryukadong, and can not only summon 10,000 snakes, but also summon other snakes, but the strongest ninja snake he can summon is 10,000 snakes. But in this case, 10,000 snakes will definitely not respond to his summons, so Orochimaru simply summoned a large enough ninja snake. Orochimaru stood on the head of the ninja snake and rushed towards the huge body of the three-tailed beast. At this time, Narashikaku was too exhausted to use the shadow secret technique to control the three-tailed beast. It was Akimichi Choza who was using his huge body to suppress the three-tailed beast, but because the three-tailed beast was too powerful, Akimichi Choza was reluctant to suppress it, and the huge giant body kept shaking. Other Konoha Jonins used their own methods to deal with the tailed beasts. Those who were good at attacking ninjutsu used fire and lightning ninjutsu to attack the body of the three-tailed beast, and those who were good at auxiliary ninjutsu used various earth ninjutsu to try to trap the three-tailed beast. Each Konoha Jonin basically had a special skill. Being besieged by such a group of elites, even the three-tailed beast could not bear it. It retracted its relatively fragile head into its power shell and released the huge chakra in its body at the same time. Boom! When the angry three-tailed beast completely released the terrifying power in its body, Akimichi Choza could no longer suppress the three-tailed beast, and its huge body was knocked to the ground. Then the three-tailed beast swung its tail towards Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza fell down and took a breath of cold air looking at the tail full of spikes. If he was hit, he would be full of holes. Akito Choza rolled on the ground to avoid the first tail, but unfortunately, the three-tailed beast had 3 tails in total, and the remaining 2 tails were about to hit Akito Choza. Swoosh! At this moment, a kunao broke through the air and flew over Akito Choza. Swoosh! The next moment, Muyu, holding Yama, appeared above Akito Choza and raised Yama. Dang! Muyu fell rapidly and stood on Akito Choza's body, leaving the giant tail covered with spikes 2 meters in front of Akito Choza's body. The 2-meter height was very short for the huge three-tailed beast and Akito Choza, who was performing the super multiplication technique, and Muyu's body was even smaller between the 2 behemoths. But despite the huge size difference, Muyu held the giant spiked tail tightly and did not let the giant spiked tail move forward any further. Orochimaru's giant snake and Muyu arrived at the same time and entangled another giant tail, successfully resolving the crisis for Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza breathed a sigh of relief, quickly climbed up, smiled and thanked Muyu and Orochimaru, and grabbed the part of the 3 tails tail without spikes with both hands and swung it hard again. Boom! The huge body of the 3 tails smashed into the ground and smashed a huge hole. Other Konoha Jonin took the opportunity to attack the 3 tail fiercely, leaving some small wounds on the weak parts of the 3 tail's body. The 3 tail was completely angry, and its huge head roared to the sky. The terrifying and violent chakra swept the entire battlefield. It wanted to kill everyone here at all costs. Keep a distance from each other, it may use the tailed beast ball. Orochimaru commanded calmly. If a large number of mist-hidden army cannot be eliminated, killing a human pillar is also a great achievement. Then Orochimaru looked at Muyu. Muyu, it's time for you and me to exert our strength. If you want to defeat the complete tailed beast, you can't rely on ordinary jonin to scrape it, the strong are the main output. Jiraiya once repelled 2 Jinchuriki with the assistance of Minato Namikaze and Muyu, a group of elite jonin. Orochimaru believes that it is not a problem for him and Muyu to work together with the assistance of a group of Konoha jonin to kill Jinchuriki. Chapter 461 Purple Lightning / breaks the shell. Compared to the true complete tailed beast, Jinchuriki's active sleep to allow the tailed beast to fully awaken has a big disadvantage. The body of Jinchuriki cannot merge with the tailed beast and will be exposed on the surface of the tailed beast's body. As long as the Jinchuriki is killed or awakened, the tailed beast will disappear. While Orochimaru was sharing some scientific knowledge with Muyu, he quickly scanned the huge body of the 3-tailed beast to find the location of the body of Jinchuriki. The trick is still a trick, and it is not on the same level as the normal Jinchuriki who can fully transform into a tailed beast, and has many flaws. In the end, Orochimaru his eyes fell on the end of the 3-tailed head, and the corners of his clothes fluttered in the wind behind the thick spikes. So are we going to kill the Jinchuriki or wake him up and capture him alive? Muyu asked after opening her Byakugan to confirm the position of the Jinchuriki. In the current scenario, capturing and killing are actually a matter of difficulty, because if you want to wake up the Jinchuriki, you must attack. The difference between killing and capturing is the severity of the attack. But the difference between capturing and killing is not in the present, but in the trouble after capturing. A living Jinchuriki enemy is like a bomb, which is extremely dangerous in itself. Advanced sealing techniques can prevent the tailed beasts from easily using chakra to affect the Jinchuriki, but if the Jinchuriki himself is in a bad state and actively allows the tailed beasts to control him, that is another matter. In addition to the danger of the Jinchuriki itself, capturing the Jinchuriki alive has another terrifying effect, which is that the country of the Jinchuriki will have a deadly feud, and at the same time cause fear in other countries. If they were to release the tailed beast alive and extort a sum of money, it would be fine. But if they extracted the tailed beast and sealed it in their own ninja's body, the hatred would be greater than killing the cage. Because no matter how useful a cage is to the village, it would only last for a few decades at most, but the tailed beast is different. The tailed beast can always be passed down. If one tailed beast is missing, it is equivalent to losing a top combat force forever, which is something that no ninja village can tolerate. Kill if you can. Orochimaru replied quickly. Now Konoha is already fighting on multiple fronts. If the tailed beasts of other villages are snatched away, then Kirigakuer, Kumigakuer, and Iwagakuer may have to temporarily put aside their prejudices and besiege Konoha together. So Orochimaru thinks the best way to deal with it is to kill directly. Although killing a Jinchuriki will also make Kirigakuer hate him, compared with snatching the tailed beast, the hatred will be much less, and with one less Jinchuriki, Kirigakuer may choose to lie dormant and wait for the tailed beast to be reborn. Roar! The three-tail roared to the sky, and a huge amount of chakra gathered in its mouth. The black dots merged rapidly and finally formed a small black ball. Because of Orochimaru's reminder, the senior ninjas had already retreated far away. Only a few of Muyu's disciples and Orochimaru gathered around Muyu. Orochimaru knew that Muyu was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, so he did not dodge by keeping a distance like other senior ninjas. When the three-tail spit out the huge black ball, Muyu shot a Flying Thunder God kunai towards the three-tail, and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left the battlefield. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept the entire battlefield. The powerful force caused the ground to collapse. All facilities such as tents in the camp were reduced to ashes. The large amount of smoke and dust produced by the explosion rose to the sky to form mushroom-shaped clouds. After the smoke dissipated, the three-tail looked at the empty battlefield and nodded with satisfaction. The annoying ninjas finally disappeared. Whoosh! Just when the three-tailed beast was about to end the battle, Muyu, Orochimaru, and their disciples appeared beside the three-tailed beast. Wind style, wind cutting technique. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal and aimed his palm at the three-tailed beast. A terrifying gust of wind burst out from his palm, and a large number of wind blades hit the three-tailed beast in an instant. Bang, bang, bang! With such a close-range powerful wind style, even the huge body of the three-tailed beast was beaten back, leaving some marks on its hard shell. Swish! Muyu took the opportunity to shoot a Flying Thunder God kunai at the three-tailed beast's head. The three-tailed beast ignored everyone and angrily swung its three huge tails towards Orochimaru. Just now, it was the most painful time since the battle. Might Guy used his breathing to the extreme and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode. The high-speed consumption of chakra in his body made Might Guy, who was in the fifth gate, increase his strength again, and his physical strength reached a terrifying level. Now that all the Kirigakuer ninjas have retreated, Might Guy has no worries. In order to better help Muyu, he is willing to bear the damage to his body caused by the 5 gates plus rock-breathing chakra mode. Konoha Goriki Whirlwind. Might Guy concentrated a large amount of chakra on his feet, exerted force on his leg muscles, and suddenly jumped up with a whirlwind kick to kick away a tail that was attacking, and it fell to the ground with a bang. 8 gates of Dungia? It seems that there is more. Orochimaru watched Might Guy's power with interest. Orochimaru has basically never seen a pure physical ninja like Might Guy. Other physical ninjas will practice some ninjutsu more or less. For example, Mr. Chen, although he uses more physical skills in combat, he actually masters several nature-changing ninjutsu. In Orochimaru's impression, there are not many strong ninjas who use physical skills as their main means, and there is no top strong one. Teacher Chen's strength is not bad, but in Orochimaru's eyes, he is still a long way from being a ninja like him. Orochimaru thinks that Might Guy has the opportunity to surpass all the physical ninjas in Konoha so far and become a pure top physical ninja. Orochimaru calmly formed a seal and performed earth escape to build a thick and high wall in front of him, blocking the 2 tails of the three-tailed beast. Although Orochimaru used the most snake-type ninjutsu, he actually mastered a large number of 5 attribute ninjutsu. He was once considered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the most likely to inherit his mantle, but Orochimaru walked his own way. He always used whatever was practical. Shisui and Obito also entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Release fire style together to attract the attention of the three tails. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The two used the characteristics of the flame-breathing chakra mode to condense chakra and immediately spit out large flames around the limbs of the three tails. Originally, it would be better to use Entei with a wider range to deal with a large creature like the three tails, but Entei consumes too much chakra and may affect Miyu, who is about to fly over with Thunder God, so they used Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Roar! The three tails roared in annoyance. Its whole body was wrapped in a hard shell. The flames of Obito and Shisui could not hurt it, but for a creature like the three tails that likes to stay in the water, fire and heat are very annoying things, even if they don't hurt. Swoosh! When the kunai pierced the air and approached the head of the three tails, Miyu launched Thunder God again and came to the head of the three tails. Realizing that there was a little man on his head, the three tails shook his head quickly to throw Miyu away. But ninjas are not so easy to deal with. Miyu gathered chakra on his feet and ran calmly on the head of the three-tailed beast, attacking the figure of the Jinchuriki. Don't think of locking me up again. After noticing Miyu's intention, the three-tailed beast gathered chakra again, then lowered his head to the ground, ready to pull Miyu to eat a small-tailed beast ball. For the sake of freedom, the three-tailed beast has a very clear mind. It has thick skin and flesh, so eating a tailed beast ball is just a little painful. Ninjas like Miyu will be wiped out by the tailed beast ball. Seeing that the three-tailed beast is going to release the tailed beast ball, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and others retreated quickly. They don't need to worry about Miyu with the flying Thunder God. They need to pay more attention to not being hit by the tailed beast ball. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the diffuse smoke and dust enveloped the huge body of the three-tailed beast. And Miyu's body appeared in the distance that was not affected. There were many flying Thunder God kunai left by him on the battlefield. When the dust cleared, the three-tailed beast with its head retracted into its shell appeared in front of everyone. How can this be a turtle that shrinks its head? Obito couldn't help but complain. At first, Obito didn't notice it very much. After all, the three-tailed beast's body was full of thorns and had 3 tails. Now Obito looked from a distance and realized that it was not a tailed beast, but a big turtle. It's also a very hard turtle. Kakashi added. So many Konoha Jonins used ninjutsu to attack, but the three-tailed beast was not hurt at all. It was so hard. At this time, the Konoha Jonins who dodged the first wave of tailed beast balls rushed back to the battlefield. Concentrate on attacking the legs that didn't retract. Orochimaru ordered. The three-tailed beast originally had a hard shell all over its body, and retracting it into the turtle shell would provide 2 layers of protection, making it difficult to cause effective damage. After hearing what Orochimaru said, the Konoha Jonins all focused their fire on the three-tailed beast's limbs. Orochimaru himself also used the instant body technique to come to the three-tailed beast and attacked the parts that had been attacked by wind escape before. Swish! A large number of sharp wind blades rushed towards one location. At this moment, Orochimaru used his wind escape nature change to the extreme, and all the chakra in his body was used for the wind cutting technique. Bang! The hard shell of the three-tailed beast had cracks, and the sharp wind blades hit the three-tailed beast mercilessly. The three-tailed beast, which was whipping the Konoha ninja with its tail, wailed in pain, and even the tail that was attacking was paused. The three-tailed beast reached its extreme. It felt that the ninja should not be able to approach its head so quickly, so the angry three-tailed beast stretched out its head and opened its mouth to condense the tailed beast ball. This time, the tailed beast ball was not the small-tailed beast ball of the second time. The second time, the three-tailed beast deliberately reduced the power of the tailed beast ball in order to pursue the release speed. Seeing that the three-tailed beast condensed the tailed beast ball again, the Konoha ninjas stopped attacking instantly and used the instant body technique to quickly distance themselves. They had just experienced the power of the tailed beast ball not long ago. If they were slightly affected, they would die. It was too difficult to resist head-on. Swoosh! At the moment when the three tails stretched out their head, Mu Yu took Yan Mo and used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear on the head of the three tails. Before leaving, Mu Yu stamped the Flying Thunder God mark on the head of the three tails. He was waiting for this opportunity. Sensing the strange feeling on his head, the angry three tails immediately used his biological instinct to shrink back into his shell at a very fast speed. Revenge is important, but if he returns to the cage again, how can he take revenge? The three tails operation confused the Konoha ninjas on the field. You were not so cowardly when you attacked us just now. It's a pity that the three tails is too cautious. Isn't it said that the tailed beasts are very brutal? Why doesn't the three tails look like that? A Konoha Jonin shook his head and sighed. The speed at which the three tails retracted their heads was really too fast. He saw the three tails condensing the tailed beast jade in the last second, and the next moment the three tails' head was almost retracted, and it was really fast enough to leave an afterimage. With this level of head retraction speed, it is too difficult to attack the Jinchuriki behind the three tails' head. The Jinchuriki is indeed worthy of being the ultimate weapon. I wonder what kind of strength our nine tails Jinchuriki has. There were also Konoha ninjas who lamented the power of the tailed beasts. It was not easy for them to fight against so many Konoha Jonins. After today, Mr. Mu Yu's reputation will be even greater. Obito thought excitedly as he looked at the flashing Mu Yu. When he heard the Konoha villagers discussing how talented Kakashi was, Obito was disdainful and thought they had no vision. When he heard someone say that Mu Yu was extraordinary, Obito praised them for understanding the strong. Although there were some personal emotions mixed in, Obito really believed from the bottom of his heart that Mu Yu should have the reputation of the three ninjas who shocked the ninja world. There is no other reason, Mu Yu is qualified. Obito does not think that Mu Yu is worse than Orochimaru and Tsunade in terms of strength, and Mu Yu is far ahead in other aspects. The battle is finally over. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yu's reaction ability is very terrifying. In Kakashi's mind, the moment the three-tailed beast stretched out its head, it was doomed to lose. Although the three-tailed beast has a lot of chakra and is very strong, it is too clumsy. In close combat, it can only roll or whip with its tail. In long-range combat, it only has one tailed beast ball and does not understand the ninjutsu of ninjas. For Mu Yu, who is proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, it may be easier to deal with the runaway three-tailed beast than to deal with Yagura. Orochimaru stopped and looked at Mu Yu swinging his sword and the three-tailed beast shrinking his head. All the ninjas on the battlefield turned their eyes to this man and beast. Mu Yu, who had activated the thunder-breathing chakra mode in advance, converted a large amount of chakra into thunder attribute chakra and injected it into Yan Mo at the moment of raising the sword. The gorgeous and dazzling purple lightning wrapped around the blade and dyed Yan Mo into a thunder blade. Wuxiang Yi Dao. Mu Yu, in the lightning-breathing chakra mode, moved very quickly. When the three tails only retracted its head into its shell by 2/3, Yan Mo, who was covered by purple lightning, had already swung down. Bang! Crack! The knife light intertwined with purple lightning flashed, and the hard giant thorns in front of the knife light broke directly. 1, 2, 3, the hard giant thorns blocking Mu Yu's body were all broken in front of the devastating lightning slash, and they went straight to the sleeping Jinchuriki. As if it was because of the terrifying momentum of Wuxiang Yi Dao or the feeling of life and death, the Jinchuriki opened his eyes at the last moment. But the slash was too fast and too strong. The next moment the Jinchuriki opened his eyes, his head was hit by the slash. Without saying a word or showing any expression, he was directly annihilated in the air. The relationship between Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts is very strange. If the Jinchuriki is extracted from the tailed beast, he will surely die. Even the Uzumaki clan, which has strong vitality, can only hold on for a while longer. If the tailed beast is in the body of the Jinchuriki and the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will die with him. However, death is not the end of the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts will be resurrected after death, and their lives can hardly see the end. No. The three-tailed beast roared unyieldingly before dying. It was too unwilling. It was caught and imprisoned in the human body, and now it was killed by the ninja. It was furious. But the unwillingness and anger of the three-tailed beast could not affect the reality of his death. The moment the Jinchuriki was killed by Muyu Wuxiang, the body of the three-tailed beast changed rapidly, and finally turned into light particles and dissipated in the air under the shocked eyes of the ninjas. Before dying, the three-tailed beast stared at Muyu with its huge eyes, as if it wanted to deeply engrave Muyu's appearance in its heart. At the moment the three-tailed beast disappeared, the natural sun also disappeared, and darkness enveloped the battlefield again. It actually succeeded. Seeing the giant-tailed beast dissipate, Konoha's Jonin couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. He saw the three-tailed beast shrink so quickly and thought that Muyu's surprise attack would fail, but he didn't expect that Muyu would succeed in killing the Jinchuriki with one strike. It's really a terrifying sword. Hinata Hisashi recalled Muyu's devastating slash and was shocked. With his white eyes, he could clearly see the details of Muyu's Wuxiang sword. Those extremely hard giant thorns seemed to be as fragile as ordinary wood in front of Muyu's lightning slash. I still underestimated Muyu's strength. Narashikako was also secretly surprised. Although he didn't have the blood limit of the eyes and couldn't see the details of Muyu's Wuxiang sword, Narashikako had also experienced the defense of the three-tailed beast on the spot. The power of Muyu's sword reminded him of the strongest spear of the third-generation Reikage. This is the ultimate lightning sword technique. Kakashi showed a trace of yearning. The sword that Muyu just swung will be his pursuit for the next 10 years. If he can swing such a sword, he can rely on his own strength to protect his companions even if he faces the alternate Reikage again. As expected of Muyu teacher, you are so youthful. Might Guy exited the rock-breathing chakram mode and the 8 gates and gave Muyu a thumbs up. In his mind, Muyu achieved a real victory. It's finally over. Is everyone okay? Nohara Lin breathed a sigh of relief. This level of battle was her first time, and she was very nervous throughout the whole process. I'm fine, Xiaolin, are you injured? Obito immediately replied and walked forward to show concern. Muyu, you can always surprise people. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he was very satisfied with Muyu's performance. With the potential shown by Muyu, even if Muyu didn't like his human experiments, Orochimaru had to find a way to pull Muyu to his side. Having a subordinate like Muyu was really worry-free and labor-saving. Even if Muyu fails, Orochimaru can still deal with the three tails, but it will be more troublesome and may cause more Konoha ninjas to die at the hands of the three tails. He is only 20 now, and there is still a lot of room for growth. This is what Orochimaru values most about Muyu. Although Muyu's overall strength is not as good as his now, Muyu is too young. Orochimaru has no confidence in winning Muyu at the same age. If Muyu can stand on his side, it will be better than the support of dozens of senior ninjas. P.S. This chapter is 5K, and there will be another 5K chapter later. Today will be 10,000 a day. Chapter 462 Liang Muyu. You killed a complete tailed beast with your own hands, Muyu Jun. After this battle, your name and slash will be completely spread in the ninja world. I will report your contribution to the top later. Orochimaru walked to Muyu with a smile on his face. He said in front of him. He rarely showed this kind of smile, but he knew that it would make him look more friendly. It's just a trick, and it's everyone's credit. If it weren't for the attack of the troops and the opportunity created for me by Orochimaru, I would definitely not be able to kill the Jinchuriki. Muyu thought for a while and said. Muyu was not too modest. This battle was indeed the result of the joint efforts of all members. Whether it was Miyu and Orochimaru, the main output, or Inoshikajo or ordinary Konoha Jonin, they all played some role, but it was just a matter of how much. The strength of the troops is important, but Miyu's final fatal attack is more critical. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and said, "The head of the Jinchuriki is not easy to get, and Miyu's Flying Thunder God played a vital role." After that, Orochimaru didn't talk much with Miyu. He chatted a little more and went to arrange work. He knew how to grasp a degree. If the intention was too obvious and too strong, it would only cause disgust, and Orochimaru was really busy now. Although the battle was won, the battle on the East Coast battlefield was not completely over. Goto Kibanayagura fled with a large number of mist-hidden army, which was a big problem. Orochimaru had to report the process and results of this battle to the Konoha high-level officials, and finally he had to arrange various tasks for the next step. "Mr. Miyu, what is the name of your ninjutsu that turns a small sun in the sky?" Seeing Orochimaru walking away, Obito couldn't wait to step forward and ask. "That ninjutsu is so cool, Obito really wants to learn it. It can directly turn an area into daylight in the dark, which is simply a fairy skill in Obito's eyes. The fiery sun technique." Miyu answered after a little thought. The name Sunny Day is somewhat inconsistent as the name of a ninjutsu, so Miyu directly gave him a Naruto-style name. "The fiery sun technique." Obito repeated, "It's so appropriate. After using it, a scorching sun appears." Then Obito looked at Miyu with an expectant look and asked, "Teacher Miyu, do you think I can learn this ninjutsu?" "I can learn it if I want to." Miyu answered affirmatively. At this moment, Obito had already thought of his future title, Obito of Fiery Flame, Konoha's most fierce tiger of fire. "But I don't recommend you to learn it now." Miyu's words extinguished the fire in Obito's heart. "Why? Isn't this ninjutsu very powerful?" Obito asked puzzled. If Miyu hadn't suddenly used a sunny day, Konoha would have had a harder time winning the battle just now. On the whole, the fiery sun technique is indeed very effective, but in daily small-scale battles, the fiery sun technique is not as useful as you think. Miyu explained. When Miyu first obtained Sunny Day, she tested it. It is better to use flame-breathing chakra mode directly than Sunny Day. It is more effective and saves chakra. Sunny Day is equivalent to unfolding a field that can enhance fire style and weaken water style. The duration and strength of the field depend on the chakra consumed. Miyu consumed 40,000 chakras during the test and only used Sunny Day that covered a range of 200 meters, and the duration was only 5 minutes. This time on the battlefield, Miyu consumed a lot of chakra and sacrificed some Sunny Day strength to cover the entire battlefield. 200 meters is not enough for normal team battles or single-player battles. It is easy to use Sunny Day range, but sacrificing strength for range is not as good as using more ninjutsu in flame-breathing chakra mode. And this ninjutsu is very difficult. You have to concentrate on studying for a long time before you can learn it. Miyu said the last level that stopped Obito. Sunny Day is too difficult, which is why Miyu thinks Obito does not need to learn it at this stage. Otherwise, even if it is not often used, Miyu would not mind his disciples having more skills. After all, if it is not useful, it can be used. The most difficult ninjutsu Miyu has seen so far is the localized transformation, which he has no idea how to teach. The next is Sunny Day. The first difficulty of Sunny Day is that it requires a high level of fire attribute chakra nature change level, which Obito can barely meet because the flame-breathing chakra mode has a bonus. The second difficulty of Sunny Day is the extremely high difficulty of training. With Obito's speed of learning ninjutsu, Miyu estimated that he would have to concentrate on learning for at least half a year before he could use it. Having this time to concentrate on learning other skills will improve your strength even more. As a thunder escape sword technique, Wuxiang Udao is actually more difficult than Sunny Day, but even if it is not successfully practiced, the product of the practice process will also improve your strength. So after Kakashi met the training requirements, Miyu directly taught it to Kakashi. Obito's face was filled with disappointment. Even if this ninjutsu didn't work, he still wanted to learn it. At most, he wouldn't use it in battle, but only to show off. However, after hearing that it would take a long time to learn, Obito still gave up. Strength is the foundation. Ninjutsu that affects strength improvement is not allowed, otherwise the disciples will lose the civil war. Obito didn't want to be punished to do a lot of exercises just to show off. The price was too high. After chatting with several disciples and treating Might Guy, Akimichi Choza, and the others found Miyu. Miyu, today's battle is thanks to you, otherwise I would be in great danger if that tail hit me. Akimichi Choza laughing and thanking. If you need help in the future, just tell me. Although my strength cannot compare with yours, I have many channels to practice secret medicine. Miyu's mind moved. He remembered that the Akimichi clan had some secret medicines specially used in secret arts and had done a lot of research on secret medicines, while the Nara clan, who stood together with the Akimichi clan, was doing medicine business. We are all companions, and we should help each other. Miyu smiled gently at first, and then showed a distressed look. I don't have much demand for secret medicines, but I want to buy some medicinal materials recently, some of which are rare and difficult to buy. Miyu has a prescription for repairing secret medicines, and can make repairing secret medicines by himself, but some of the medicinal materials are indeed too rare, and they may not be available even if you have money. Akimichi Choza laughed and put his arm around Nara Shikaku's shoulder and said, then you have found the right person. Konoha's medical system is maintained by the Shikaku family supplying medicinal materials. You can't go wrong with him. Nara Shikaku nodded slightly. Miyu, if you have any medicinal materials you want to buy, you can give me a list and I'll have someone prepare them. The three families of Ino, Shika, and Cho are one. Miyu saved Akimichi Choza, which is equivalent to saving them, Nara. Nara Shikaku doesn't mind helping a little. Even if there is no such thing, Nara Shikaku will probably help because he is optimistic about Miyu's future. Thank you so much, Shikaku. I'll write a list for you when I have time. Miyu smiled and thanked. He only planned to give some rare medicinal materials to Nara Shikaku to buy, and buy the common ones himself. The effect of this thing is a bit too outstanding, and it is easy to get into trouble if it is released. Next, Orochimaru did not let the troops chase the Kirigakura overnight, but let the troops rest for a night, and only sent a large number of Konoha ninjas to sweep the east coast during the day. It seems that Yagura Karatachi guessed that Orochimaru would choose to beat the fallen dog, and he fled back to the land of water with the Kirigakura troops. Orochimaru only found a few Kirigakura ninjas who were left behind to gather intelligence. Thus, the war on the East Coast battlefield came to an end with the victory of the Konoha ninja troops. Konoha Village. Hokage Building, Meeting Room. Hear it soon. If you had listened to me and sent Miyu to the battlefield earlier, maybe we Konoha would have achieved more significant results. Shimura Danzo stood up excitedly and fired at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had said a long time ago that he would send Miyu to the battlefield to help Orochimaru, but Sarutobi Hiruzen only agreed when Orochimaru was transferred to the East Coast battlefield. Now the better Miyu's record is, the more it will make Shimura Danzo proud, and at the same time it will slap Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which strongly proves that Shimura Danzo has a better vision than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo knew that he was a little too proud. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage after all, but he couldn't control himself and couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth. There was no way. This was really a refreshing slap in the face for Shimura Danzo. All the reprimands that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him turned into boomerangs and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's favor for Miyu reached its peak. He felt that Miyu was simply the perfect work of the root and the most successful work since he founded the root. Because there has never been a member of the root who could make him slap Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. If it weren't for that period of precipitation, maybe Muyu wouldn't have shined on the East Coast battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a little embarrassed, but he didn't feel too much of being slapped in the face, because Muyu was considered half of his disciple. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen feel slapped in the face when his disciple was promising? He just felt that his teaching ability was proven again. When Muyu came out of the root, although her strength was not weak and she could be considered an elite among the Jonin, she was far from what she is now. Although it cannot be said that Muyu's current strength is entirely due to his contribution, it is partly due to him. Many of Muyu's ninjutsu were awarded by him, and he also taught Muyu the nature change. It is also possible that Muyu will be trained on the battlefield and become stronger than she is now. Shimura Danzo said firmly. He is really confident now, because Muyu's going to the battlefield is the result of his hard work and recommendation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with a black line. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo's contribution, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have wanted to drive him out of the meeting room. He stared at one point and kept talking. If you didn't know, you would think that it was Shimura Danzo who killed the Jinchuriki. There is no need to argue too much about this issue. Both of you have contributed. Danzo, you discovered Muyu and Hiruzen cultivated Muyu. Mito Minion came out to smooth things over. Under normal circumstances, he would be biased towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it is really not easy to talk about Shimura Danzo today. Let's discuss business next, how to deal with the relationship with Kirigakuer. Yudatan Koharu followed. Shimura Danzo's expression gradually calmed down and he nodded. Based on his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he should be on the verge of anger now. He has to stop for a while, otherwise if he really makes Sarutobi Hiruzen angry, he may have to deal with his roots. Although Shimura Danzo feels that everything he did is for Konoha, many of his things do not comply with Konoha's regulations and cannot withstand investigation. Let Kirigakuer compensate for the war losses, otherwise continue the war. Shimura Danzo directly expressed his thoughts. They, Konoha, not only killed Kirigakuer's three-tailed Jinchuriki, but also killed Kirigakuer's strongmen such as Mizuno Tsuki Kankaizuki. It can be said that it was a complete victory. If there were no other battlefields, Shimura Danzo would have shouted the slogan of flattening Kirigakuer. Too radical, according to the information passed by Orochimaru, Karatachi Yakang still led a considerable number of ninja troops back to Kirigakuer, and Kirigakuer still had the Six Tails Jinchuriki. They were not without the strength to fight, and it was impossible for them to agree to give Konoha a large amount of compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had read the casualty report. From the beginning to now, only more than 700 Kirigakuer ninjas had died in the East Coast battlefield. This was not a serious injury to the 5 major ninja villages with a deep foundation. With the addition of a Six Tails Jinchuriki, Kirigakuer actually still had considerable combat power. Then what should we do? We can't take the initiative to unconditionally seek peace after a great victory, right? Shimura Danzo asked back. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to do this, Shimura Danzo would strongly oppose it. It was too embarrassing. Of course not. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. How could they unconditionally seek peace after being invaded and beaten to their homeland? This was something that no Konoha ninja could tolerate. Fighting with their lives against the invaders, they finally won and still unconditionally sought peace. Compensation is not an option, unconditional is not an option, so what do you think we should do? Shimura Danzo asked bluntly. It can't be that Konoha compensates Kirigakuer, then he really wants to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen has in mind. Since Kirigakuer has withdrawn from the Land of Fire, we will temporarily ignore Kirigakuer. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his thoughts. Although Kirigakuer still has the strength to fight, it has also lost a lot of strength. Such a major defeat will inevitably make them dare not easily go to war with Konoha again. We will send forces to deal with Kirigakuer after our other battlefields are over. Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea is actually very simple, that is to maintain a tacit peace. Konoha does not ask Kirigakure for compensation, Kirigakure will just take a rest and not provoke Konoha, so that both sides will not lose face and get what they want from each other. Konoha temporarily loses an enemy, and Kirigakure does not have to pay a price for losing. Hiruzen's idea is very good, and it fully considers Konoha's current situation. Mito Kato-en nodded in approval. He felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea was the most suitable measure for Konoha's current situation, which not only saved face but also achieved the goal of reducing enemies. It is indeed inappropriate to ask for compensation. It is meaningless to ask for less, and Kirigakure will not give more. Yuditen Koharu also agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was approved with an overwhelming advantage of 3-1 for the follow-up of Kirigakure. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said nothing. After thinking carefully, he felt that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was indeed reasonable, but Shimura Danzo had a rare opportunity to be proud of Sarutobi Hiruzen today, and he didn't want to bow his head. After discussing the biggest attitude towards Kirigakure, the next step was to make some arrangements for the ninjas on the East Coast battlefield, and then to reward the meritorious ninjas and promote which ninjas to be promoted. Since Obito had established some with his merits and Orochimaru's recommendation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided to promote Obito to a formal jonin. Although Obito's theory was flawed, his strength was really excellent. In addition, with enough experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no reason not to promote Obito. This was a war period. In order to publicize this great victory and boost the morale of the Konoha ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the staff of the Konoha newspaper to work overtime to produce a new issue of the Konoha newspaper and to mobilize forces to promote it in the Land of Fire and other countries. The East Coast battlefield has achieved great results. The mist-hidden Three Tails Jinchuriki was killed, and the ninja troops were defeated and fled the Land of Fire. Tsunade nodded as she looked at the newspaper that Shizuan bought while shopping. Killing the Jinchuriki was a big deal, and driving out the only ninja village that invaded the native land also had a big meaning. When she saw the first subheading of the newspaper, Tsunade was stunned. The tacit battle between the three ninjas Orochimaru and the new generation of Konoha, the fiery son Hanyumiyu, killed the perfect-tailed beast. Because the scene of Miyu releasing the sunny day was too shocking, the title of Fiery Son Miyu spread among the Konoha ninja troops after the battle with the tailed beast. The newspaper contributor thought it was good and wrote it directly. Tisk, is Miyu so strong? It turns out that he and Orochimaru killed the Jinchuriki together. Tsunade was a little surprised. Tsunade was not very clear about Miyu's strength. After all, she didn't care much about Miyu's strength. For Tsunade, Miyu's cooking skills were the key. However, Tsunade did not expect Miyu to create such a record. The information reported by Konoha is generally credible. If Miyu did not play a role with Jinchuriki, it would be impossible for him to be ranked ahead of Orochimaru. With such strong strength, it is enough to practice step by step. He also wants to develop a sealing technique to store chakra. I really don't know where this guy gets such a strong motivation to practice. After reading the content related to Miyu, Tsunade threw the newspaper away and continued to lie on the sofa and enjoy life. With the latest issue of Konoha newspaper published in Konoha, the name of Liang Miyu quickly spread throughout Konoha. The ninja school teacher who had worked with Miyu couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. 2 years ago, they were colleagues. 2 years later, Miyu became a senior ninja and a vice principal. Now he has made a big name on the battlefield. It is really unimaginable. However, someone soon discovered a problem, that is, the yellow flash Namikaze Minato and Liang Hanyu Miyu are not only similar in age, but also have similar hair color and appearance, and even know the Flying Thunder God technique. This made some people subconsciously compare the two. Some people think that Miyu is stronger, because Miyu killed the Jinchuriki, while Namikaze Minato only tied with the Noob combination. Some people also think that Namikaze Minato is stronger, because Muyu killed the Jinchuriki with Orokai. Maru worked together, and there were ninja troops to help. However, everyone recognized that they were one of the strongest New Age ninjas in Konoha and even in the ninja world. Chapter 463 The Influence of Victory. Water Country, Kirigakure Village. Water Shadow Building, Conference Room. The 5 Kirigakure high-level officials in the huge conference room all had gloomy faces. However happy the Konoha high-level officials were, how angry they were. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob Konoha, but they didn't get any advantage, and the loss was not small. Not only did 5 out of the 7 ninja swordsmen die, but even the specially made precious ninja swords could not be recovered, and all 5 ninja swords were seized by Konoha. For Kirigakure, those ninja swords are actually more important than the masters of the swords. If the people are gone, they can continue to choose, but if the swords are gone, how can they choose people? What made the Kirigakure high-ranking officials speechless was that the loss of 5 out of 7 ninja swords was not even the biggest loss. They even lost a 3-tailed Jinchuriki. The 3-tailed died directly. Before the 3-tailed resurrection, they only had 1 6-tailed Jinchuriki left in Kirigakure. And 2 well-known strong men in Kirigakure, Mizuno Tsuki Hankid Etsu, also died on the battlefield and became stepping stones for Muyu to become famous. Compared to these losses, the losses of Kirigakure ninja troops were not very large. Kyuji Yayagura's measures effectively preserved the vitality of Kirigakure ninja troops. Let's talk about how to deal with Kyuji Yayagura first. The 3rd Mizukage said with a cold face, looking as if he had decided to severely punish Kyuji Yayagura. The other Kirigakure high-ranking officials looked at each other obscurely, and for a moment they were a little confused about the 3rd Mizukage's thoughts. Everyone knew that Yagura was the alternate Mizukage that the 3rd Mizukage valued. They could not tell for a moment whether the 3rd Mizukage was disappointed with Yagura and was ready to give up, or whether the 3rd Mizukage did not want Yagura to bear too heavy a punishment and took the initiative to speak. Yagura has failed the trust of the village and has repeatedly made mistakes in major measures, causing us to suffer heavy losses. If we do not punish him, what will the ninjas in the village think? The 3rd Mizukage continued to speak when no one spoke. When the 3rd Mizukage said this, the top leaders of the Kirigakure understood that the 3rd Mizukage still did not want to give up Yagura, and it was enough to punish him in a decent manner. Although the war was lost, Yagura was still a diligent commander. He successfully prevented the Kirigakure ninja troops from suffering heavy losses and retained their strength well, so that we would not be so passive next time. Yuanshi thought for a while and said. He did not want to have a disagreement with the 3rd Mizukage on the position of the 4th Mizukage. The current situation of Kirigakure is not good. If there is a little internal strife, it will really go to the abyss of decline. Besides, there are no good candidates for the Yuanshi. Among the people of Kyuji Yayagura's generation, Kyuji Yayagura is the strongest, and he is also good in other aspects. He is already the most suitable person to become Mizukage. The defeat in the war cannot be blamed entirely on Yagura. Originally, we Kirigakure had a lot of advantages. It was that time when Mizuno Tsuki Han led the 7 ninja swordsmen to be defeated by Hanyumiyu that made the situation worse. Mizuno Tsuki Han has a great responsibility for the defeat in the war. The squad leader of the Kirigakure Jounin squad also said. Compared to Kyuji Yayagura, who is still alive and may become Mizukage, Mizuno Tsuki Han, the famous Kirigakure who has died, is obviously more suitable to take the blame. Anyway, he is dead, and it doesn't matter if he has a bad reputation. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost and the others are also incompetent. Kirigakure consultants also pulled out several dead 7 ninja swordsmen to take the blame together. After a few words, Yagura Kyuji became the MVP of the losing side. The failure of the war was all due to the inability of Mizuno Tsuki Han and Zigwashin Puffer Ghost. All the senior executives cleverly avoided Hojiki Zangetsu. It was not because Hojiki Zangetsu performed well that they couldn't bear to let him take the blame, but because the Hojiki clan was now quite powerful in Kirigakure, and they had to consider the feelings of the Hojiki clan. The third Mizukage nodded and agreed with the senior executives that Yagura Kyuji had both faults and merits, and the main fault was not on Yagura Kyuji. In the end, Yagura Kyuji was punished by being dismissed from all current positions and entering the Anbu to make contributions to Kirigakure to atone for his sins. The 5 ninja swords seized by Konoha must be taken back. They are our Kirigakure's precious property. Then the Kirigakure consultant talked about the 5 lost ninja swords. The 2 strongest swords among the 7 ninja swordsmen were Samehada and Ayam. Now that both of them were seized by Konoha, how could the Kirigakure consultant be willing to accept it? Retrieving the ninja swords is certain, but how to retrieve them is a problem. The leader of the Kirigakure Senior Ninja Squad said, "In the current situation, we can either send ninja troops into the Land of Fire again to fight Konoha and defeat Konoha. Or we can negotiate with Konoha and retrieve the ninja swords by signing a peace treaty." Kirigakure took the initiative to go to war with Konoha. Konoha would not return 5 precious ninja swords to Kirigakure for no reason. Now Konoha is fighting on multiple fronts. If Kirigakure is willing to negotiate, even if Kirigakure makes a little request, as long as it is not too excessive, Konoha is likely to agree. It may be inappropriate to start a war again in a short period of time. Konoha's morale is high now, while our morale is low. This is very disadvantageous to Kirigakure. Yuanshi said. He is firmly opposed to going to war again immediately, which is thankless. We cannot sign a peace treaty. The third generation Mizukage rejected the plan to sign a peace treaty. Ninja swords, we have to take it back, but not in such a humiliating way. If there is a real peace talk, then the whole incident will become Kirigakure declaring war on Konoha, and then begging for ninja swords from Konoha after being defeated. It is too embarrassing. The third Mizukage does not want such a clownish thing to happen during his term. The Kirigakure Jounin squad leader is speechless. This is not right and that is not right. So what should we do? Don't do any unnecessary actions next. Let's wait and see. The third Mizukage thought about it and said what he thought. He believed that with Konoha's current situation, even if they had the upper hand, they would not be able to enter the Land of Water, which meant that the Hidden Mist village could just sit back and watch the fight, quietly waiting for the opportunity. When Konoha showed signs of decline, they could come out again to attack Konoha, and if they won, they would not only gain fame and fortune, but also take back the ninja sword. As for Konoha's victory over all enemies, the third Mizukage had never thought of such an outcome. After the meeting, Yuanshi sighed and left the Mizukage building. This war made him realize the weakness of the Hidden Mist village. Although there were 2 Jinchuriki, neither the 3 Tails Jinchuriki nor the 6 Tails Jinchuriki was a perfect Jinchuriki, and they could not perform the task in a sober state. All-tailed beasts. The new generation of Kirigakure ninjas are far inferior to Konoha in strength. Konoha has the yellow flash Minato Namikaze who can tie with the new combination of Kumigakure, and Hanyu Mujutsu who can kill Jinchuriki. None of the new generation of Kirigakure can make such a name in the ninja world. Not only one generation, but even the ninjas of Yagura Kujutsu were surpassed by Konoha. Except Yagura Kujutsu, who can be compared with one of the 3 ninjas, Mizuno Tsuki-han and Kido Zangetsu cannot be compared with the 3 ninjas. Mizuno Tsuki-han and others were even killed by the new generation of Konoha ninjas. Both Mizuno Tsuki-han and Kido Zangetsu died at Mujutsu's hands. Master Yuanshi, do you have time now? I have encountered some troubles in my water escape training recently. Mei Terumi said when she saw Master Yuanshi's eyes light up. What's the problem? Tell me. The master asked with a kind smile when he saw that it was Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi was a talented ninja he discovered during the joint Chunin exam. The master was optimistic about her future and thought that Mei Terumi could become the leader of the new generation of Kirigakure. Mei Terumi quickly told the problem she encountered. The master gave the answer after a little thought. Although he didn't practice much because of his age, he was also a famous water escape master in Kirigakure. Thank you so much. Mei Terumi bowed and thanked him. You must work hard to practice. The opponents you met in Konoha have already made a great reputation on the battlefield. The master encouraged with a smile. 3 of the 4 most famous young geniuses in Konoha participated in the joint Chunin exam that Mei Terumi participated in. Among them, Uchiha Obito even lost to Mei Terumi once in the second game. Opponents you met in Konoha? Mei Terumi showed a thoughtful expression. Of course, Kirigakure would not spread the news of its defeat in the village. Except for Muyu, who was already famous in the entire ninja world, Mei Terumi was not very clear about the deeds of Obito and others. Thunder Hitaki Kakashi, Konoha Green Beast Might Guy, they were all ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam with you. The master briefly recounted the deeds of Kakashi and others on the battlefield. Mei Terumi's eyes widened and her mouth opened unconsciously, her face full of shock. Mei Terumi knew very well that Might Guy was very strong. After all, she had not forgotten the scene of Might Guy beating up the Kisame team. But she really didn't expect that Might Guy and his strength would become so terrifying that they actually repelled the 7 ninja swordsmen head-on. As a Kirigakure ninja, Mei Terumi knew too well the value of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen were a special team directly under the Mizu Cage. Each member was carefully selected from the Jonin, and each was equipped with a powerful ninja sword. She really couldn't imagine what Kakashi and his team had experienced during this period to have such a terrifying fighting power. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen. During the Chunin exam, Kakashi and his team had fought back and forth with the Kisame team. Mei Terumi felt a little ashamed. She was occasionally proud of her current strength, and her former opponents had reached another level. We have to practice harder. Mei Terumi decided to practice harder to become stronger and catch up with Kakashi and his team. Due to the great results of the battle, coupled with Konoha's deliberate propaganda to enhance morale, the news that Konoha defeated Kirigakure Mujutsu and killed the human pillar quickly spread throughout the ninja world. The Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village, Tsuchikage Office. Kirigakure actually lost a human pillar, and the threat to Konoha has to be raised again. Oniki was a little surprised when he saw the latest information in his hand. In his imagination, Kirigakure would have to fight Konoha on the East Coast battlefield for 2 years to wear down Konoha's strength. Liang Hanyumwyu. Onoki sorted out all the information in his mind and felt that this ninja named Hanyumwyu would be difficult to deal with. According to the existing information, Hanyumwyu not only has a strong flying thunder god technique, but also has a strong fire escape, and his ice escape level is not low. We have to speed up our actions in the rain country. Onoki is more determined to continue to make enemies for Konoha. Konoha is too strong, and we must find more enemies for Konoha. Isn't Hanyumwyu strong in fire escape? Then let the ninja master, the Dr. Myu, go and compare to see if Hanyumwyu's fire escape can beat the strongest, the famous ninja master of fire escape, Jiyuren. Konoha has 4 young geniuses, and the ninja clan has the mysterious and difficult Nagato. The more Onoki thinks about it, the more he feels that it is a good idea for the ninja clan to fight Konoha. The Hidden Cloud Village, the Raikage's office. How could Kirigakure be beaten back so quickly? What a bunch of useless things. The 3rd generation Raikage looked at the information in his hand and was a little speechless. In fact, Kumigakure has never really taken action against Konoha. A considerable part of Kumigakure's strength is attacking Sand Village. The 3rd generation Raikage's idea is to take down Sand Village while it is weak, and then defeat Konoha in one go, and finally take care of Rock Village, becoming the undisputed strongest ninja village in the ninja world. As for Kirigakure, Kumigakure doesn't have any idea. Because the Land of Water is an island, it will be more troublesome to fight, and defeating 3 of the 5 major ninja villages can already prove its own strength. It's just right. It also shows that Kirigakure is not a concern. The 3rd generation Raikage is very open-minded. Although Kirigakure could not consume Konoha's power as Kumigakure expected, the weakness revealed by Kirigakure in the war also made Kumigakure lose an opponent in its battle for hegemony. Toby is familiar with the power of the Eight Tails. Neither the fiery sun Hanyumwyu nor the yellow flash Namikaze Minato will be the opponent of our Kumigakure combination. The third Raikage has strong confidence in the new combination of Kumigakure. After Byubi's death, Killer B of the new combination will serve as the new Eight Tails Jinchuriki. In terms of becoming a Jinchuriki, Killer B showed great talent. The third Raikage saw a stronger future in Killer B than Byubi. His son, the fourth AI, is not much worse than him. With the stronger B, the new combination has the hope of becoming the strongest combination. Sagakure Village, Kazekage's office. It is so dangerous to fight on 3 fronts and still achieve such results. After reading the intelligence, Luo Xia frowned deeply, and he had a strong sense of crisis. The Fire Country is in a good location, almost in the center, and is basically separated from other major countries by only 1 or 2 small countries or a sea. If Konoha wants to attack Tsunagakure, it doesn't have to go around like Kumigakure. Konoha can directly enter the heartland of Wind Country by passing through River Country. Although Konoha, which has been fighting on 3 fronts, has no reason to go to war with Tsunagakure again, the fact that Konoha will not do so now does not mean that Konoha will not do so in the future. Luo Xia knows the truth of being prepared for danger in times of peace. For Tsunagakure village, it would be best for Konoha to be beaten up by Iwagakure and others, and then become weaker than Tsunagakure. Such Konoha is a good neighbor. If Konoha continues to maintain this momentum, Tsunagakure must take action. Luo Xia said in his heart. At that time, Luo Xia would rather negotiate with Kumigakure than go to war with Konoha. After all, Tsunagakure and Kumigakure are much farther away than Tsunagakure and Konoha. Not only the major ninja villages that actively collected information, but even Namikaze Minato, who was commanding the battlefield of Hot Spring Country, heard some news about Miyu. Namikaze Minato felt a little emotional. When he first met Miyu, Miyu was just a Chunin teacher. Now, more than 2 years have passed, and Miyu has become the famous Sun Miyu in the ninja world. Namikaze Minato and Kushina taught Miyu the sealing technique together in order to give Miyu more self-protection power in this chaotic situation. He never expected that Miyu would reach the level of being famous in the ninja world so quickly. Miyu rose too fast. Before becoming the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato was also a famous strong Jonin in Konoha. It took Miyu more than 2 years to go from Chunin to Jonin and now to the title of Sunday. Miyu has been on the battlefield for so long, and I don't know if Kushina has caused trouble to the Anbu. Thinking of Kushina who was still receiving special training in Konoha, Minato smiled bitterly. Miyu's food has magical power. Once you eat it, you will never forget it. Kushina once quarreled with Minato to eat Miyu's food, otherwise she would tie up the monitoring Anbu and sneak out to find food. Minato could actually understand Kushina. After all, if he had the chance to eat Miyu's food, he would choose to eat it. However, Minato was more patient. If he felt that it was too much trouble, Miyu would choose to hold back. But Miyu should be returning to Konoha soon. Minato thought to himself. High-intensity combat would make people physically and mentally exhausted. Miyu had made great achievements one after another. Under normal circumstances, she would return to Konoha to recuperate for a short period of time before being assigned a war mission. The repulsion of Kirigakure solved Konoha's urgent needs. Konoha was not so short of combat power now. Thinking of this, Minato wrote a letter to be sent back to Konoha. He had not communicated with Miyu for quite a long time. When he was on the battlefield, Miyu was in Konoha. Later, when he returned to Konoha, Miyu was in the East Coast battlefield. After Minato returned to the battlefield, he went to another battlefield. It was similar to what Minato imagined. After Kirigakure retreated, Orochimaru and Miyu returned to Konoha, leaving only a group of ninjas to guard the border to prevent Kirigakure from attacking again. To celebrate this great victory, Konoha held an event for the East Coast Ninja Force. At the event, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally recounted the various achievements of the East Coast battlefield, expressed condolences to the East Coast battlefield ninja forces, and at the same time engraved the memorial stone for the ninjas who died on the East Coast battlefield. Of course, the final reward for the ninja forces is indispensable. After settling the War Mission Commission, the ninjas who meet the promotion conditions will be promoted. Obito is one of the Chunins who was promoted to Jonin. When Obito got the new ninja certificate, he almost cried. It was not easy. He was finally able to get rid of Muyu's discus police as the only Chunin. Uchiha Obito can finally stand up in the ninja level, and Kakashi can no longer use the status of Jonin to suppress him. After becoming a Jonin, Kakashi will never be higher than him, because Jonin is the highest level of ninja. With Obito's successful promotion, Muyu's panel also popped up the reward information. P.S. This chapter is also 5K, but it is not certain whether it will be available later. I will post it when I write it. Chapter 464 Obito's promotion to Jonin reward. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and accumulate merits to be promoted to Jonin, and received rewards, Chakra plus 2400, item extraction scroll, unknown Pokemon egg, only Uchiha Obito can hatch. On the way home, Muyu washed her hands in the clear river when she passed by it, and then clicked to extract. Item extraction scroll used, reward a euro unknown Pokemon egg. Muyu was slightly stunned when he saw the extraction information. He didn't expect that Obito actually contributed 2 Pokemon eggs in one mission, and the ones he drew were not locked like the system rewards. Muyu thought that he should draw items related to Obito's ability. Then I'll give it to Xylan when she is promoted to a formal Jonin. Muyu thought to himself. Other disciples have it, but no Harolin doesn't. That's really embarrassing. If the system doesn't reward, Muyu has no choice. After all, he can't conjure a Pokemon egg out of thin air and give it to no Harolin as a gift. Since the system gave 2, Muyu must give 1 to no Harolin. Although no Harolin can sign a contract with Shikatsu Lin to summon slugs, there is no such thing as too many good summoning beasts. Ninjas can sign contracts with multiple summoning beasts. Compared with slugs, Pokemon basically have strong combat capabilities, which can make up for some of no Harolin's weaknesses in combat capabilities. The only one who suffered was Obito, and the reward became no Harolin's. However, Muyu guessed that if Obito knew everything, he might be very happy. After all, no Harolin's safety would be more guaranteed. When Muyu returned home, he found a letter from Minato Namikaze in the mailbox. Muyu sat in the living room and opened the envelope to check. In this early winter, I heard about your deeds on the East Coast battlefield, and I was very excited. The enemies who invaded our country were finally driven out of the country. Under this blessing of hot blood, the cold winter wind hitting my body could not make the heat on my body subside. Muyu nodded slightly. This is exactly the effect that Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically promoted to improve the morale of Konoha ninjas in other battlefields. Since we parted at Lulin, we haven't seen each other for more than half a year. I returned to Konoha to rest for a while a few months ago, but unfortunately, you were on the East Coast battlefield at that time. The past 6 months have been a difficult time for Konoha since the war began. Kirigakure invaded the mainland, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire put pressure on it. It is difficult for the more powerful ninjas to rest. It is probably because the battle between Kumigakure and Sand Village is fierce. There has not been much fighting in the battlefield of the Land of Hot Springs where I am. I may go back to Konoha again in 2 or 3 months. I hope that we will not be too busy at that time and have a chance to meet each other. Then Minato Namikaze briefly talked about his recent situation and some things that happened on the battlefield of the Land of Hot Springs. If you return to Konoha and have time, please help take care of Kushina. She loves your cooking very much. She hasn't tasted your cooking for so long. I'm afraid she will miss it in her dreams. At the end, Muyo showed a subtle expression. Minato Namikaze really loved Kushina deeply. Even if he was on the battlefield, he was still worried about Kushina's daily life. After putting away the letter, Muyo cleaned up the house, and then went out to open the Byakugan to see if he could meet Kushina on the street. Muyo couldn't take the initiative to contact Kushina. In the past, Kushina always passed information to Muyo through the Anbu. But Muyo couldn't be sure whether Kushina could get the news of his return to Konoha in the first place, so Muyo chose to meet her on the street first. Because of the 9 tails, Kushina couldn't move around much. With the ability of Muyo's Byakugan, Muyo could meet Kushina as long as she was strolling outside. If Kushina didn't come out on that day, Muyo could only go to Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask him if he had any news about the missing Kushina. Although it was a bit confusing, there was no way, because Muyo didn't know Kushina's identity as the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Muyo was lucky. Kushina went out shopping today. Judging from her mouth shape, she seemed to be humming a little song while walking. She looked in a good mood. Muyo thought about it and pretended to be strolling slowly towards Kushina. It was reasonable for him, a ninja who had just come down from the battlefield, to relax by shopping. Muyo, long time no see, I actually ran into you. When Muyo was more than 10 meters away from Kushina, Kushina saw the familiar blonde figure and immediately smiled and waved and shouted. Long time no see. Muyo responded with just the right amount of surprise, and then walked towards Kushina. Kushina trotted over to Muyo, patted her on the shoulder and said proudly. A few days ago, I saw your military exploits in the newspaper, so I guessed that you might return to Konoha soon, and thought I might run into you when I was out and about. As a result, I actually ran into you. I am awesome, right? If it was Minato, he might not have thought of this. Kushina put her hands on her hips and smiled proudly. Awesome. Muyo nodded in praise. It was not easy for Kushina to think of this step. Muyo, you are also awesome. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You even killed a Jinchuriki. I was scared. Kushina gave Muyo a thumbs up. As the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Kushina knew the horror of the tailed beasts. Even for her, becoming a Jinchuriki was not easy. It must be extremely dangerous to fight against a complete tailed beast. In the past, Muyo had 3 main impressions on Kushina. First, she taught very well and was recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen for her great contribution to the field of education. Second, she was a good friend with a gentle personality and was super good at cooking. Third, she was a disciple with a good talent for sealing techniques, and could be compared with her in terms of sealing techniques. Kushina was once very worried that Muyo would lose her life in this chaotic situation. She was very serious every time she taught Muyo the sealing technique, hoping to improve Muyo's ability to deal with crises. But recently, Muyo has given Kushina a new impression, a strong ninja who can kill people on the battlefield. Recently, your prestige has even surpassed Minato. If I hadn't read the newspaper bought by the Anbu, I would have thought there was a ninja with the same name as you but with the surname Liang. Now many people in Konoha often discuss Liang Muyo. Kushina complained. Maybe Liang Muyo is easier to hear. Generally, few people call Muyo by his full name. They just call him by his full name without the surname. Muyo and Kushina chatted while walking, and finally walked to the restaurant where he had cooked for Kushina. This restaurant is still open. Kushina looked at the shop sign and some memories came to her mind. At that time, she had just become the 9 tails Jinchuriki not long ago, and she met Muyo while strolling around. In the end, Muyo chose a restaurant with poor business to borrow the kitchen to cook for her. Kushina remembered it very clearly, because the 9 tails chakra made her irritable at that time, and Minato was out on a mission, which made Kushina even more annoyed. It was the extremely delicious food that made her forget her troubles temporarily. And it looks like business is very good. Miu Yu looked around and said. Compared with the previous desertedness, the restaurant now looks very hot, and the seats are full of people. Kushina turned around and wanted to leave. If the business was so good, they would not borrow the kitchen, and Kushina did not want to disturb the other party's business. Lord Miu Yu. At this time, the boss saw Miu Yu and his eyes suddenly lit up and shouted. When the restaurant owner shouted like this, everyone in the restaurant looked at Miu Yu. Now Miu Yu is very famous in Konoha. Even ordinary people know his deeds and know that there is a strong man named Hanyu Miu Yu among the Konoha ninjas. The ninjas in the restaurant all shouted Lord Miu Yu with respect. Miu Yu played a huge role in the East Coast battlefield. They can stay in the rear with peace of mind because of the efforts of ninjas like Miu Yu, so they respect strong men like Miu Yu from the bottom of their hearts. Miu Yu responded with a smile one by one. The restaurant owner ran to Miu Yu and said with gratitude. Thank you so much. If I hadn't felt the mystery of cooking from your cooking, I'm afraid my restaurant would have closed down due to poor business. The restaurant owner had eaten Miu Yu's cooking before, and in exchange for the temporary use of the kitchen, the taste is still unforgettable to the restaurant owner. Although many people now praise his cooking skills, the restaurant owner still thinks that he has not reached 1% of Miu Yu's level. No need to thank, these are your own efforts. Miu Yu shook his head and replied. The skills of a chef cannot help people who eat food to improve their cooking skills. It is mainly because the restaurant owner has practiced something himself. You are too modest. The restaurant owner looked at Kushina who was silent next to him, so he took the initiative to ask. Do you still want to borrow the kitchen? I can borrow it anytime. You should be very busy here, so we won't bother you. Miu Yu declined the restaurant owner's kindness. It is the peak dining time in the restaurant now. He will delay a lot of time by borrowing it. I am afraid that some guests will be dissatisfied. Konoha is not the only place where food can be cooked. Miu Yu thinks it is unnecessary. Don't bother me. I have a small kitchen here that I don't use much. I usually use it when I study cooking. Today I just put a batch of fresh ingredients in it. The restaurant owner explained. Miu Yu glanced at Kushina from the corner of her eye. Kushina hesitated and finally closed her mouth. Then I'll trouble you. Miu Yu nodded in agreement when she saw the restaurant owner had said this. Since it would not affect the restaurant business, Miu Yu had no reason to refuse the restaurant owner's kindness, and Kushina seemed to be in a hurry to eat. The restaurant owner took Miu Yu and Kushina into the small kitchen and left. Miu Yu glanced at the ingredients and quickly thought of the dishes to be made. Kushina was embarrassed to eat for free, so she took the initiative to help Miu Yu. When watching the ingredients gradually become delicious dishes under Miu Yu's processing, Kushina's saliva was almost flowing down. Braised pork, squirrel mandarin fish. Kushina looked at the finished dishes with eager eyes. She dreamed of eating the braised pork with preserved vegetables made by Miu Yu yesterday. Miu Yu didn't let Kushina wait too long. When she felt it was about time, she stopped and started eating with Kushina in the small kitchen. I'm starting. Although the environment was not a normal dining environment, but Kushina still said it with a sense of ceremony. When Kushina picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into her mouth to chew, she couldn't help showing a happy smile on her face. In a trance, Kushina seemed to go to a free world, and an extremely happy feeling surged in her heart. At this moment, Kushina just wanted to say I'm back, I'm all back. Then Kushina took a chopstick from each dish first, savored the taste carefully, and then showed her real dry rice strength, and quickly wiped out the food in front of her like a whirlwind. It's so delicious. Compared with your food, Miu Yu, the food that Anbia bought for me is simply not edible for a human. Kushina almost shed tears of emotion. Sometimes Kushina wondered why there was no ninjutsu for long-distance transmission, so that Miu Yu could also get Miu Yu's food on the battlefield. But Kushina was just thinking about it. How could she have the nerve to bother Miu Yu to spend energy to cook for her in the environment of the battlefield? It's a pity that Minato is not here. He hasn't eaten your cooking for a long time. Kushina thought of Minato Namikaze, who was far away in the land of hot springs. Although she is very happy now, Kushina thinks that the happiest time is when the three of them eat and chat together. You two are so in tune with each other. Miyu said jokingly. Minato sent me a letter, asking me to cook you a meal if I return to Konoha, saying that you must have dreamed about it after not eating for so long. What? How come I am the only one who thinks about eating? I think it was Minato who dreamed about it. Kushina said with a slightly red face and a panicked look. Kushina was a little panicked because she really dreamed about it yesterday. Kushina now felt embarrassed like a child whose secret fantasy was revealed. Maybe. Miyu smiled and did not continue the topic. Let's go for a walk. We need to digest our meal. By the way, I'll test you to see if you've studied the seal technique seriously recently. Kushina quickly changed the subject. Miyu nodded in agreement, and then the two walked to the park pavilion together. Kushina asked Miyu some questions about the more advanced knowledge of the seal technique. Miyu's performance exceeded Kushina's expectations. Miyu calmly answered all of Kushina's questions, and she didn't look like a ninja who had only studied the seal technique for more than 2 years. Miyu, you must be very tired at ordinary times. You have to exercise and spend a lot of time learning the seal technique. Kushina thought that Miyu spent a lot of time and hard work to study. Not bad. Miyu replied. He did spend a lot of time on the seal technique, but the practice in other aspects was not as Kushina thought. Most of them were directly added by the system. Then Kushina taught Miyu some knowledge of the seal technique. She had a feeling that maybe she wouldn't be able to teach Miyu for a long time. Miyu was really talented and hardworking. When they finally parted, Miyu told Kushina to find a ninja to inform him if she wanted to have a hot meal. The next morning, Miyu went to the South Forest and saw Obito standing there with an expectant look on his face. Chapter 465, Hokage Selection. Today, Obito got up very early because he had become a jonin. According to Kakashi and the others' experience, Miyu would give him a jonin gift. Obito was looking forward to this, and he also wanted to have a summoning beast with great potential. At the same time, Obito was a little worried. Miyu had said before that he didn't have a ninja beast egg for the time being, which meant that Obito's jonin gift might not be a ninja beast egg, but might be other gifts. Although Obito would be very happy as long as it was a gift from Miyu, he would still feel a little uncomfortable if Kakashi had one, but he didn't. Looking at Miyu coming, Obito cast an expectant look. When Obito saw Miyu walking in front of him with empty hands, Obito felt a little uneasy. He looked left and right and Miyu didn't seem to have any ninja beast eggs hidden on her body. After all, the ninja beast eggs Miyu gave out were all big, so it was quite difficult to hide them on her body. Seeing that Obito seemed a little disappointed, Miyu took out the ninja beast egg from the system backpack with a thought, and a big egg appeared out of thin air in Miyu's hand. Obito, congratulations on becoming a jonin. Miyu showed a warm smile and handed Obito the Pokemon egg that only Obito could hatch. The disappointed expression on Obito's face faded, replaced by an indescribable expression of joy. Teacher Miyu, thank you for your gift. I will definitely hatch the ninja beast well and train it into the strongest summoning beast. Obito said excitedly with his fists clenched. Although he said something like it's just so and I don't like summoning beasts very much before, these were just angry words, not what Obito really thought. The protagonist of a ninja novel usually has a fierce and handsome summoning beast, usually a tiger or a lion or a flying dragon. Obito also wants to have a handsome and fierce summoning beast like the protagonist of the novel. Well, I believe it. Miyu smiled and nodded. You gave your disciple a Pokemon egg. Because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded a big critical hit and received a reward water style, Heavenly Cry, Mastery level. As the reward information popped up, a lot of training experience related to Heavenly Cry appeared in Miyu's mind. In fact, Heavenly Cry Mu had brushed it in class before, but only twice, so his proficiency was still at the entry level. Now he directly mastered it. It works, which is not bad. Different from the water-style ninjutsu of Suiryu-dan, Tenmachi is a water-style ninjutsu that uses a point to break through the surface. Its main feature is its high speed and high penetration, and it is difficult to detect because its body is as thin as a needle. Holding the hard-earned ninja beast egg in his arms, Obito couldn't help but smile. He was imagining how tall and mighty Ninja Beast would appear after his Ninja Beast egg hatched. Until Kakashi and Shisui came, Obito was still holding the Ninja Beast egg happily. Kakashi walked past Obito with a calm face. He got the Ninja Beast egg earlier than Obito, and the Ninja Beast had hatched. Kakashi, how do you know I've been promoted to Jonin? Obito couldn't help but say after seeing Kakashi. Kakashi. Who asked you? It's not a rare thing to be promoted to Jonin. Look at Shisui. He became a Jonin at the age of 8. This is something worth talking about. Kakashi said bluntly. Because the Wuxiang sword was too difficult, Kakashi had not made any progress. He originally wanted to concentrate on training and ignore other things. Since Obito wanted to make trouble for himself, Kakashi would not be polite. Shisui. Obito was speechless, and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. It stands to reason that he was the youngest in Konoha to become a Jonin at the age of 10, but it was indeed a little worse than Shisui's 8 years old. If you are too idle, practice more, otherwise you won't be able to enter the second round of the next civil war. Shisui has also mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Kakashi entered the state and started to practice after he finished speaking. He didn't say this entirely to annoy Obito. Shisui's breakthrough did bring him a lot of pressure. Kakashi believed that if the disciples' civil war started immediately, he was not 100% sure to defeat anyone. Might Guy was an opponent he would definitely not be able to beat, and Kakashi was not very sure about Shisui and Obito as opponents. Among them, Kakashi felt that he would have a better chance of winning against Obito than against Shisui. Obito was speechless holding the egg. Kakashi had said all the good and bad things to him, and he couldn't even refute anything. Then Shisui has one more armament haki than me now. Obito held the egg in his right hand and scratched his head with his left hand. Although Obito's fire breathing was still a little stronger, it was not strong enough to make up for the difference in the armament haki secret technique. The only thing that made Obito fortunate was that they had limited chakra now. If Shisui used the fire-breathing chakra mode in the battle, it would be difficult for him to save chakra to use armament haki. If Shisui used armament haki first, the fire style that could be released by the fire-breathing chakra mode later would be less. Obito could only reluctantly put the ninja beast egg in a safe place and then began to practice. It was really painful to always be at the bottom of the civil war. It was not just a matter of face, but the punishment was also difficult for Obito to accept. The practice lasted until 5:30 in the afternoon. At 6 p.m., when Mu had prepared the food and was about to eat, there was a knock on his door. Mu did not go to open the door directly. He opened his eyes and looked at the door, and found that the person knocking on the door was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then Mu walked to the door at a normal speed and opened it. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he made a surprised expression, as if he was surprised why the busy third Hokage appeared at his door. "Sander, please come in." Mu quickly invited Sarutobi Hiruzen in after reacting. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the steaming food on the table and smiled apologetically. "I'm so sorry, it seems that I disturbed you from enjoying your dinner, Mu." "No, Sandame, have you eaten?" Mu played the classic starting card. "Not yet, there are a lot of things to deal with recently, and I just left the Hokage building." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "If I had time, I would have called Mu, the great hero of the East Coast battlefield, to the Hokage building for a chat." Sarutobi Hiruzen used a joke to point out his importance to Mu. "No, Orochimaru is the real hero of the East Coast battlefield. Miyu said seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen said it nicely, but he couldn't accept it all. The commander with the highest position must have made the greatest contribution. If you don't mind, Sandaime-sama, you can have dinner here? I know a thing or two about cooking. Then I'll look forward to your cooking skills, Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with a smile. There are many reasons why he chose to come to Miyu's house in person, one of which is to make Miyu feel better about him. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen's image in Miyu's place was more of a good Hokage and a good teacher. Today, he wants to put down his status and be an ordinary elder of Miyu. Eating together is a good start. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not agree to eat just because Miyu knew a thing or two about cooking. He was the Hokage of the 5 major ninja villages and had tasted all kinds of food. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed very busy during the war, but even the ninja world did not have to fight every year. The life of a Hokage in peacetime was very comfortable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did not care, changed his expression after taking the first bite of fried meat. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's rich vocabulary, he did not know what words to use to describe such delicious food. In a trance, he seemed to be a wild animal running on the prairie, and the unrestrained sense of freedom surrounded his heart. When he came to his senses, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Miyu with a different look. If it were not for his extremely terrifying ninjutsu skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have thought he was under an illusion. But he knew very well that he was not under any ninjutsu just now. The feeling of being in the scene was it was an illusion caused by the food being too delicious. Miyu, you should change your modesty. This is not just a little bit of knowledge, but unparalleled in the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed after savoring the indescribable deliciousness just now. He took back his words. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never eaten such a delicacy before. A dish could actually have such a magical effect. Sandaime-sama, you are too kind. The ninja world is so big. The word unparalleled is too exaggerated. Miyu said modestly. If only Jiraiya could neutralize you. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a helpless smile, and then his hand unconsciously picked up the food on another plate. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have entered the world of food. He did not bring up any topics other than food before finishing the meal. After finishing the meal, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered his purpose. It's good to chat in this environment. If it was in the Hokage's office, there would be no place for you, Miyu, to sit. Sarutobi Hiruzen said jokingly. Miyu, relax. I'm not going to discuss anything important with you. Just treat me as an ordinary elder in the family. Let's chat casually. Miyu's expression eased a lot, as if she was moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Asuma has been practicing hard recently, and has learned a lot of wind and fire escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to really just want to chat with Miyu about some family matters, and talked about Asuma's practice. Asuma has always been very hard-working. Although Asuma usually looks a little rebellious and disrespectful to you, the 3rd generation, he actually wants to get your recognition in his heart. Miyu followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and helped them adjust the father-son relationship. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly. He has been a Hokage for so many years. Can't he see his son's thoughts? But sometimes Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried that Asuma will be complacent and then lower his expectations for himself. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Miyu talked a lot, from Asuma and the work of the ninja school to the battlefield situation and the situation in the ninja world. Miyu, which ninja do you think is most qualified to become the 4th generation Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked. After all, Miyu is a ninja born in the root. Although according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's observation, Miyu should prefer the life of the ninja school teacher and ordinary ninja, he knows something about the training of the root ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot rule out that Shimura Danzo used this to make Miyu support Orochimaru to become Hokage. Before Miyu went to the battlefield on the east coast, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not worried about this, but now Miyu has become the second Namikaze Minato. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a lot of influence in Konoha. In addition to the power of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried that if things continue to develop, something he doesn't want to see will happen when the fourth generation Hokage is elected. Miyu made a thoughtful expression, as if he was seriously choosing the candidate in his mind. I think Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are all qualified to be the fourth generation. Miyu seemed to be unable to make a decision. In fact, it is best to answer this kind of thing with "this matter is too serious to be evaluated," but Sarutobi Hiruzen said before that he would just chat casually, so Miyu couldn't refuse like this. Hearing Miyu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost laughed out of anger. He asked which ninja, but Miyu named 3 in one breath, and mentioned all 3 of his disciples. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also achieved his goal. Since Miyu has this political wisdom, he should not be fooled by Shimura Danzo to support Orochimaru without thinking. Then what qualities do they have that make you think they are qualified to be the fourth generation? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. As long as Miyu doesn't talk nonsense, Sarutobi Hiruzen can feel a little bit of Miyu's specific preference from her mouth. Master Jiraiya is very powerful, has made great achievements for Konoha on the battlefield, and is kind. Miyu praised all the 3 ninjas without changing her expression. Miyu did not want to get involved in the fight for Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted whoever to be the Hokage to be the Hokage. Miyu just wanted to get more rewards to improve her strength. It did not make much difference to Miyu who was the Hokage, because Miyu had a good relationship with them. Tsunade and Miyu were both teachers and friends. In Jiraiya's eyes, Miyu was an excellent ninja similar to Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru was optimistic about Miyu and wanted to cultivate him into a confidant. Namikaze Minato was a very good friend of Miyu. No matter who became the Hokage, it would not have a negative impact on Miyu. Even if Shimura Danzo became the Hokage, it would only be good for Miyu, because in Shimura Danzo's perspective, Miyu was still his capable subordinate. They have the advantages you mentioned, but they also have many disadvantages. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know whether Miyu had no bias or was worried about offending people by saying the wrong thing. He didn't feel that Miyu would favor someone. Miyu didn't respond to this sentence. As a teacher, it was okay for Sarutobi Hiruzen to say something. How could he, a rising star, follow the predecessors who became famous in the ninja world during World War II? Then Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't talk about the topic of Naruto anymore. Instead, he talked to Miyu about his training and explained his experience in practicing combined ninjutsu. Miyu, if you are free, please take some time to teach Asuma. This child will recognize you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said before leaving. Tomorrow I will go over to check his training results. Miyu nodded and replied. Although there was no reward, Asuma was also considered half a disciple of Miyu. Miyu would try to teach him when she had time. But what Miyu didn't expect was that Sarutobi Hiruzen not long after Jean left, the message from the route came. Chapter 466, Tsuna and Miyu. Miyu went to the route base secretly as Shimura Danzo said. He had to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen was more humane. When they met, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to go to Miyu's house after get off work, while Shimura Danzo still acted like a leader and asked Miyu to go to the route base. Of course, Shimura Danzo may have considered the impact and didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to know that Miyu was still connected to the route. Miyu could think of this, but it didn't prevent him from thinking that Shimura Danzo was not good enough. Danzo. After entering the route base, Miyu immediately entered the state and shouted respectfully to Shimura Danzo. Whether it was his attitude or expression, there was nothing wrong with him. Sitting in the office chair, Shimura Danzo nodded slightly with satisfaction. From Miyu's attitude, he could see that Miyu was still the subordinate who was loyal to the route and Konoha. You did a great job on the East Coast battlefield, and showed the momentum that our Konoha ninjas should have. Shimura Danzo praised. Shimura Danzo rarely praises people, because he thinks that only by spurring people can they make progress, but Miyu's performance on this mission is really impeccable. The most important thing is that Miyu made Shimura Danzo slap Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face at the high-level meeting, which is the main reason why Shimura Danzo praised Miyu. Since the beginning of the war, Shimura Danzo has been irritated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time, he finally vented his anger and let Sarutobi Hiruzen know his vision. This is what I should do as a root ninja and a Konoha ninja. I will never let off the enemies who dare to go to war with Konoha. Miyu replied in a deep voice. If it was Sarutobi Hiruzen standing opposite him, Miyu would be more modest and downplay his own contributions and focus on the group and the Supreme Commander, but now it was Shimura Danzo standing in front of him. Miyu had to answer more hawkishly, which is the so-called serving dishes to people. That's right, you can't be soft when dealing with the enemy. If it weren't for the overall situation, I would have to go to the battlefield myself to make those Kirigakura look bad. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with Miyu's answer, and he looked at Miyu with more appreciation. If he was not still in his prime, he would probably train Miyu as his successor. Shimura Danzo thought that if he trained the successor before he became weak, it would be easy to have problems. He was in good health, so what did he want the successor to do? It was not just to let someone take away his power for nothing. Then Shimura Danzo gave a look to the root ninja next to him, and the root ninja quickly brought a few scrolls and placed them on Shimura Danzo's desk. I heard that you are very interested in sealing techniques. These scrolls record a lot of sealing techniques knowledge and advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. They are one of the rewards for your mission this time. Shimura Danzo introduced. Although he was very happy to get training from Sarutobi Hiruzen for free, Shimura Danzo was worried that Miyu would be subtly influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, so he decided to give Miyu a big reward. After all, Miyu is different from ordinary root members. She is a strong man who can play a role on the battlefield. Even if Miyu leaves the root now, Shimura Danzo can't do anything to Miyu. However, Shimura Danzo thinks that this kind of thing is impossible. If Miyu really wants to draw a line with him for no reason, she must have some kind of ambition. For the safety of Konoha, Shimura Danzo will investigate Miyu in detail. Thank you, Danzo. Miyu showed a grateful expression. What Miyu learned from Kushina is the most orthodox vortex sealing technique. It is a bit late for Shimura Danzo to give it to her now. However, Shimura Danzo has indeed practiced a lot of sealing techniques. There should be some content in several scrolls that Miyu has not touched upon. I have seen the wind escape you demonstrated at Hiruzen before. Although it is not bad, it is still a long way from being a real wind escape master. This is some of my experience in practicing wind escape, and it is also your reward for this mission. Then Shimura Danzo took out another blue scroll and put it on the table. Hearing that it was Shimura Danzo's own experience in wind escape training, Miyu showed a surprised expression, followed by visible excitement and gratitude. I have watched you grow up since I was a child. When you first entered the root, I knew you were a useful ninja to Konoha. Then Shimura Danzo also talked about the time when Miyu first entered the root. Miyu showed a nostalgic look, but in fact, there was no fluctuation in her heart. Shimura Danzo is also easy to understand. He gave rewards and talked about the past. It was nothing more than seeing that Miyu's strength was getting stronger and her status in Konoha was getting higher and higher, and he wanted to consolidate his great image in Miyu's heart. After all, Miyu is now completely different from ordinary root members. Not only in terms of strength, Miyu and Shimura Danzo only see each other a few times a year. Even if Shimura Danzo wants to pull a Miyu, it is difficult to have a chance. Strength is important, but planning and strategy are equally important. Miyu, when you encounter something, you must not forget the root and forget me. Shimura Danzo belittled Mu-Yu's strategy and said that he should rely more on the root. What else can Mu-Yu say? He can only say yes. After playing a rival role with Shimura Danzo, Mu-Yu took a bath before returning home and began to read the seal scroll given to him by Shimura Danzo. For Mu-Yu, Shimura Danzo and the root are actually more helpful now. He only needs to occasionally play a rival role with Shimura Danzo, and he can pass Shimura Danzo as Danzo used the power of the root and also obtained some resources. If Shimura Danzo wanted to harm Mu-Yu, Mu-Yu would not mind. He was no longer the Chunin teacher who had just entered the ninja school. Now Mu-Yu was one of the strongest ninjas in the new era of Konoha, and was the fiery son Mu-Yu who was as famous as the Yellow Flash. The next day, because of the agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen to guide Asuma's training today, Mu-Yu only asked the shadow clone to go to the South Forest, and the main body went to the agreed place to meet Asuma. Asuma arrived very early. Mu-Yu set off 10 minutes in advance, but when he arrived at the place, he found that Asuma had already arrived at the training ground. "Teacher Mu-Yu, good morning." Asuma waved and greeted Mu-Yu after seeing Mu-Yu, and trotted to Mu-Yu's side. "Well, good morning." Mu-Yu responded with a smile and gave Asuma an appraisal. Name, Asuma Sarutobi. Chakra, 4800. Skills, Wind Chakra Nature Change, Proficiency, 2200/3000, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Proficiency, 1700/3000, Breath of Wind, Entry, 497/500. By the standards of a Chunin, Asuma's panel looks pretty good, but due to chance and other reasons, Asuma has a big gap with Kakashi and the others. "Teacher Mu-Yu, I knew you would be famous in the ninja world sooner or later, and you became famous as soon as you got a stage to show yourself," Asuma said proudly. A long time ago, when Mu-Yu was still his tutor, Asuma felt that Mu-Yu would be a strong man in the ninja world in the future. Asuma didn't know how to describe it, he just felt that Mu-Yu was his ideal perfect ninja. Humble, gentle, good at teaching, strong, talented. Mu-Yu seemed to have advantages all over her body. If I were to say, you, Mu-Yu, should be the Hokage, you will definitely surpass all the previous Hokage and become the greatest Hokage in Konoha's history," Asuma said outrageously. Mu-Yu smiled dumbly, but Asuma didn't change at all. He said something that could make his old father's blood pressure soar. "Just say it casually in front of me, but don't say it in front of the Sandaime-sama," Mu-Yu reminded. "I'm telling the truth. The old man has so many bad habits. If he knows better, he should have abdicated earlier." Asuma pouted when he thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Okay, let's not talk about other things. Today is mainly about training." Mu-Yu began to talk about today's business. Asuma nodded and said nothing more. Shadow clone technique. Mu-Yu made a seal to create a shadow clone. "Next, you have to fight my shadow clone with all your strength. I want to see your specific strength now," Mu-Yu said. Appraisal combined with actual combat can lead to the most perfect conclusion, and then make a suitable training plan. Asuma did not hold back, and used all his abilities to the fullest to fight against Mu-Yu's shadow clone. He knew that Mu-Yu was very strong, and it was difficult for him to hurt even Mu-Yu's shadow clone. After the battle, Mu-Yu let Asuma rest for a while, and Mu-Yu took this time to help Asuma make the next training plan. The current training focus is wind breathing, mastering the constant middle of wind breathing, and then improving the wind attribute chakra nature change. After writing, Mu-Yu gave the plan to Asuma and said, Mu-Yu believed that ninjas should specialize in one nature change in the early stage, and first practice a certain nature change to the mastery level. Of course, except for super geniuses, as long as the talent is enough, they can keep progress by going hand in hand. In addition to Asuma, Mu-Yu also gave Nohara-rin a special training. Although Nohara-rin did not directly promote to Jonin like Obito, she also got a promotion opportunity. As long as she passed the inspection, she could be promoted to a formal jonin. Unlike Might Guy and Obito, Nohara Rin's theory is actually quite good, but her practical ability is lacking. In order to make Nohara Rin's practical level and medical ability both improve, Miyu specially invited Tsunade to be a special training plan consultant to assist Miyu in Nohara Rin's special training for promotion to Jonin. 3 months of dinner plus 20 character cards for Ninja Kill, I won't do it if one is less. Tsunade said in a tough attitude. Tsunade hasn't eaten Miyu's food for a long time, because Miyu is on the battlefield, and the cards of Ninja Kill haven't been updated for a long time. First of all, I may not be able to stay in Konoha for 3 months, and secondly, 20 character cards are too many. The current character cards of Ninja Kill are not even 20. Miyu bargained with reason. Although for him, taking out a character card is just to recall the memory of the previous life, but this thing can't be too easy. The easier it is to get, the less it will be cherished, so it has to be hanging. You have a point, so let's change the character cards to 10. Tsunade thought for a while and replied. After all, this requires thinking, and skills need to be designed according to the life of the character, and balance, and so on must be considered. It is relatively complicated. It is exhausting to make too many at once and it is easy to be shoddy. But dinner cannot be missed. If you went out for a mission 3 months ago, you can make up for it when you come back. Tsunade added. It has been too long since she had dinner. Tsunade wants to eat well and have uninterrupted meals every day. Tsunade-sama, you have asked for too many changes at once. In the past, it was just a few meals. Shizune couldn't help but complain. Shizune also missed Miyu's cooking, but Shizune didn't want to go out of her way to make dinner. Trouble Miyu, after all, Miyu gave her the feeling of a young Sunin. It was really an exaggeration to trouble a strong man of this level just for a meal. Because Miyu used to be sensible and would come to cook by himself. It's been a long time since we had dinner. Tsunade said confidently, as if it was Miyu's fault. 5 character cards, the number of dinners remains the same. Miyu cut the number of character cards again. Miyu knew Tsunade's core goal, as long as the number of dinners remained the same, there was room for negotiation. No. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked very determined. Then I won't bother you, Tsunade-sama. Miyu turned around and seemed to be about to leave. Tsunade was anxious, and her feet burst into chakra and reached Miyu's side and grabbed Miyu's arm. Why are you so stingy? 7 is enough. Tsunade put one hand on her waist and looked a little dissatisfied. Miyu smiled faintly and continued to walk forward without replying. Tsunade then realized that Miyu was quite strong and she couldn't hold him with one hand. Forget it, I'm convinced. 5 is 5, but tonight must be a little more sumptuous, with roast chicken, beggar's chicken, and so on. Tsunade had no choice but to agree to Miyu's proposal, but she made a small request to supplement herself. I'll trouble you, Tsunade-sama. Miyu stopped and turned around and smiled faintly. Tsunade waved her hand. No, don't call me Tsunade-sama, you are Miyu-sama, you can call me Xiaogang from now on. Tsunade understood Miyu. The respect she called Tsunade-sama was actually not the case at all. Tsunade carefully recalled her memories since she met Miyu and found that she was really controlled by Miyu. Not only did she teach Miyu a lot of medical ninjutsu knowledge, but she also helped Miyu to bring disciples. Nohara Rin really treated her as her own disciple. Then Tsunade was still helping Miyu to perfect the Yang seal. She had to take some time out every day to study it. Obviously, she was happily playing badly. When Tsunade thought about it, she felt that she had missed 3 months of dinner, so she had to let Miyu take care of her breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 5 years. Tsunade-sama, that's not true. You have always been the medical ninja I admire the most. Miyu said as he split a shadow clone to buy vegetables. Miyu didn't lie. He really admired Tsunade the most among medical ninjas, because there were not many medical ninjas with names in Naruto. And Tsunade was just teasing him. If Muyu really called Tsunade Little Tsunade, Tsunade's fist would accidentally hit him in the next moment. P.S. My neck is a little uncomfortable because I stayed up late to write recently. I'll rest early today to see if it can get better. If it does, I'll write more tomorrow. Chapter 467, Uchiha returns to glory. After a day of training, Shisui took the initiative to invite Obito to walk back to the Uchiha clan together. On the way, Shisui asked, "Obito, are you going to attend the clan meeting at 8 o'clock? The Uchiha clan meetings will be notified in advance." Shisui received the notice of the clan meeting today last night, and Obito should have received it as well. Because there is only one threshold for the Uchiha clan meeting, that is, the identity of a ninja. Whether it is a genin, a chunin, or a jonin, as long as it is a ninja, it can go to the clan meeting. On the contrary, ordinary people or students of the ninja school do not have the right to participate in the clan meeting. This is also the reason why Shisui was besieged at the clan meeting and did not refute it. It really violated the rules of the Uchiha clan meeting. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. The 8th elder came to tell me yesterday. Obito remembered that there would be a clan meeting tonight. I don't want to go. It feels boring. I might as well practice more if I have that time. Obito replied. Obito had only attended a clan meeting once, and that time he attended with Shisui. He felt that the Uchiha ninjas in the clan meeting were boring, full of self-righteous adults who only wanted to hear what they wanted to hear. Obito's answer was within Shisui's expectations, because the last clan meeting did leave a bad impression on them. If he didn't want to change the Uchiha, I'm afraid Shisui would not be willing to deal with those clan members who were immersed in the glory of the past. They gave Shisui a feeling that the Uchiha was everything, and things outside the family were not important. Shisui thought that this idea was incorrect and too extreme, and the Uchiha was also a part of Konoha. If you can you go with me? I want to attend another clan meeting. Shisui invited. He wanted Obito to go to the clan meeting with him. It's not that Shisui was afraid of going alone, but Shisui wanted to use Obito's momentum to increase his voice. If Shisui goes alone, he will be just a genius. If Obito is willing to go with him, they will be two geniuses. Others will see them as a small group and count their strength together. It's okay if I go with you. It's a bit lonely if I go alone. Obito readily agreed. He didn't think too much about it. He just went because his friend invited him. Obito has a way to deal with this situation. When he doesn't like the course, he will concentrate on imagining something, so that he won't hear what he doesn't want to hear. When he comes to his senses, the course is over. Obito is going to use this set of mystical techniques to deal with the clan meeting. If he doesn't like to listen, he won't listen. I'll find you when the time comes. Shisui said with a smile. After arriving at the Uchiha clan, the two separated. Obito went home directly, while Shisui went to the nearby market to buy vegetables first. Shisui lived alone, and since he had just returned from the battlefield, he didn't have any prepared ingredients, so he had to buy food first if he wanted to cook. After buying food, Shisui returned to his home. Shisui's home was very quiet, with only Shisui's light footsteps and the sound of fiddling with pots and pans. Dong dong. When Shisui was preparing dinner, his door was knocked. At this time, could it be that Obito has something urgent to do? Shisui put down the kitchen utensils, untied his apron and walked to the door. It was dinner time, and basically no one would come to him at this time, because he had just agreed with Obito to go to the clan meeting together, and Shisui thought something had happened to Obito. When Shisui opened the door, he showed a surprised and happy expression when he saw the figure outside the door. "Uncle, you're back!" Shisui greeted. The person who came was Shisui's uncle, Uchiha Nobuhiro. "Well, I just came back today, so I came to see you. Uchiha Nobuhiro replied with a smile. Since Shisui lost his parents very early, Uchiha Nobuhiro has always been worried about whether Shisui can grow up normally, and he will come to take care of Shisui when he has time. Recently, Uchiha Nobuhiro has heard some information about Shisui. When he learned that Shisui had won the title of Instant Body Shisui on the battlefield, Uchiha Nobuhiro was excited and relieved. At the same age, Shisui's grandfather Uchiha Kagami was far inferior to the current Shisui. He was famous on the battlefield at the age of 8. Have you had dinner? If not, I will make some for you. Uchiha Nobuhiro asked. Shisui invited Uchiha Nobuhiro into the house and shook his head and said, I haven't eaten yet, but I was just making it, so I don't need to trouble you, uncle. Uchiha Nobuhiro finally came here, and Shisui didn't want to trouble Uchiha Nobuhiro too much. Uncle, have you eaten? If not, I will make more. Shisui turned around and asked. Then I will try your cooking skills today, Shisui. Uchiha Nobuhiro said with a laugh. Shisui has this intention, and Uchiha Nobuhiro is willing to accept it. After all, Shisui is no longer the child who needs his care before, but Shisui who can kill enemies on the battlefield. During the meal, Shisui took the initiative to talk about some of his experiences on the East Coast battlefield. In the past, Uchiha Nobuhiro talked about his mission experience, so Shisui also wanted to share some of his own things. It's really dangerous. I actually encountered a ninja of the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Nobuhiro sighed after listening to Shisui's encounter. The encounter in the Konoha newspaper was that the Konoha ninjas were extremely brave and killed the mist-hidden mountain, while Shisui's personal experience was full of dangers. Every teammate played to the extreme and even broke through the limit to barely deal with the enemy. In the end, if Miyu hadn't arrived in time, Shisui and his entire team might have died there. Although he had never fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Nobuhiro had heard of the brutal reputation of this elite team. Uchiha Nobuhiro felt that he could only defeat one of them at most. It is indeed a good thing that Shisui can meet a teacher like Miyu. Uchiha Nobuhiro said while eating. A good teacher can provide a lot of help to students, not only guidance on cultivation, but also provide connections and resources. Uchiha Nobuhiro found that Shisui was really a bit like Uchiha Kagami, both geniuses and both had a good teacher. Although Miyu was not a Hokage, Uchiha Nobuhiro believed that with the ability shown by Miyu, he would at least be a high-level Konoha in the future, and would definitely not be bad. It is indeed my luck to meet teacher Miyu. Shisui showed an expression of approval. He couldn't imagine what he would be like if he hadn't met teacher Miyu. Would he be able to get rid of the influence of the extreme teachings in the Uchiha clan? Would he have the current strength, and would his life be so happy? Shisui thought about it for a while and found that he couldn't imagine it at all, because he felt that it must be a bad story just by thinking about it, and he resisted thinking about it deeply. After Shisui finished speaking, Uchiha Nobuhiro also talked about his recent mission experience, and he didn't stop until the time when the clan meeting was about to start. Uncle, are you going to attend the clan meeting tonight? Shisui looked at the time and asked proactively. Uchiha Nobuhiro had just come back, and he was not sure whether Uchiha Nobuhiro was interested in attending the clan meeting. Well, Shisui, do you want to go with me? Uchiha Nobuhiro nodded and replied. Uchiha Nobuhiro usually goes to the clan meeting in Konoha. He wants to observe the atmosphere in the clan to prevent the Uchiha Setsuna incident from happening again. Okay, but I have to ask a friend to go with me first. We have agreed before. Shisui explained. Then let's go now and go to your friend's house. It's almost time now. Uchiha Nobuhiro suggested. Then the two went to Obito's house together and met with Obito. This is my uncle Uchiha Nobuhiro. Shisui briefly introduced Uchiha Nobuhiro. Hello, Uncle Nobuhiro. Obito smiled and greeted Uchiha Nobuhiro. Before Shisui introduced Obito, Uchiha Nobuhiro smiled and said. Hello, Obito, I know you, the great genius of our Uchiha. Hehe, it's okay, just an average genius. Obito scratched the back of his head. He replied with a smile. He just likes honest people like Uchiha Nobuhiro. On the way to Nanga Shrine, the three of them walked and talked, and got to know each other better. When they were almost at Nanga Shrine, Obito saw Uchiha Inahiro, who was barely an acquaintance. After Obito and the others walked into Nanga Shrine, they found a few common futons and sat down. There are no rules for where to sit during the clan meeting, only the clan leader needs to sit in the front and face everyone. Elder Shengqing, please start. Uchiha Fugaku looked at a middle-aged ninja in the first row who looked serious. There are two types of Uchiha clan meetings. One is the routine clan meeting, which is held at a fixed time every month. The second type is that the clan leader or elders take the initiative to convene, or a large number of clan members show a strong desire to hold a clan meeting, and a clan meeting can also be held. This time the clan meeting is the second case. The elder named Uchiha Shengqing took the initiative to convene the clan meeting. Uchiha Shengqing nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to Uchiha Fugaku and sat down facing many Uchiha ninjas. First of all, I want to praise two clan members today. They are the pride of our Uchiha. Uchiha Shengqing said with a smile. The Uchiha ninjas at the scene looked at each other, wondering which two clan members were worthy of the elder's praise at the clan meeting. It won't be Inayuri, I remember he worked very hard. It shouldn't be, how could he be praised at the clan meeting for such a reason? The Uchiha ninjas discussed with their familiar clan members. Some Uchiha ninjas who paid more attention to battlefield information focused their attention on Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito. Although it sounds a bit absurd, the two most famous Uchiha in recent times are Shisui and Obito, who were on the Konoha newspaper. Because most of the Uchiha clan ninjas work in the police department, there are very few Uchiha who have participated in the war, and even fewer of them are powerful, which led to this result. These two people are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito. They showed the style of the Uchiha clan in the battlefield of Kirigakure. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, one of the famous 7 ninja swordsmen in the ninja world, was killed by Obito in the recent war. Uchiha Shengqing said loudly. Some Uchiha who didn't pay attention to the recent war news looked at Obito and Shisui with surprise. Some young genin may not know, but the Chunin and Jonin who have some experience basically know the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. These 7 are all elite among the Jonin. Each of them is not easy to deal with, and the 7 together are even more powerful. Obito even killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Uchiha Inayuri was extremely shocked. Recently, he has been immersed in work and training, and has not paid much attention to the news of the outside world. He never thought that Obito's strength would reach such a level. I didn't kill it alone. Kakashi and I killed it together. Obito corrected. Although he was very happy to see the shocked faces of the clan members next to him, Obito didn't want to take all the credit on himself. At that time, he and Kakashi could be said to have tried their best to barely kill the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon. Obito loves a little vanity, but he will not take credit for his teammates' desperate efforts, even if it was Kakashi. Well, I believe that it must be Obito's efforts that killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon with Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Shengqing said with an unchanged expression. Obito actually wanted to say that they contributed about the same amount of effort, and if he insisted, it was still Kakashi who took the lead. But he thought about it and felt that there was no need to explain it this way, so he didn't say it. Shisui frowned slightly. He remembered that the report clearly stated that it was Kakashi who killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon. Why did Uchiha Shengqing insist on emphasizing that Obito had a greater contribution to distinguish the two? Now they have all become Konoha's Jonin. Shisui even broke the record of Konoha's youngest Jonin, becoming the first Jonin in Konoha's history who was only 8 years old. After talking about Obito, Uchiha Shengqing began to talk about Shisui again. This is the ninja of our Uchiha clan. It can be seen that our Uchiha clan has never lacked talents. We just lack the stage and opportunities. Uchiha Shengqing said excitedly and stood up and waved his fist. The sitting Uchiha ninjas couldn't help but applaud Uchiha Shengqing. Our Uchiha has always been the strongest ninja clan, which is proof. If the opportunity comes, our Uchiha will definitely return to the glory of the Warring States period. Many Uchiha ninjas expressed their opinions, which made Shisui frown. Shisui subconsciously looked at Uchiha Nobuhiro and found that Uchiha Nobuhiro also frowned, so he felt relieved. At least his uncle was still a normal Uchiha and was not affected. Obito's expression also became a little unhappy. Just now when Uchiha Shengqing praised him, he thought this person was okay. Now Obito found that Uchiha Shengqing was not only not good but also a bit hateful. It was obviously his and Shisui's efforts. How could it become the proof that Uchiha never lacked geniuses? P.S. There will be another chapter later, the time is uncertain, probably around 3 or 4 o'clock. After searching for neck problems on Baidu, I tried hot compress and felt much better. As for readers asking why there are so many problems, you can imagine the state of working until 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening for several days in a row and then going to work normally during the day. Generally, I will not ask for leave unless there is a big problem, but it is difficult to write more if I feel uncomfortable. I will make extra updates. After all, updating novels means money. The author is from Jiangxi, and everyone knows this place. I also hope to earn some money from the novels. I will definitely not ask for leave if I can update. Chapter When in doubt, find Mu. I think we should ask the third Hokage to give the police force the right to take the initiative to attack, no longer limited to maintaining the security of the village. We can fight the enemy independently, and let those people from other villages know how powerful our Uchiha clan is. Uchiha Shengqing said the purpose of his clan meeting. He was not satisfied with the existing rights of the police force and believed that the Uchiha clan deserved greater rights. Uchiha Shengqing felt that his idea was very good. When Konoha eliminated the enemy, and the Uchiha clan gained fame and fortune, everyone would benefit. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Uchiha Shengqing to be so crazy. What is the concept of the right to take the initiative to attack? It is equivalent to the police department being able to summon people to establish troops to fight wars at any time. Uchiha Fugaku would never agree to it even if he tried to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen with his feet. This is a right that only divided Hokage has. I support Elder Shengqing's proposal. It makes sense. Our Uchiha clan is so powerful. It's a waste of talent for us to be responsible for the security of Konoha village. An Uchiha Jonin immediately expressed his opinion. I also think Elder Shengqing's words make sense. The more enemies we kill, the safer Konoha will be, and it will also protect the security of Konoha. Not only the right to take the initiative to attack, the police department should have greater autonomy and be able to add positions freely. Some Uchiha ninjas even think that they can ask for more. I support it. War can train ninjas and help improve their strength. Uchiha Inahiro also chose to support Uchiha Shengqing. Although he didn't hate the work of the police department, Uchiha Inahiro felt that the work of the police department was too comfortable. With the right to attack independently, he could go out of the village to fight at any time. The hawkish forces in the clan are rising again. Uchiha Zinhong sighed imperceptibly. Since the failure of the Uchiha Setsuna coup, the Uchiha hawkish faction has suffered a major blow, and the core members have been arrested and imprisoned by Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Nobuhiro originally thought that it would take decades for the hawkish faction to recover, but he didn't expect that the hawkish faction would grow stronger so quickly. I object. The third Hokage will never agree to this proposal. It will only make the Konoha high-level officials more vigilant against us Uchiha. Shisui stood up and said. He is only 8 years old now. If he sits on the futon, he will be drowned in the crowd. In order to let everyone know that the person who is speaking is Uchiha Shisui, Shisui chose to stand up and speak. Uchiha Shengqing heard that someone completely denied his proposal and instantly looked for opponents. When he saw that the speaker was Uchiha Shisui, whom he had just praised, Uchiha Shenqing's face became a little ugly. He was just praising Shisui as the pride of the Uchiha clan and the genius of the Uchiha clan, but Shisui completely denied him. This is not giving him any face at all. Shisui is still young and doesn't understand many things. You should listen to your elders more at this time. Uchiha Shengqing tried to maintain a kind expression and said. Although he felt that Shisui was ungrateful, Uchiha Shengqing really couldn't say anything to Shisui now. Because it was Uchiha Shengqing who praised Shisui just now, if he belittled Shisui now, then Uchiha Shengqing would be slapping himself in the face, so Uchiha Shengqing had to endure it even if he was unhappy. However, this time Uchiha Shengqing saw through Shisui. Shisui would not agree with the hawkish concept. In the future, Uchiha Shengqing would never mention Shisui again. He would choose to praise Obito. Obito seemed to be easier to convince. He would correct him when he took the initiative to exaggerate Obito's contributions. This child was too straightforward. That's right, Shisui, at your age, you should read more clan history and listen more. A hawkish Uchiha followed. I don't remember the clan having a rule that young people can't speak. Although I'm only 8 years old, I'm a jonin like Elder Shengqing. Shisui retorted clearly and emphasized his ninja level. Some hawkish Uchiha who were ready to say Shisui shut up instantly, because many of them were only chunin, which was lower than Shisui's ninja level. Although Uchiha Shengqing said that Shisui was the youngest jonin, Shisui's height and face were too deceptive, and it was hard for everyone to imagine that he was a Konoha jonin. As long as the clan members are ninjas in the clan meeting, they can speak freely. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and nodded. Uchiha Fugaku was neither a hawk nor a dove. The clan leader didn't say that. He only stood on the side of Uchiha's interests. Uchiha Shenqing's proposal was too absurd. Proposing this suggestion to Konoha's high-level officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen would only be a warning and would not bring any real benefits to Uchiha, so Uchiha Fugaku spoke for Shisui. Uchiha Shengqing glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, then looked at Shisui and said. I really can't guarantee that the proposal will be passed 100%, but I think that if it is not passed, it does not mean that the effort is in vain. We must let the Konoha high level know the demands of our Uchiha clan. We Uchiha must be treated in accordance with our strength. Shisui secretly thought that it was not good. Uchiha Shengqing was too good at talking. He tied his starting point to the entire Uchiha clan, as if Shisui wanted to destroy the good things of the entire Uchiha clan, and defined Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal as unfair treatment of Uchiha. Even if it really failed, it would not affect Uchiha Shenqing's reputation in the clan. As Shisui expected, many Uchiha ninjas became excited instantly, and some Uchiha who did not speak had the momentum to lean towards Uchiha Shengqing. Shisui's mind raced as he thought about how to refute Uchiha Shengqing and how to make this absurd proposal abort. The history and politics that Shisui had learned from Mu at that time finally came in handy. After combining the actual situation of Uchiha, Shisui quickly came up with the answer. There were 2 key points for him to complete his idea. The first was to make the Uchiha ninjas realize the impracticability of this proposal. The possibility of failure and the certain failure were 2 different things. The second was to obtain the identity to compete with Uchiha Shengqing on the same stage, otherwise the first key point could not be carried out. In order to make the Uchiha realize the impracticability of this proposal, Shisui had to explain it in detail so that even a political idiot could understand that this was impossible. If he did not have the identity to compete with Uchiha Shengqing on the same stage, the Uchiha would be prejudiced against his words and would think that he was just a brainless refutation of their favorite elder. Uchiha Shengqing could also use sophistry to refute the possible loopholes in his words. Shisui knew the Uchiha clan too well. This clan was not a clan that could be justified with reason. But it is actually very difficult to have equal status, because becoming an elder is not something that can be done overnight. Although Shisui made contributions in the war, the contributions to the village and the clan are two different things. It is basically impossible for Shisui to become an elder at the age of 8. However, Shisui has a trick in mind. The Uchiha clan has its own clan sentiment. As long as Shisui defeats Uchiha Shengqing in the battle, even if Uchiha Shengqing is an elder and Shisui is just an 8-year-old child, everyone will think that Shisui and Uchiha Shengqing are equal. Do you want to challenge Uchiha Shengqing directly here? Wouldn't that be a bit too radical? Shisui hesitated. Shisui is not worried about not being able to win. He thinks he has a high probability of winning. With a breakthrough in breathing method, he is now confident that he can kill a ninja sword 7 people alone. Even Uchiha can't have many ninjas of this level. Uchiha Shengqing's hard power is at best similar to him, and the probability of being stronger than him is very small. Shisui's confidence actually comes from his huge intelligence advantage. Uchiha Shengqing couldn't possibly understand the flame-breathing chakra mode and armed color domineering. On the contrary, Shisui knew all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Shisui hesitated because if he challenged Uchiha Shengqing directly and won, it would make Uchiha Shengqing's mentality collapse, and he would want to oppose Shisui at all costs, which would eventually affect Shisui's subsequent plans. In other words, Shisui didn't want to expand the internal contradictions of the Uchiha clan, he wanted to unify all the forces of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zinhong was ready to speak up to support Shisui. He couldn't just sit and watch the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan expand. The right to take the initiative is a big deal. The clan meeting will be suspended and held again in a week, and then we will discuss it. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Originally, it was a Dove elder who stood up to refute Uchiha Shengqing. Because Uchiha Shengqing put himself on the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, couldn't stand on the opposite side of the Uchiha clan. However, no matter how Uchiha Fugaku hinted, the dovish elders only showed a helpless expression, indicating that they were powerless, so Uchiha Fugaku had to use the tactic of procrastination, terminating and delaying the clan meeting. As the clan leader, he had the right to do so. Clan leader, this matter is indeed of great significance to our Uchiha clan. It is indeed better to think about it for another week, but even if it is a major matter, it cannot be delayed all the time. Indecision is a taboo. Uchiha Shengqing directly agreed to Uchiha Fugaku's proposal. Uchiha Shengqing's thinking is very clear, he can't stop Uchiha Fugaku from exercising his rights. Unless he can concentrate most of the Uchiha forces to propose the abolition of Uchiha Fugaku's position as clan leader, but this is impossible, because Uchiha Fugaku's ability and strength are recognized by everyone. Instead of talking nonsense, Uchiha Shengqing chose to go along with Uchiha Fugaku and then lift Uchiha Fugaku up, so that Uchiha Fugaku can't play this trick again next week. Uchiha Fugaku could only nod his head. He could delay it for a week. Maybe he would find a solution in this week. Then let's adjourn the meeting. Uchiha Fugaku announced the end of the clan meeting. The Uchiha went out with their familiar clan members, excitedly discussing the content of this clan meeting. Obito, the clan meeting is over, you can go back. Shisui poked Obito, who was daydreaming beside him. Obito had been in a daze since he had a conversation with Uchiha Shengqing, and it has continued until now. Oh, it's over, let's go back. Obito stood up and nodded after coming to his senses. After realizing that Uchiha Shengqing was a boring adult, Obito used the mystical walking technique to immerse himself in his own world, ignoring any comments from outside. Obito, go back first, I have something to do here. Shisui shook his head and replied. Although the clan meeting was suspended, the crisis had not been resolved. He had to find a way to resolve the crisis without exacerbating the conflict among the Uchiha clan. Well, I'll go back first. Goodbye Shisui, goodbye Uncle Nobuhiro. Obito nodded and waved goodbye. Then Shisui looked at Uchiha Nobuhiro. Uncle, you should go back first too, I have something to do somewhere else. Well, if you need help, you can come to my house directly. Uchiha Nobuhiro replied. He also wanted to find some dovish Uchiha to discuss the current situation of Uchiha. Finally, Shisui glanced at Uchiha Fugaku who had not left yet. According to Uchiha Fugaku's performance at the clan meeting, Shisui judged that Fugaku was not optimistic about Uchiha Shenking's proposal, but he did not say more for him later due to some reasons. Shisui, do you have anything to say? Uchiha Fugaku asked after noticing Shisui's sight. After this clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku admired Uchiha Shisui even more. Although he was young, his thinking ability had surpassed many adult Uchiha, and Obito was much worse in this regard. No, Uncle Fugaku, goodbye. Shisui shook his head and said goodbye. Although Uchiha Fugaku also opposed Uchiha Shengqing, Uchiha Fugaku obviously had no good solution, otherwise there would be no need to delay for a week. After leaving Nanga Shrine, Shisui went straight to the main city of Konoha and walked to the door of Muyu's house. Shisui was not alone. Since he couldn't think of a good solution, he came to find his trusted teacher Muyu. Shisui knocked on Muyu's door, entered Muyu's house and told Muyu about the difficulties he encountered without reservation. There is no problem with your general idea. Muyu said after listening. You mean to let me challenge Elder Shengqing within this week and then explain it at the clan meeting? Shisui asked. Muyu shook her head in denial. Since you don't want to become a mortal enemy with Elder Shengqing, you can't be so direct. Didn't Uchiha Fugaku support you? You can ask Uchiha Fugaku to hold a martial arts competition on the pretext of enhancing the quality of the clan's ninjas. The members who perform well will receive instruction from the elders, and the elder who instructs you happens to be Elder Shengqing. At this time, you can defeat him with a slightly better attitude. If Shisui really challenges Uchiha Shengqing at the clan meeting and defeats him directly, Muyu feels that with the mental state of Uchiha Shengqing may even go crazy. After understanding Muyu's words, Shisui's eyes light up instantly. In this way, even if Uchiha Shengqing loses, he won't hate him too much. After all this is a coincidence. It's just that Shisui is too strong. After losing, Uchiha will not complain that the other party is too strong, but will only think that his strength is insufficient. Don't have too high expectations. It depends on the individual. Some people will still hold a grudge no matter what, because you embarrassed him. Muyu reminded. No matter how tactful he was, as long as Shisui defeated Uchiha Shengqing, he would be embarrassed in public. Well, I understand. Shisui nodded, and then asked himself a puzzled question. I feel that Elder Shengqing is very quick-witted. He should know that this thing can't succeed. Why does he still do this kind of thing? Shisui didn't believe that Uchiha Shengqing would not understand this matter with his level of speech. This is not a trivial matter of raising wages and benefits. It involves a core right. Sometimes things that are not good for the group are not necessarily bad for him. Muyu said earnestly. You may think that this incident is very serious and will cause Konoha's high level to be vigilant against Uchiha, but from Uchiha Shenking's perspective, Uchiha is already vigilant to Konoha's high level. What's the harm if there is no coup? Konoha's high level will not do anything to Uchiha. On the other hand, after being rejected by Konoha, Uchiha Shengqing can further arouse the emotions of Uchiha ninjas and expand the power of the Hawks. This is a good thing for him. Shisui said nothing. He found that he still underestimated Uchiha Shengqing. He still lacked a lot of experience in all aspects. Fortunately, there is teacher Muyu. Shisui was thankful. If he did it according to his own ideas, he would probably end up in a mess. Chapter 469 Illusion Kill. After leaving Muyu's house, Shisui went home first, wrote down how he refuted Uchiha Shenking's proposal on paper, and then went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. The clan meeting will be held in a week. In order to leave time to deal with unexpected situations, Shisui must get everything done as soon as possible. Shisui, are you in trouble? Uchiha Fugaku asked. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the sudden visit at this time was definitely not a greeting or something like that. Uncle Fugaku, Elder Shengqing's proposal is impossible to succeed. I want to stop him at the next clan meeting. Shisui said straight to the point. According to Shisui's observation and Muyu's analysis, Uchiha Fugaku could be a great help to him, so Shisui did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Elder Shengqing's idea does lack some aspects of thinking, and the feasibility is very low. Uchiha Fugaku said euphemistically. Shisui, it's good that you have this intention, but you don't need to worry about this matter. The most important thing you should do now is to practice hard and become stronger, that's enough. Uchiha Fugaku didn't really want Shisui to get involved in the fight between doves and hawks. Both doves and hawks were Uchiha. A genius like Shisui should practice hard to become stronger, and give back to Uchiha after he is strong enough, instead of getting caught up in family friction. Uncle Fugaku, please listen to me first. Shisui did not become anxious to show himself because of Uchiha Fugaku's words, and asked calmly. Looking at Shisui's calm expression, Uchiha Fugaku's mind appeared the face of Uchiha Kagami, a trace of inexplicable emotion arose in his heart, and finally closed his mouth and looked at Shisui quietly. Even if Shisui's plan was unrealistic, the final result was just a waste of more than 10 minutes of his time, which was not a big loss. I know that the identity of a genius is not enough to match Elder Shengqing, but we Uchiha respect the strong the most, so I want to defeat Elder Shengqing in a dignified battle and obtain an equal identity with him. Shisui said the initial action of his plan. This is the first step, and it is also a crucial step. It not only affects whether Shisui can stop Uchiha Shengqing's actions, but also affects Shisui's right to speak in Uchiha in the future. Do you want to challenge Elder Shengqing? Let's not talk about whether you can win, even if you win, you may not be able to. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head slightly. Uchiha Shengqing must have strength to become an elder of Uchiha. He is an old-fashioned Uchiha ninja with 3 Megatama Sharingan. Uncle Fugaku, please listen to me continue. Shisui interrupted. He understood Uchiha Fugaku's distrust of him. After all, the other party is an elder Uchiha who is supported by the Uchiha clan. Whether it is ninja experience or life experience, Shisui cannot compare. On paper, it is basically impossible for Shisui to defeat Uchiha Shengqing and refute his proposal. But Shisui is very confident in the plan that Muyu helped to improve. There may only be one link that went wrong, that is, Shisui did not beat Uchiha Shengqing. After all, I am a young junior. If I challenge Elder Shengqing directly, my reputation will not be affected even if I lose, but Elder Shengqing will lose face if he loses to me. Considering this, I need your help, Uncle Fugaku. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku no longer refuted, Shisui continued to speak and told Muyu's martial arts competition plan. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shisui to be so thoughtful and consider that a direct challenge would make Uchiha Shengqing lose face, leading to more acute internal conflicts in Uchiha. The martial arts competition plan made Uchiha Fugaku re-examine Shisui. Where did this kid learn so many twists and turns? He is not like an Uchiha anymore. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku began to seriously consider the feasibility of Shisui's entire plan. After all the previous work is completed, I will formally refute Elder Shengqing at the clan meeting. Shisui handed the information he had written in advance to Uchiha Fugaku. After reading the information, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes changed again when he looked at Shisui. If Shisui had not died young, Uchiha might really have reproduced the glory of the Warring States period. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help thinking in his mind. The shock Shisui brought to him today was too great, even greater than what he had heard of Shisui's various killing performances on the battlefield before. From the perspective of the entire ninja world, there will be many geniuses in each period, and Shisui is just one of them. But what Shisui showed now is not just as simple as strength. Shisui's knowledge and thoughts are not what a normal 8-year-old Uchiha boy should have. No kidding, the 8-year-old Uchiha Fugaku, let alone a plan as meticulous and feasible as Shisui, would not consider the face of Uchiha Shengqing. Uncle Fugaku, I have finished my words. Shisui looked at Uchiha Fugaku calmly. As long as Uchiha Fugaku is on the side of the entire Uchiha, he will definitely choose to help him, because helping Shisui now is equivalent to helping Uchiha. Sorry for just now. Uchiha Fugaku did not express his opinion immediately but apologized for interrupting Shisui's speech just now. Because now he understands that Shisui really wants to do something for Uchiha and has really thought about it seriously, rather than coming to him in a rush. Shisui, you don't have to worry about everything that comes next, you just need to be ready for the battle. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. With such a detailed plan in front of him, Uchiha Fugaku only needs to exercise his power as the clan leader. Shisui, don't be too stressed, even if you lose, I have a remedy plan on my side. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and added. Shisui had to defeat Uchiha Shengqing to have an equal status with him, but Uchiha Fugaku's side didn't need to be so complicated. Uchiha Fugaku was worried that Shisui would be hit hard and unable to recover after accidentally losing, which would be a huge loss for Uchiha, even greater than the zero feasibility proposal submitted by Uchiha Shengqing. I will win. Shisui said firmly. This battle is very meaningful to him, he must win. Uchiha Fugaku could only nod and encourage in the end. Shisui said so, and it would be impolite to comfort him further. The next day, Uchiha Fugaku summoned the senior leaders of Uchiha to discuss the martial arts competition. Uchiha originally valued martial arts. Although Uchiha Fugaku's proposal was a bit sudden, no elder raised any objection. Among them, Uchiha Shengqing strongly supported it, saying that if the other elders were busy, it would be fine for him to take charge of the instructions alone. Of course, the other elders would not agree. If Uchiha Shengqing was responsible for it alone, it would be a big deal. As long as I show my strength and generosity, more people will support me. Uchiha Shengqing made a good plan. Uchiha Fugaku was taking action, and Shisui was also taking action. Shisui found Muyu and conducted special training before the battle, making the final effort for the plan. It is difficult to break through hard power in just a few days. Unless you comprehend the transparent world, it is impossible to suddenly increase your strength, but the transparent world is the ultimate meaning of the breathing method. Currently, only Kakashi among Muyu's disciples has comprehended it, so Shisui did not aim to improve his hard power from the beginning. What Shisui wanted to improve was his comprehensive combat ability. During these few days, Shisui fought with Muyu's body, and each battle ended with treatment and rest at the same time. In just one day, Shisui unlocked a large number of injured postures, was killed by continuous flying thunder god teleportation, was crushed by Muyu's powerful ninjutsu, and was beaten by Muyu's physical skills. If Muyu could not use transformation into Tsunade for treatment, I am afraid Shisui's body would have been covered with scars that could not be removed. Several days of high-pressure training gave Shisui a strong ability to withstand pressure. The day before the martial arts competition began, Shisui challenged Might Guy. Shisui lost, but he felt that he had improved. Teacher Muyu, I really trouble you. Shisui thanked Muyu solemnly. He really felt that it was too much trouble for Muyu, because this special training not only tested Shisui's endurance, but also required a high degree of control from Muyu. Because Muyu had to maintain a strength that could give Shisui great pressure but would not make Shisui completely unable to resist, and the attack had to be maintained at a level that could severely injure Shisui but would not kill him directly. Muyu would definitely spend extra energy to control his strength and attack like this, which might be more tiring than normal fighting. How can it be said that it is troublesome for a teacher to teach his disciples? Muyu smiled gently, and then took out an iron spoon from the ninja tool bag and handed it to Shisui. This is a ninja tool that can enhance the effect of Yindun ninjutsu. When using it, just inject chakra into it. The more chakra you inject, the more obvious the amplification effect. You can use it at your discretion during the battle. This is the reward that Miyu drew when Shisui was promoted to Jonin. The reason why I didn't give it directly to Shisui at the beginning was that other disciples only gave an egg, but Shisui's ninja tool plus egg seemed a little unique, so Miyu didn't give it to him immediately. After Shisui took the curved spoon, he looked at the ninja tool in his hand curiously. He didn't expect that this plain-looking spoon was actually a ninja tool with such a special effect. I must not let down teacher Miyu's teachings. Shisui's desire for victory became even stronger. I have already troubled Miyu so much, it would be a bit unreasonable if I lost the battle. You gave the ninja tool curved spoon. Because the disciple was very grateful to reward a big critical hit, you get the reward Earth Escapee Mountain Earth Technique, Mastery Level. Miyu nodded slightly in his heart. The Mountain Earth Technique is a good advanced Earth escape that can trap large creatures such as tailed beasts. It has a strong attack power when used against humans. At night, Shisui fumbled with the curved spoon and found that this ninja tool was really simple and crude, without any skills, and the increase it provided was very pure. Besides, Shisui found that the spoon did not need to be held in the hand, but placed on the body to ensure that the chakra could be injected. On the day when the martial arts competition began, on the training ground, Uchiha Fugaku and several Uchiha high-level officials stood in front of all the Uchiha members participating in the martial arts competition and gave a speech about the martial arts competition. For ninjas, the most important thing is strength. Strength can help you overcome all difficulties. Uchiha Fugaku said with a serious face. Today we will hold the first Uchiha martial arts competition. The battle will be conducted in the form of a lottery. The top 8 will have ranking rewards, and the top 4 can receive guidance from the elders on the spot. Whether it is for getting stronger or for rewards, try your best to fight. Uchiha Fugaku did not say much, just briefly introduced the rules of the martial arts competition and encouraged him again. Uchiha did not like to make long speeches before the event. Even with such a short opening speech, the Uchiha ninjas on the scene still showed extraordinary enthusiasm, and they all looked full of fighting spirit. The shortest and youngest Shisui received the most attention. No one dared to underestimate Shisui, and they all regarded Shisui as the strongest opponent, because Shisui was not only one of the few jonin among the contestants, but also had a record of fighting head-on with the 7 ninja swordsmen. As long as I can beat Shisui, I will be the first in the martial arts performance, and others will never be my opponent. Uchiha Yakumi thought after looking around. Although there are many Uchiha Jonin, a considerable number of them are ninjas of the same period as the top leaders. Even if they are not as good as the top leaders, they will not be able to lower their faces to participate in the martial arts performance to be instructed by their former peers. So there are actually very few Jonin participating in the martial arts performance, only 3 in total, most of them are Chunins, and there are not many Genins. Uchiha Yakumi knows another Uchiha Jonin, and Uchiha Yakumi has defeated him before, so Uchiha Yakumi thinks that his opponent is only Shisui. After quickly completing the drawing process, the martial arts performance began immediately. Number 1 Uchiha Shisui vs Uchiha Inauri. The referee shouted after taking a look at the battle order. After hearing the name of his opponent, Uchiha Inahiro showed a look of pity. His expected goal was to win 2 people, but he didn't expect to meet Shisui in the first round. Shisui was an enemy that he could never defeat. The gap between them was too big. It's a pity for Inahiro. He actually met the only 3 Jonin in the first round. The Uchiha ninja next to him who was familiar with Uchiha Inahiro also felt sorry for him. Alas! With Uchiha Inahiro's strength, if he doesn't meet 3 Jonin, he can basically fight, and most people can win. Shisui, let me experience the strength of a true Uchiha genius again. Uchiha Inahiro said with a smile. His idea is very simple. Since he has met him, let's test the results of his efforts during this period. Shisui nodded slightly in response. For the right to speak in the future, he will win to the end with a crushing momentum. The battle begins. The referee shouted. Shisui condensed chakra in his eyes, and a rich blood color appeared in his eyes, and 3 Megatama patterns appeared in his eyes. Then Shisui injected some chakra into the spoon to enhance yin escape, and finally looked at Uchiha Inahiro. The boundless blood color appeared and enlarged in Uchiha Inahiro's sight, and then he lost consciousness. Plop! When Uchiha Inahiro came to his senses, he had fallen to the ground, and Shisui, holding a kunao, stood beside him. Silence. The scene was silent, whether it was the battlefield or the high-ranking officials and martial arts contestants who were watching, they were all extremely quiet, even the slight sound of the wind hitting the grass was extremely obvious. It was a consensus among everyone that Uchiha Inahiro was no match for Shisui, and no one thought that Uchiha Inahiro could beat Shisui. But no one thought that Shisui could kill Uchiha Inahiro, a slightly famous chunin among the Uchiha, with just a glance. Isn't Shisui good at fire escape and instant body technique? How can his illusion be so strong? Some Uchiha felt incredible about this. Many of them had seen Shisui's chunin exam. Shisui basically crushed through with fire escape, and the title he earned on the battlefield was Instant Body Shisui, which had nothing to do with illusion. This guy is too abnormal. Uchiha Yaoi had cold sweat on his forehead, feeling that he would most likely miss the first place this time. He also had a Sharingan, but it was only a 2 Magatama 1, and there was no way he could kill Uchiha Inahiro with a single glance like Shisui. Uchiha Shisui wins. After the referee reacted, he immediately announced Shisui's victory. P.S. There will be another chapter later, which will be released around 3 or 4 o'clock, and will end this plot. Chapter 470, Shisui's Life Mission Settlement. Shisui, fight! Uchiha Inahiro was still a little confused until the referee announced the result. This battle was too sudden for him. Inahiro, I'm sorry, I have to use my full strength this time. Shisui silently apologized to Uchiha Inahiro in his heart. Under normal circumstances, even if it was a stranger, Shisui would not let him lose too badly, and would try to let him go as much as possible. But this time was different. This time Shisui wanted to tell all Uchiha that he, Uchiha Shisui, was very strong, stronger than many Uchiha Jonin. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Shisui to give him a little surprise. The strength Shisui showed before was actually enough to defeat all Uchiha and get the first place in the martial arts competition. Elder Shengqing, it seems that Shisui will most likely win the first place in the martial arts competition. Young people nowadays are really excellent. If I were to give guidance, I would feel very pressured. The Dove Elder said with a smile. The selection of the guidance was not decided by the elders themselves, but by drawing lots before the martial arts competition officially began. There were 2 groups, 1 and 4 and 2 and 3. Under the covert operation of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shengqing was finally responsible for the 1st and 4th places. Originally, giving guidance to the 1st place was a good thing, and it might leave a deep impression in the minds of excellent juniors, but it was not necessarily a good thing if the 1st place was too strong. It was difficult to give guidance if the strength difference was not big. Shisui is indeed excellent. Even if he didn't like Shisui very much, Uchiha Shengqing had to admit that Shisui was also one of the excellent geniuses in the history of Uchiha. But with my many years of practice experience, I am sure I can still provide him with some help. Uchiha Shengqing said lightly. He also has a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and he has trained for more than 10 years. The Sharingan illusion that Shisui can use to kill Uchiha Inahiro is useless to him. He doesn't believe that he can lose to the 8-year-old Shisui after decades of ninja career. If he wins, it will be a good coaching battle. As time goes by, one Uchiha ninja after another is eliminated, and the martial arts competition continues to advance. In this process, Shisui showed a terrifying suppression power. No matter who the opponent is, Shisui just opens the 3 Magatama Sharingan and uses illusion to kill him instantly. Some Uchiha ninjas tried to lower their heads or close their eyes to fight Shisui, but this way of fighting will seriously affect their own combat effectiveness if they do not undergo special training, and they will still be killed by Shisui instantly. The final of the martial arts competition, Uchiha Shisui vs Uchiha Yaoi. Uchiha Yaoi took a deep breath and walked towards the battlefield. He had already determined that he was not Shisui's opponent, and just wanted to lose less embarrassingly. Shisui calmly walked to the opposite side of Uchiha Yakumi. The contestants in the martial arts competition were just warm ups for Shisui. He only had one goal to defeat, and that was the elder Uchiha Shengqing. The battle begins. When the referee gave the order, Uchiha Yakumi instantly opened the 2 Magatama Sharingan. Facing Shisui, Uchiha Yakumi did not dare to be arrogant. If he did not open the Sharingan immediately, Uchiha Yakumi was worried that he would be caught in Shisui's illusion like those Chunins. But something happened that Uchiha Yakumi did not expect. As in the previous battle, Shisui opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and looked at Uchiha Yakumi, and Uchiha Yakumi also looked at Shisui, and the 2 pairs of Sharingan stared at each other. Endless blood appeared in front of Uchiha Yakumi. You lost. When Uchiha Yakumi came to his senses, Shisui walked to his side without knowing when, holding a kunao and pointing it at his neck. How is it possible? Uchiha Yakumi was shocked. He was not a genin or chunin, but a Uchiha Jonin with double Magatama Sharingan. How could Shisui kill him in one glance? The whole scene became silent again, and everyone looked at Shisui in shock. Shisui has reached this level, even brother Yakumi, who is a Jonin, is not his opponent. Uchiha Inairi was shocked. This brought him too much impact. With just one glance, Shisui actually killed Uchiha Yakumi, who was also a Jonin. If this was a real battle, Uchiha Yakumi would have died in Shisui's hands. Something is wrong. His illusion and his pupil power shouldn't be so strong. Uchiha Shengqing was puzzled. It's okay to kill a Chunin in seconds, but it's too exaggerated to kill a Sharingan Jonin in seconds. Uchiha Shengqing couldn't do this even after decades of practice. If it was an ordinary foreign Jonin without Sharingan, he might succeed, but the Uchiha clan with Sharingan has a strong ability to deal with illusions. Such illusions and fire escapes, it seems that Shisui is stronger than Obito. Uchiha Fugaku was also secretly shocked. He thought that after that day, he would no longer be surprised by Shisui's things, but Shisui always gave him new surprises. Thanks to Muyu's ninja tools. Shisui calmly paid attention to the expressions of the Uchiha ninjas and nodded with satisfaction. His current illusion level is indeed not enough to kill Uchiha Jonin with Sharingan in seconds, but Shisui has the ninja tools given by Muyu. Shisui cleverly used the combat mechanism of the martial arts competition. During the break, he continuously injected chakra into the curved spoon to enhance yin escape, and then refined chakra to recover. Before the finals, Shisui injected most of the chakra in his body into the curved spoon, which created the terrifying effect of killing Uchiha Jonin in one glance. If Shisui fought Uchiha Yakumi normally, the chakra required to defeat Uchiha Yakumi would not be more than the chakra consumed by strengthening the ninja tools just now, but Shisui pursued the shock of defeating the enemy with one blow, so he used this method. After the first place appeared, the guidance battle did not start immediately. Instead, the senior leaders scored and selected the third and fourth. Then the senior leaders said something like learning from the top 4, and then it was the turn of the guidance battle. Shisui was also happy to do so. This time was just right to strengthen the curved spoon. If it was a civil war among disciples, Shisui would never use such tricks. But if the target of the battle was the elder of the family who damaged the interests of the family in exchange for his own interests, Shisui would not mind using a little trick. Elder Shengqing, please teach me. Shisui said politely. With your strength, I can't give you much guidance. I can only say that I can teach you some experience that I have honed over time. Uchiha Shengqing said conservatively. The strength shown by Shisui in the last battle really made Uchiha Shengqing a little confused. When the battle was about to begin, all the Uchiha ninjas present were looking at the battlefield, looking forward to the next battle. On one side was Shisui, the Uchiha who had recently become famous, and on the other side was the elder of the Uchiha clan who was in a high position and had great power. No matter which side it was very interesting. It feels like the battle will be very exciting. Shisui can kill Yaoi with an illusion. It won't be easy for Elder Shengqing to win. It's hard to say. After all, Elder Shengqing is a senior jonin who has practiced for decades. Shisui's illusions will definitely be useless to him. If the illusion, the strongest skill, loses its effect, it will be difficult for Shisui. Most Uchiha are optimistic about Uchiha Shengqing. Shisui is a genius, but only those who have not become strong are geniuses. Although Uchiha Shengqing cannot be called a strong person in the entire ninja world, he is still a strong person in the Uchiha Jonin circle. How does your fire escape compare to your current illusion? Uchiha Inahiro fell into thought. Before fighting with Shisui today, Uchiha Inahiro's impression of Shisui was that he was best at fire escape. If Shisui's strongest skill is still fire escape, Uchiha Inahiro feels that even if Uchiha Shengqing can win, it will not be easy. Shisui, what surprise can you bring me next? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shisui, but in his heart he thought of Hanyu Muyu who was in the limelight recently. After the night of talking with Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku thought for a long time. He kept wondering how Shisui grew to this level. For this reason, he even asked Shisui's uncle Uchiha Nobuhiro. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku concluded that Muyu's teaching accounted for a considerable part of it. Many of the abilities shown by Shisui could not be learned in the ninja school in Uchiha. Begin. Uchiha Shengqing immediately condensed chakra in his eyes to open the Sharingan, and the Scarlet 3 Magadama Sharingan appeared. Shisui also opened the 3 Magadama Sharingan, but this time he did not use illusion directly as usual, but rushed up using the instant body technique. It seems that I am not immersed in the continuous victory. Uchiha Shengqing also burst out the chakra of his legs and rushed out. If Shisui wanted to use illusion to solve him, it would show that Shisui's fighting skills were not good enough, and he just relied on hard power to crush him. Bang bang! Within half a minute, the two kept flashing and their bodies collided several times. Sure enough, he can't be weak to be an elder. After Shisui's trial, he found that Uchiha Shengqing's physical skills were not weak. If Shisui's feelings were expected, then Uchiha Shengqing was the opposite. His physical skills are so good, how did he practice? Uchiha Shengqing frowned in confusion. He originally thought that Shisui was very good at illusion and fire escape, so he should have no time to practice physical skills. After a fight, he found that this idea was very wrong. Shisui's physical skills were not bad, and his physique was far superior to his peers. He was very strong. Of course, Uchiha Shengqing didn't know that Shisui's breathing method had already reached the normal level. Not only was the training effect strong, but it could also strengthen the body at all times. In the end, Uchiha Shengqing could only think that Shisui's talent was too abnormal, which led to Shisui's outrageous strength. After finding that the original battle plan was not feasible, Uchiha Shengqing adjusted the battle plan and returned to the normal rhythm of the previous battle. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Shengqing quickly pulled away, formed a seal to condense chakra, and spit out flames at Shisui. The orange-yellow flames piled together to form a huge hot fireball and smashed towards Shisui. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui followed the seal and spit out flames to form a fireball with a calm face. Boom! The two huge flaming fireballs collided with each other and burst into fierce flames. The terrifying flames rose, and the dazzling flames hit the faces of the Uchiha watching the battle around. Both fireballs did not give in, and finally dissipated in the air together, leaving only a charred ground. Uchiha Shenking's expression changed. The confrontation with the same nature change ninjutsu is the best way to see the level of nature change, which means that Shisui's fire style may be almost the same as his. The Uchiha clan ninjas are basically fire attributed, and they all opened their mouths unconsciously when they saw this scene. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Shengqing suppressed his emotions and immediately threw himself into the battle again. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Shisui seemed to have transformed into a mirror of Uchiha Shengqing, and also used Phoenix fire technique to offset Uchiha Shenking's fire style again. Uchiha Shenking's forehead began to sweat. If he continued like this, it would be embarrassing even if he didn't lose, because this was a coaching battle. But Uchiha Shengqing knew that the more this happened, the more he had to stay calm, otherwise he would make mistakes and appear flawed. Think carefully about what shortcomings Shisui might have. Uchiha Shenking's mind turned rapidly. No matter how talented Shisui is, he is only an 8-year-old boy. His chakra and physical strength must not be as good as mine. Uchiha Shengqing suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and then the more he thought about it, the more right he felt. Although the tactic of keeping the kid alive is a bit embarrassing, if Uchiha Shengqing really loses to Shisui, then it will be even more embarrassing for Uchiha Shengqing. After thinking this through, Uchiha Shengqing relaxed his mind, used ninjutsu to fight against Shisui with all his strength, and then used Sharingan to pay full attention to Shisui's condition. As Uchiha Shengqing thought, as the intensity of the battle continued to rise, Shisui's strength gradually decreased with the loss of chakra and physical strength. Seeing this, Uchiha Shengqing excitedly increased his strength, and he had already seen the scene of his victory. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire style. Facing Shisui who was trying to approach, Uchiha Shengqing wanted to continue using fire style to consume Shisui's state. What surprised Uchiha Shengqing was that Shisui did not stop and did not use fire style to block his fire dragon, but ran towards him at a high speed. What is he going to do? Uchiha Shengqing was puzzled, thinking about whether to control the fire dragon to avoid Shisui. Shisui seemed to be trying to use his body to resist the ninjutsu. The dragon fire technique is different from the fireball technique. It can control the flying fire dragon to a certain extent, but there are gains and losses. The flexible dragon fire technique has a very small attack range. Although he doesn't like Shisui, Shisui is a super genius of the Uchiha clan after all. Any mistake will be a big loss to the entire Uchiha clan. But before Uchiha Shengqing made a decision, Shisui collided with the high-speed moving fire dragon because of the high-speed movement. The pupils of all the Uchiha players on the field shrank, and Uchiha Fugaku rushed out directly. The next moment, something happened that shocked everyone. Bang! A dull collision sounded. Uchiha Shengqing flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Swoosh! Then a kunai flew out and shot next to Uchiha Shengqing. Shisui stood in place, patted the flames on his clothes, and exhaled lightly. His chakra was not enough to cover his whole body with armament haki. Fortunately, the range of Hailong fire was small, otherwise he would not dare to break through the fire dragon to launch a surprise attack. From the beginning, Shisui deliberately guided Uchiha Shengqing to fight a war of attrition, with the purpose of letting Uchiha Shengqing relax his vigilance and finally winning the battle by surprise with armament haki. If Shisui wanted to win Uchiha Shengqing by fire escape and illusion, it would be difficult and there would be many variables. But with the enhancement of the bent spoon, his armament haki is stronger than normal, so Shisui formulated this tactic with a great chance of winning and a surprise victory. Shisui, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to Konoha Hospital now? Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. Although I don't know what ninjutsu Shisui used, but Shisui just failed to completely block Uchiha Shenking's fire escape. Uncle Fugaku, I'm fine, but Elder Shengqing doesn't look too good. Shisui shook his head and said. In order to end the fight with one blow, Shisui really didn't hold back at all. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and went to check on Uchiha Shengqing. He found that Uchiha Shengqing was in good condition, just with some broken bones and coma. Uchiha Fugaku thought that coma was a good thing, otherwise Uchiha Shengqing would be in a bad mood when he saw so many Uchiha around watching him being defeated. Send Elder Shengqing to the hospital. Uchiha Fugaku called 2 Uchiha ninjas to send Uchiha Shengqing away. The referee on the side didn't know what to say. Uchiha Shisui won? He didn't want to be hated by Uchiha Shengqing. In the end, the referee could only shout that the coaching match was over. Shisui walked towards the group of Uchiha watching the battle. Every Uchiha looked at Shisui with a complicated look, including admiration, shock, confusion, and envy. At this moment, the image of Uchiha Shisui in their hearts will be more than just a genius. Even the elders lost to him, it seems that my loss is nothing. Uchiha Yaoi felt relieved. Originally, he was quite depressed, after all, he was also a Konoha Jonin, but seeing that the elders lost to Shisui, he instantly felt balanced. Even the elders lost to Shisui, and he obviously lost not because he was not strong, but because Shisui was too strong, so it was reasonable for him to be killed by Shisui's Sharingan. Uchiha Shenking's fall did not affect the continuation of the martial arts performance. Another elder instructed the second and third place in turn, and the fourth place was delayed because Uchiha Shengqing fell. Nanhi Shrine. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Uchiha clan meeting was held on time. This time, Shisui still called Obito along as he did last time. Although he became famous among the Uchiha clan through the martial arts performance, Obito's influence should not be wasted. Uchiha Shengqing also came to attend the clan meeting, but Shisui could see from his movements that Uchiha Shengqing had not fully recovered and came to the meeting with injuries. Asking for the right to take the initiative to attack is of great significance to the police department and even our entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shengqing sat next to Uchiha Fugaku and said seriously to the Uchiha ninjas as he did last time. If it succeeds, we Uchiha can. Elder Shengqing, what if this proposal is doomed to fail? Shisui stood up and interrupted. A large number of Uchiha ninjas looked at Shisui, but no one stopped Shisui from speaking, just quietly waiting for Shisui's explanation. Shisui defeated Uchiha Shengqing in the battle. He was also a super genius who made a name for himself on the battlefield at the age of 8. He was qualified to question Uchiha Shenking's proposal. Uchiha Shengqing looked at Shisui's abdomen and felt a dull pain. His face darkened slightly. I said before that I can't guarantee success, because even reasonable demands may not be adopted. The final decision is in the hands of the Hokage and the Konoha high-level officials. Uchiha Shengqing thought for a while and said. Shisui, you are very strong, but you spend all your time practicing. You should learn more about other affairs before participating. Uchiha Shengqing persuaded him with a look of I am doing this for your own good. Shisui smiled faintly. He came prepared. Uchiha Shenking's tricks could not stump him. Elder Shengqing, being strong does not mean that you have not learned other things. Shisui sent the information he had prepared to every Uchiha, including Uchiha Shengqing. The moment Uchiha Shengqing saw the content of the information, his face turned extremely ugly. His eyes looked back and forth between Uchiha Fugaku and other Uchiha elders, trying to find out who arranged all this. He had reason to believe that someone was building momentum for Shisui. How could Shisui, an 8-year-old child, do this? Other Uchiha were curiously flipping through the materials sent by Shisui, and found that most of them were about explaining rights, what the right to take the initiative was, what it meant to have this right, what the division of rights meant, and what kind of suspicion the Uchiha who proposed this proposal would suffer. There were even corresponding historical stories attached. In order to prevent some Uchiha from not understanding, Shisui walked to the other side of Uchiha Fugaku and began to explain. Because he wrote it himself, Shisui didn't even need to look at the manuscript. He spoke out the whole content smoothly without changing his expression, and answered questions from other Uchiha ninjas at the same time. This proposal is too unreasonable. It is not a right that the ninja clan should have. It will seriously affect the rights of the Hokage. Therefore, the probability of its passing is 0. This proposal will only make the top leaders more afraid of us Uchiha. Shisui finally concluded. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shisui with admiration. He knew the sensitivity of this right, but he couldn't explain it to Shisui one by one so that every Uchiha could understand it. Some Uchiha had to chew it up and feed it like this, otherwise they couldn't understand it at all. He just felt that what Elder Shengqing said made more sense. I didn't think enough this time. I didn't expect that there were so many points that I didn't notice. It was my mistake. Sorry everyone. Uchiha Shengqing stood up and bowed to all Uchiha ninjas. Elder Shengqing, you are also for the good of the family. It's just that some things didn't come to mind. Yes, Elder Shengqing, you don't need to apologize. We haven't mentioned it yet. Fortunately, Shisui reminded us. Some Uchiha were moved by the elder's apology and comforted him. Anyway, it was indeed my mistake this time. I will reflect on it. Uchiha Shengqing looked at Shisui deeply, then lowered his head and sat down. Shisui looked at this scene calmly. It must be said that Uchiha Shengqing's move of retreating to advance was indeed good, but Shisui's goal had been achieved. He had his own say in Uchiha. At the same time, Muyu's panel finally received the news that Shisui's life mission was settled. Chapter 471 Might Gai Pokemon Hatching. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's strength and reputation are improved, and his voice in the clan is increased. He has taken a small step towards eliminating the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha, and obtained progress rewards Chakra plus 1000, Bloodline Enhancement Scroll, Nirvana Academy Technique, Mastery Level. Perhaps because they are all Uchiha clan ninjas, and there are some similarities, Shisui's progress rewards do not seem to be much different from Obito's life mission progress settlement rewards, except that the mastery level fire escape has become a mastery level illusion. Muyu has a little impression of the Nirvana Academy technique. During the Konoha Chunin exam in the original work, Kabuto Yakushi used this ninjutsu to put a large number of Konoha ninjas into a sleeping state. This is a large-scale group illusion. However, although the range of the Nirvana Academy technique is large enough, it has a disadvantage. As long as a ninja who is proficient in illusions, even a genin can break this ninjutsu. However, this is a very normal thing in Naruto. Generally, ninjutsu can only excel in certain aspects, and it is difficult to be perfect. Then Muyu looked at the Bloodline Improvement Scroll, which was a very good reward. Last time, after he upgraded the Byakugan, not only did the Byakugan's various abilities improve, but it also gave the Byakugan an additional ability to release invisible small shock waves. Although it did not improve Muyu's combat power, it proved that his Byakugan was really evolving towards a higher level, which was different from ordinary Byakugan. No matter how pure the Byakugan of ordinary Hyuga clan was, it only had ordinary abilities such as perspective enhancement and telescopic vision. Muyu clicked on the Bloodline Improvement Scroll, and the only option for improvement was still the Byakugan. Muyu chose the Byakugan and clicked to confirm the use. Then Muyu concentrated his breathing into the transparent world state and felt the subtle changes in his body. First, the strength of the body increased. Although it was not high, it did increase. Muyu estimated that the increase was about the effect of 1 month of training in rock breathing. The increase in chakra amount is very clear. After all, the panel clearly shows the specific number, which is an increase of 1,500 chakra points. Neither physical strength nor chakra amount is the focus of Muyu. Muyu casually rubbed a raised nan to consume some chakra, and then immediately refined chakra. Sure enough, it's the same as last time, it's a little faster. Muyu nodded with satisfaction. Chakra recovery speed has always been a big problem for Muyu. Since most of the chakra is directly increased by the system, his chakra recovery speed has always been inconsistent with the total chakra amount. For a long time, Mu has a chakra amount of cage level and a recovery speed of ordinary jonin. Mu has been studying Yang Seal for this reason. Enough spare chakra can make up for the problem of slow recovery to a large extent. As for the cure, Mu currently has no good way. He can only rely on breathing exercises to improve his body slowly, or blood improvement, such as body transformation rewards. There is a quick way, but the risk is too great. Asking Orochimaru to transplant Hashirama cells can completely solve this problem, but this is equivalent to Mu handing her life to Orochimaru. Mu would rather continue to study the Yang Seal and use breathing to improve her physique. First, Orochimaru at this time has been obsessed with immortality. Mu, who has many secrets, has put herself in Orochimaru's hands, which is a bit of a trap. Second, Orochimaru did not fully master the experiment of transplanting Hashirama cells, and the risk is extremely high. Even if Orochimaru helps Mu with the transplantation operation without any selfishness, Mu will still have a high probability of dying in the experiment. As a person with a cheat, Mu does not need to gamble like this. Finally, Mu condensed chakra in his eyes and opened the Byakugan, wanting to see if there would be any new abilities this time. After a test, Mu found that only the observation range was improved this time, and no new abilities appeared like last time. After completing the test, Mu closed the Byakugan and looked at the panel again, clicking on Shisui's life mission. Name: Uchiha Shisui. Life mission: Uchiha and Konoha. Main goal: eliminate the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha and let Uchiha integrate into Konoha. Mission progress: 13.6%. Although he was the first disciple to start his life mission, Shisui had the least number of settlements among all the disciples because of the special nature of his life mission, and he has only completed one settlement so far. Currently, Obito has the most settlements, 3 times, while Might Guy and Kakashi have done it twice, but it is worth mentioning that Might Guy is very close to 30% and will be able to make the 3rd settlement soon. Nagato has not started his life mission yet because he accepted his apprentice late. Southern Forest. Kakashi is looking at his newly hatched brown puppy with a serious look on his face, thinking about how to help it become stronger. Kakashi found that the ninja beasts hatched from the ninja beast eggs sent by Mu grew much faster than normal animals. The rock dog was only hatched for a few days, and it could run all over the ground by itself. Its energy and physical strength were not like a newborn puppy at all. Therefore, Kakashi decided to practice with the rock dog. After all, Mu had said before that the rock dog had great potential, and careful cultivation would be a great help. Zanjian, you will run with me later. You must not stop until I stop. Keep running until you are exhausted. Kakashi squatted down and touched the head of the rock dog and said. Kakashi thought about it for a long time before, and finally named the rock dog according to the feature that there was a stone on the neck of the rock dog. Kakashi felt that whether it was a ninja beast or a human, physical strength was a very important ability. Exercise was not necessarily the best choice, but it would not be wrong. Rock. The rock dog nodded its head quickly and rubbed Kakashi's palm. Don't get lost. With the last reminder, Kakashi ran directly. During the time Kakashi was taking care of Rock Dog, he found that Rock Dog was very smart. As long as the words were not too complicated, he could understand and execute them. After Kakashi ran, Rock Dog quickly caught up with him and ran side by side with Kakashi. Kakashi saw this and sped up his running speed until Rock Dog could only run behind him. It was not that Kakashi minded running side by side with his own summoned beast, but he wanted to test Rock Dog's maximum running speed. It's so cute when you work hard. Nohara-rin, who was tired and resting after special training, said while watching Rock Dog chasing Kakashi with all his strength. In order to keep up with the pace of other disciples and pass the Jonin examination at one time to be promoted to Jonin, Nohara-rin basically practiced until she was exhausted, then rested, and practiced again. Xiaolin, are you talking about Kakashi or the white-haired dog? Obito couldn't help asking. This question was quite important to him. Don't you think it's cute to see the little mane Iwa running on its four legs to catch up with Kakashi? Its big white tail is bouncing. Nohara-rin asked in confusion. Of course she couldn't be praising Kakashi. The word cute is indeed a bit inappropriate to describe Kakashi. Nohara-rin prefers adjectives such as calm and handsome. It's okay. I feel not as good as the big yellow in the tribe. Obito was relieved, but he still belittled the rock dog. Just practice with your summoned beast. I will definitely beat you in the next civil war. Obito complained in his heart. Obito felt that he would not be able to use the summoned beast before the next civil war. He got the ninja egg later than Shisui. Shisui didn't hatch the ninja beast yet, so he could only be later. Even if it was hatched before the civil war, the newly born ninja beast would not have combat power and could not be used in the battle. So although Obito was anxious to hatch the ninja egg, he also knew that now was not the time to be anxious. At this time, Kakashi and Rock Dog happened to run past Obito and the others. Hearing someone saying bad things about him, Rock Dog instantly got angry and head-butted Obito. Because he was communicating with Nohara-rin, and he didn't expect Rock Dog to be so sharp-eyed and vengeful, Obito didn't notice the attacking Rock Dog in time and was knocked to the ground. Rock! After knocking Obito down, Rock Dog proudly raised his head and ran towards Kakashi again. Kakashi, you are really a dog. Obito blushed and couldn't hold it back. Obito almost wanted to enter the flame-breathing chakram mode and fight Rock Dog to the death. Nohara-rin covered her mouth and laughed, patted the dust off Obito who got up, and comforted him. Little Rock Dog was just born not long ago, and he is still ignorant. Obito, don't be angry. When Obito heard Nohara-rin still speaking for Rock Dog, his face became even redder, and the void seemed to be telling the word warning. Because this would give him an illusion that his position in Nohara-rin's heart was not as high as that of the white-haired dog. It's a dog, of course it's a dog. Kakashi answered while running with a slight smile on his lips. Iwa. The dog barked happily. Looking at the man and the dog getting farther and farther away, Obito was really angry, wishing that the man and the dog would step on the trap and fall into the pit the next moment. White-haired puppy born evil, wait until my ninja egg hatches, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Obito couldn't help but touch his unhatched ninja egg. Now Obito couldn't wait any longer, and he wanted to fast forward to the day when the ninja egg hatched. Teacher Miyu, is there any way to make this egg hatch quickly? In the end, Obito still found Miyu. He felt that the omnipotent Miyu Xianren should have a way, after all, Miyu Xianren could do everything. It should be faster if you keep it with you more often. Miyu thought for a while and answered. The Pokemon eggs that Obito and his friends received were all bound to them. Only they could hatch them. There would be no change if they were placed in Miyu's hands. Is this really okay? I saw Kai taking the eggs with him to exercise every day, but they didn't hatch. Obito looked at Might Guy who was doing push-ups with one finger holding the egg in one hand and said. As soon as Obito finished speaking, a fierce white light enveloped Might Guy. Obito. Looking at the same special effects as when Rock Dog was born, Obito was dumbfounded. What's going on? Am I Kakashi? Obito was very confused. In his impression, only Kakashi would be like this. It must have been transmitted to me by Kakashi, damn Kakashi. Obito remembered Kakashi again in his heart. But what could be Kai's ninja beast? Obito's eyes were fixed on the white light, but he could not see through the thick white light to see the Pokemon hatched in it. The sudden change also made Might Guy stop exercising, and he quietly maintained the egg-raising action and waited for the white light to disappear. After Kakashi, who was running, noticed this strange phenomenon, he also ran quickly to the side and watched silently. There is also white light, could it be that the ninja beast eggs prepared by teacher Miyu for us are actually from a group of summoned beasts? Kakashi thought in his heart as he looked at the mysterious white light. After returning to Konoha, Kakashi went to the library to check a lot of classics, but he did not find anything. Kakashi did not find any egg-laying dogs, nor did he find any ninja beasts similar to rock dogs. However, Kakashi felt that Miyu would definitely not harm them. These summoned beasts should be in a secret place and have never appeared in the world, so there was no information. Finally, the white light dissipated, and a black and blue puppy appeared in front of everyone. Another dog that lays eggs. Are all ninja beast eggs dogs? Kakashi looked at Ryulu with a thoughtful expression. He guessed that Miyu might have accidentally found the habitat of a secret canine summoning beast group, so she got these ninja beast eggs. It looks weaker than Kakashi's dog. Obito complained in his heart as he looked at the thin blue and black puppy. The newly hatched Ryulu was so thin that Obito felt that if he flicked his finger, the other party might faint. They are not all dogs, I hope my doggy's taller and more powerful. Obito held the ninja beast egg in his arms and prayed in his heart. He didn't like the thin dog like Ryulu. If he had a choice, he would still want a stronger and more handsome one. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Obito felt that Ryulu looked at him with dissatisfaction. Haha, it looks like you have the potential to work hard. Might Guy lifted Ryulu and laughed with 2 rows of white teeth. Might Guy was not dissatisfied with Ryulu's thinness, because he was not strong in the past, and he became strong through daily training. In fact, no matter what kind of ninja beast is hatched, Might Guy will not hate it, because no matter how weak the ninja beast is at the beginning, Might Guy will always accompany it to train and become stronger with it. Ryulu felt the pure emotion of Might Guy, and his red eyes flashed. Leo. Ryulu made a happy cry. It wanted to train with Might Guy to become stronger. Ryulu, it is quite suitable for a Kai. Miyu thought after recalling the skills of Ryulu and Lucario in his mind. Lucario not only has the power of wave guidance that can act as a perception ninjutsu, but also has many powerful attack skills. The most important thing is that Lucario also has healing skills. Healing skills are very important for Might Guy, because Might Guy usually doesn't team up with Nohara-rin and the others. Might Guy usually teams up with Ebisu and the others, and Mr. Chen's team doesn't have a medical ninja. P.S. There will be another chapter later, which will be late, so I'll collect Ryulu's name by the way. Chapter 472 Yang Breathing Chakra Mode. Although some are thin, fortunately I'm prepared. Might Guy put Ryulu on the ground, and said that he took out a bunch of green tights from somewhere, picked out the smallest one from them, put it in front of Ryulu and compared it, and found that it fit perfectly. No, why are your dogs weirder than each other? How come this dog stands on 2 feet like a human? Obito couldn't help complaining when he looked at Ryulu standing on 2 feet. And Kai, your obsession with green tights is too deep. Even celestial beasts have to wear this. Obito felt that there were too many complaints and he couldn't finish complaining for a while. It's not an obsession, but this outfit is really suitable for training and fighting. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and said, Obito, you should try it too. Believe me, you will love it after wearing it once. Might Guy picked out a tights that was about the same size as Obito from the green tights and handed it to Obito. Obito shook his head like a rattle to express his strong resistance. Just try it, it's really comfortable. Might Guy continued to recommend it without any care. He really thinks the green tights are good. If there is a chance, Might Guy wants to promote this tights to the entire Konoha and even the Land of Fire and the ninja world, so that this comfort can spread more widely. Akai, go find Kakashi. I see he wears a green vest every day. Maybe he likes this kind of green clothes. Obito decisively sold Kakashi. It's not that Obito has any color discrimination, but Might Guy's tights are really death green. Obito feels that if he really wears this, even if he looks good, he will become ugly. Kakashi? He is wearing the standard vest provided by Konoha to Chunin and Jonin. All Konoha ninjas are green. How can it be said that he likes green? Kakashi, you. Before Might Guy finished speaking, Kakashi interrupted directly. I once went to the temple to read my fortune. The master said that I was cursed by green, so I can't wear green clothes, otherwise I will be in danger of my life. If that's the case, there is really no way. Might Guy touched his chin and stopped pestering Kakashi. He turned and looked at Obito again. Obito was speechless. Kakashi was obviously fooling people, but Might Guy actually believed it. If Kakashi was destined to be green, he would still be Uchiha Madara, who hated green and didn't wear green clothes because he was injured by wood release. Obito, if you don't try it once, you don't know how comfortable these clothes are. Might Guy strongly recommended. Akai, don't waste your breath. I'm quite satisfied with the clothes now. You might as well ask Shisui when he comes back. Obito then brought up Shisui again. Shisui has been inexplicably busy in recent days and has come to practice less. Obito remembered that Shisui seemed to have become like this since he participated in some martial arts competition. Obito also wanted to participate before because there were rewards. Obito is happy to participate in activities with rewards. It is a very happy thing to get something for free. However, Shisui said that he had something important to do and asked Obito not to participate, so Obito didn't go. Although getting something for free is cool, the brother's request is more important. Might Guy thought about it carefully and it made sense, so he continued to train and recommended it to Shisui later. Since Ryulu was just born, Might Guy did not let it train with him, but put Ryulu on his back, and then Might Guy continued to do one finger push UPS. Ryulu felt the pure training heart in Might Guy's heart, and couldn't help but want to train with Might Guy. However, because he was just born, he was still a little clumsy. Not only could he not exercise effectively, but he was also prone to falling. Fortunately, Might Guy was quick and could catch it steadily every time without getting injured. It's great, it feels very warm. Nohara Lin sighed when she saw this. Although Ryulu was just born, the interaction between Ryulu and Might Guy really gave Nohara Lin a family-like feeling. Xiao Lin, don't be envious, sooner or later we will have it. Obito decided to never let the ninja beast egg leave his hand in the future to ensure that the ninja beast egg hatches as soon as possible. Yet, Nohara Lin smiled gently and nodded. After a day of training, Miyu went to Tsunade's house to buy groceries and cook dinner as usual. After dinner, he talked with Tsunade for half an hour to perfect the idea of Yang Seal. Then he rejected Tsunade's invitation to ninja killing and returned home to learn the seal technique and develop Yang breathing. Miyu not only has the experience of developing breathing methods many times, but also has 2 perfect level breathing methods and 2 mastery level breathing methods. When Miyu formally practiced Yang breathing, the progress was very fast. It took 1 second to get started, and 1 day to go from entry to proficiency. In 2 weeks, the proficiency of Yang breathing has reached 2,400, and only 600 can reach the mastery level and master the Yang breathing chakra mode. But this is not the Yang breathing I imagined. Even if it reaches the mastery level, it can't be integrated with the flame breathing into the sun breathing. Miyu shook his head with some regret. Originally, he imagined that the Yang breathing should be combined with a certain chakra attribute and the corresponding breathing method, such as the fire attribute flame breathing, superimposing the Yang attribute Yang breathing to become a stronger fire escape. But the current Yang breathing is not the same thing. The current Yang breathing effect is to enhance Yang release. The Yang breathing chakra mode can heal the body without seals, and at the same time can make the body larger to a certain extent, similar to the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique. Such Yang breathing is not weak, in fact, it is not weak. While strengthening Yang release, it also has the effects of the Akimichi secret technique and the 100 healing technique, but it is still far from the Yang breathing that Miyu imagined, which once made Miyu wonder if there was something wrong with her direction. At about 9:30, there was a sudden knock on Miyu's door. Miyu put down the manuscript in her hand, opened her Byakugan and looked in the direction of the door, and found that it was Orochimaru. Why did he come to me at this time? Miyu walked downstairs while thinking about Orochimaru's purpose. After returning to Konoha, Miyu actually didn't meet Orochimaru many times, because Orochimaru seemed very busy, and Miyu rarely saw him. After opening the door, Miyu showed a slightly surprised expression. "Orochimaru, please come in." "Miyu, excuse me." Orochimaru smiled and followed Miyu into the room. Miyu took Orochimaru into the living room and poured 2 cups of tea, placing one of them in front of Orochimaru. "There are too many trivial things after returning to Konoha, and I can't talk to Miyu as often as I did on the battlefield." Orochimaru took the teacup and took a sip and sighed, as if he and Miyu were good friends who would chat when nothing happened. After all, Orochimaru is in a high position and has great power. "Konoha needs you in many places," Miyu said with a chuckle. He was not sure at first, but Orochimaru started by building relationships, and Miyu guessed that Orochimaru should have something important to talk to him about. Orochimaru put down the teacup. "The situation in the ninja world is chaotic now, and it's more than just me that is needed." Miyu pretended to listen. Although Kirigakure was repelled, Kirigakure has no intention to sign a peace treaty with the village, and the war is likely to break out again. Orochimaru first introduced the current situation of Kirigakure and Konoha. Kirigakure and Konoha have reached a silent tacit understanding, and no one has the intention to take action for the time being. But this tacit understanding is only temporary. Konoha is under pressure from other battlefields, while Kirigakure is due to the loss of ninja power. Once either side solves its own problems, the war is likely to break out again. The battle between Kumigakure and Sandagakure is fierce. I want to take the opportunity to give Kumigakure a heavy blow to relieve Konoha's pressure," Orochimaru explained. Rather than waiting for Kirigakure to recover before attacking, Orochimaru must want to solve the pressure of other battlefields and draw out enough power to deal with Kirigakure. Even if that power is not enough to counterattack Kirigakure, Kirigakure must not dare to attack easily. Miyu understood what Orochimaru meant and asked him whether he wanted to go to the battlefield with his brother to make achievements. Orochimaru analyzed the situation in the ninja world with him at around 9 o'clock this evening. As long as Orochimaru was not idle, he obviously wanted to pull Miyu into the group. "Orochimaru is far-sighted, I really admire him," Miyu exclaimed, as if he didn't understand Orochimaru's subtext. Orochimaru has a good idea, but Miyu doesn't want to go to the battlefield with Orochimaru. The battlefield of Kumigakure is much more dangerous than Kirigakure. On the one hand, Kumigakure is stronger than Kirigakure, and on the other hand, the Raikage is too reckless. The third Raikage will really go if there is something going on. If there is a big war, it is absolutely possible that he will appear on the battlefield. Miyu is not afraid of the third Raikage. Although the third Raikage's defense is very strong, so strong that even the Raise Nan Shuriken can hardly hurt him, Miyu has many means of output. With the perfect level of armed color and perfect level breathing method stacked together, he can definitely break the defense with all his strength. But once you enter the battlefield, don't expect a real man to fight one-on-one. Anything can happen. Until now, Miyu still feels that the things on the battlefield of Kirigakure are too strange. Although Konoha won, it was based on the unexpected variable of Miyu. The last battle of Kirigakure was too weird. Suddenly, the intelligence level was far ahead of Konoha, and Konoha's main force was almost sent away in one wave. With Flying Thunder God, Miyu is not worried about his own survivability, but he still has to protect his disciples, which is another problem, so Miyu doesn't want to go to the battlefield. At this time, the disciples had just completed a wave of breakthroughs, and it was an important time to start a new stage of training. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Miyu to go to the battlefield, Miyu had to find a way to get through, let alone Orochimaru. Orochimaru stroked the teacup with his fingers, his expression unchanged, and said directly. Mu, we cooperated very well on the battlefield of Kirigakure, so I would like to invite you to go to the battlefield of Ujiguo with me to eliminate Kumagakure. It is really hard to find a subordinate as powerful and capable as Mu. Even if Orochimaru guessed that Mu was just playing dumb, he didn't want to give up. Orochimaru could actually feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen was more inclined to Jiraiya, but Orochimaru believed that as long as his contributions were great enough and he received enough support, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to choose him. Mu showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then said with a look of pity, Orochimaru, although I really want to work with you to achieve success, I really can't get away recently. Mu's clear refusal still didn't make Orochimaru's expression worse. Orochimaru smiled slightly apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I didn't consider your situation here, Mu-kun. Orochimaru did not leave directly after being rejected by Mu, but said goodbye after talking to Mu about the situation in the ninja world for a while. Did Danzo notice my actions and use this to warn me? Orochimaru's eyes flashed coldly when he left Mu's house. In fact, normally, if he wanted to bring Mu to the battlefield, he would first notify Shimura Danzo, because Mu was Shimura Danzo's man. The last time Mu went to help Orochimaru was also the result of Shimura Danzo's efforts. So why did Orochimaru go directly to Mu without Shimura Danzo? Orochimaru's main purpose was to test Mu's thoughts. If Mu agreed directly, it meant that Mu was willing to leave Shimura Danzo and stand on his side. Otherwise, Mu would still maintain the position of the root. Orochimaru did not want Shimura Danzo to have too much power in his hands. It's not that Orochimaru started to worry about the Hokage before he became the Hokage, but if Shimura Danzo has too much power, their cooperation will be unbalanced, which is not good for Orochimaru. In order to investigate whether Mu's attitude was Mu's own attitude or the result of Shimura Danzo's influence, Orochimaru asked Shimura Danzo about Mu indirectly. Orochimaru was very cautious and asked about irrelevant things. The reason was also very legitimate. He was curious about Mu, a genius ninja who was very speculative. But Orochimaru still underestimated Shimura Danzo's caution. Shimura Danzo immediately felt that something was wrong with Orochimaru, and immediately sent someone to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. He found that Orochimaru had taken the initiative to contact Mu many times, and he was still unaware of it. You are so good, Orochimaru, you even want to dig away the most perfect work of my root. Shimura Danzo was a little angry. He had worked so hard to help Orochimaru become Hokage, and had to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen several times before sending Mu to the battlefield to support Orochimaru. As a result, Orochimaru rewarded him like this, trying to poach his people before he became Hokage. If he hadn't been so closely tied to Orochimaru, and both sides knew each other's dirty deeds, Shimura Danzo really wanted to scold Orochimaru as the leader of the root. But Shimura Danzo couldn't, because Orochimaru was nominally a root ninja and his subordinate, but the two were actually equals and partners. Mu is loyal to me, but it's useless. Shimura Danzo sneered in his heart. This was something that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do, and he didn't think Orochimaru could do it. Of course, although he was confident, Shimura Danzo still investigated Mu. He always believed that he would rather believe it. It is not to be believed that it exists. When Shimura Danzo found that Mu never took the initiative to look for Orochimaru, he felt relieved and felt that Mu was still the subordinate who was extremely loyal to him. Chapter 473 Jiraiya is not smart, Tsunami is incompetent, only Orochimaru. As long as I can make another wave of great achievements on the battlefield of Kumagakure, I will be the one with the most military achievements. At that time, I just need to continue the plan steadily, and the probability of becoming the 4th generation Hokage will be very high. When I become the 4th generation Hokage, the root will no longer be a subordinate department of the Anbu, and will have an equal status with the Anbu. In the root base, Orochimaru is painting a beautiful future for Shimura Danzo. The reason why Shimura Danzo is working hard to help Orochimaru become Hokage is not because he likes Orochimaru, but because they have cooperation. Shimura Danzo pushed Orochimaru to the top, and Orochimaru wanted to give back to Shimura Danzo after becoming Hokage. Well, Jiraiya has no ambition, so he will definitely not be able to compete with you. Tsunade is even more self-indulgent, so there is no need to worry about her. Shimura Danzo nodded and said. In fact, making empty promises is one of Shimura Danzo's best skills, otherwise he would not have been able to fool so many root members to work for him. Shimura Danzo controls his subordinates not by ninjutsu, and the root of the tongue is just to prevent subordinates from leaking information. But for now, what Orochimaru said is really not empty promises. In Shimura Danzo's analysis, Orochimaru's probability of becoming Hokage is far higher than Jiraiya and Tsunade. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has a tendency to favor Jiraiya, Jiraiya himself has no such idea at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to give Jiraiya the opportunity to make merit several times, but Jiraiya refused. In order to make great achievements faster, I hope that Danzo can send Miyu to be my assistant again. With him, we will definitely be able to reproduce the great victory on the East Coast battlefield. Orochimaru saw Shimura Danzo's expression of approval and took the opportunity to say. This is the real purpose of Orochimaru, to take Miyu to the battlefield. In order to prevent his intention from being exposed, Orochimaru basically did not investigate much, but just asked Shimura Danzo casually with a legitimate reason. Because Shimura Danzo was very cautious, Orochimaru did not get any useful information, and he had no way to judge whether Miyu's refusal that day was Miyu's own will or Shimura Danzo's order. So Orochimaru changed his mind, because he felt that no matter what the reason was, as long as he could take Miyu to the battlefield, it would be solved in the end. As long as he could replace Shimura Danzo's position in Miyu's heart, all problems would be solved. Shimura Danzo was calm on the surface, but he felt that Orochimaru was still determined. I can send other elites to help you, but Miyu can't. I have other important arrangements for him. Shimura Danzo refused Orochimaru. He could take the initiative to send Miyu out to help Orochimaru make merit, but Orochimaru took the initiative to take Miyu away, which was not possible. However, they are close partners after all, so Shimura Danzo didn't say anything too harsh, and used the excuse that Miyu had other arrangements. I see, that's unfortunate. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care too much about it, but his mind quickly connected all the things. It should be that Shimura Danzo discovered something, so he didn't want Miyu to have too much contact with me. Orochimaru thought in his heart. It must be some important arrangement that is more important than his meritorious service on the battlefield, which is related to the position of Hokage. And it's not that Orochimaru is narcissistic, he thinks that with his performance on the East Coast battlefield, he is definitely a very good senior boss in Miyu's heart, and he shouldn't be rejected directly. Orochimaru not only showed his strategy and strength, but also helped Miyu's disciples to speak well in front of the top leaders, and often talked to Miyu. Miyu's impression of him would only be good, not bad. Orochimaru thought that Shimura Danzo did something. Then Orochimaru didn't mention Miyu's affairs again, but continued to talk about their fourth Hokage plan. Orochimaru believes in his ability, and he will be able to influence Miyu sooner or later. And with Miyu's current strength, Shimura Danzo can't keep Miyu tied down forever. There will be many opportunities in the future, so there is no need to keep entangled in this issue. But Orochimaru still took note of this matter. He will find Shimura Danzo to settle accounts with him when he becomes Hokage. After Orochimaru left the root base, Shimura Danzo showed a thoughtful expression. He is a cautious person. Since he said that he had plans for Miyu, he had to find something for Miyu to do, so as not to be discovered by Orochimaru accidentally. Let him train the root for a while. Shimura Danzo came up with a good idea. Although he attached more importance to Miyu's strength, Shimura Danzo did not forget Miyu's unique teaching ability. The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the better he felt. This way, he could deal with Orochimaru and strengthen the strength of the root ninja. Then Shimura Danzo went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Orochimaru wants to bring Miyu to the battlefield, he has to go through Shimura Danzo, because Miyu is a member of the root. If Shimura Danzo wants to call Miyu, he has to go through the process. He has to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen first, because Miyu is no longer a member of the root. Shimura Danzo walked towards the Hokage's office in the Hokage building with a gloomy face. In addition to using his own subordinates, he also has to get Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent, which makes Shimura Danzo very unhappy. Shimura Danzo feels that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not agree easily this time, and there will definitely be a lot of wrangling, because Shimura Danzo jumped Sarutobi Hiruzen in the last high-level meeting. Shimura Danzo knows too well Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a generous person, he will definitely take revenge, he is predicting in advance and then directly outputting emotions. Some ninjas passing by saw Shimura Danzo with a gloomy face and did not think there was anything unusual. After all, this is Danzo's assistant, gloomy is the norm. If one day he suddenly smiles as brightly as Miyu Minato, they will think that Danzo's assistant is too stressed and has gone crazy. When Shimura Danzo walked to the wooden door of the Hokage's office and was about to push the door in as usual, he thought of something, suddenly stopped, pulled back the half-opened door, put back the outstretched foot, and knocked on the wooden door with his fingers bent. I don't know if it was Shimura Danzo's illusion, when the knocking sound rang out, he seemed to hear a sigh of regret from inside. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo then pushed open the wooden door and walked into the Hokage's office. "Danzo, what do you want?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. "Hi." Shimura Danzo was about to call Sarutobi Hiruzen by name, but he stopped and changed his words after recalling some memories. Third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that it was a pity that Shimura Danzo was too cautious today. Just now, he called Shimura Danzo by name on purpose, hoping to guide Shimura Danzo to call him by his name, but Shimura Danzo refused to show any flaws, so he couldn't release the emotions accumulated in the high-level meeting before. "I want to transfer Miyu back to the root. Miyu's educational ability will be best utilized in the root. By then, the quality of both the root ninja and the Anbu ninja will be improved." Shimura Danzo said after careful consideration and confirmation that there was no problem. When the root was first established, Shimura Danzo used the excuse of training the Anbu, so there was nothing wrong with what Shimura Danzo said. Miyu, who is good at teaching, will return to the root to carry forward his teaching ability. Of course, Shimura Danzo knew that this request would not be agreed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason why Shimura Danzo said this was to maintain his personality. He usually spent a lot of effort to strengthen the power of the root. It was normal for Shimura Danzo to try to dig back a talent who was dug out of the root, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not doubt the connection between him and Miyu. How many ninjas are there in the root and the Anbu together? How many ninjas are there in the ninja school? How many ninjas are there in the whole Konoha? Miyu can't go back to the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't put Miyu back to the root. The darkness of the root was too deep and not suitable for a ninja like Miyu. Danzo, if you spend your thoughts on strengthening the power of the root on other things, maybe Konoha will be better. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bluntly. Why am I strengthening the root? It's for Konoha. Shimura Danzo replied unconvinced. If you didn't know this, do you think your root would still exist until now? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and exhaled white mist and said lightly. If Shimura Danzo hadn't really been working for Konoha, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen have allowed the existence of the root? That little bit of friendship between classmates was not worth it for Sarutobi Hiruzen to do so. After becoming Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first priority in his heart was Konoha, and everything else had to give way to Konoha. Since you know this, why do you keep hindering me? Shimura Danzo asked in a deep voice. Some things you have done too much, and some things you shouldn't do. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, and then picked up the pipe again. It's hard to say whether Shimura Danzo is wholeheartedly for Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen, but there is definitely a truth that he is working for Konoha. But Shimura Danzo doesn't know a degree, and there is almost no lower limit. It's okay to train the route, I will arrange this, but don't think about other things. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the result directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Miyu to return to the route, but it was no problem to just train the route ninjas. He could just let Miyu train the Anbu and bring the route along. Shimura Danzo's face looked a little ugly, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. Shimura Danzo turned around and walked towards the wooden door of the Hokage's office with a gloomy face. Fuck, Sandame, you will regret it. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Shimura Danzo swung the wooden door shut. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Just now, he had been holding back his laughter. Shimura Danzo's cautious way of speaking was really funny. He had never seen Shimura Danzo like this. If I hadn't reacted a little slower at the beginning, I would never be like this now. Shimura Danzo slammed the door and walked out with an unhappy look on his face. Although he perfectly avoided all mistakes and didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to take advantage of the situation, Shimura Danzo was still angry. Why did he have to be so careful? If he had stood up and said he would cover the retreat, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have spoken to him so carefully today. Bang! Obito kept imagining that there was an invisible armor on his fist, and then he punched it hard. A crack appeared on the trunk of the tree in front of Obito, but it didn't fall down. Why is the damn armament haki secret technique so difficult? Seeing that the tree was not broken, Obito scratched his head twice. Bag. In fact, he could break the tree if he concentrated a little more chakra using breathing techniques, but Obito was training, not cutting down trees. Just now, Obito was only trying to use the armament haki, and did not use any other abilities. The civil war will start in another week, what should I do? Obito looked at the others and got a little anxious. The original time of the civil war was once every 3 months, but because of the war, this time it was postponed for a long time. Obito thought he could take advantage of this opportunity to overtake others, but others made more progress. Might Guy comprehended the rock-breathing chakra mode, and Shisui comprehended the flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito did not seek to defeat Might Guy. The rock-breathing chakra mode superimposed on the 5 and 6 gates of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu was too abnormal, and he could not win at all. Obito's goal was to win Kakashi and Shisui steadily, so that he would have a great chance of entering the second round without being punished. Now the question is, Obito has the fire-breathing mode and Shisui also has it. Obito has the 3 Magatama Sharingan and Shisui also has it, but Shisui has the armament haki secret technique, while Obito has not. What is Obito's winning rate against Shisui? In fact, Obito's fire breathing is stronger than Shisui's, but he thinks that little bit of strength is not as strong as the armament haki secret technique. I feel that only Kakashi has a greater chance of winning. Obito can only hope that he will draw Kakashi in the civil war. Kakashi has the transparent world, Obito has the fire-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi has the armament haki secret technique and Obito has the 3 Magatama Sharingan. The two of them are really not much different. Crack! A flash of lightning flashed, and several trees in front of Kakashi fell down. It's not this feeling, it's still a long way off. After recalling Miyu's thunder sword that cut through everything, Kakashi sheathed the sword and shook his head. The difficulty of Miyu's thunder blade technique was beyond Kakashi's imagination. He estimated that he would not be able to use it in the next civil war. He could only hope that he could master it successfully before the next civil war. In this case, the chance of winning will be higher only when facing Obito. Kakashi briefly analyzed the combat power of Miyu's 4 disciples. After the East Coast battle, each of them has made different degrees of progress. Among them, Might Guy has made the greatest progress, followed by Shisui. Kakashi and Obito are at the same level. Great Flame Ring of Feng Di. Shisui, who entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, was fiercely firing fire release at the river surface. As the civil war approached, Shisui had to postpone his plan to continue to expand his prestige and practice intensively again. He had to use the flame-breathing chakra mode more skillfully before the civil war began. Might Guy was training crazily with weights at full power. Although he was the strongest one, he would not relax, because he had to keep going until he became the strongest in Konoha's physical skills and the strongest in the ninja world's physical skills. Seeing Might Guy so passionate, Rylua couldn't help but train with him. Chapter 474 Enbu Head Coach Mu Yu. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Mu Yu was training with his disciples, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. It was his shadow clone left at home. Mu Yu asked the shadow clone to continue training with his disciples, and the real body went to the Hokage building to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a ninja to find his shadow clone at home, saying that there was a task for Mu Yu, and asked him to go to the Hokage's office to learn the details of the task. Dong dong! Mu Yu walked to the door of the Hokage's office and knocked on the wooden door quickly. Come in. After getting Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, Mu Yu pushed the door and walked into the Hokage's office, saying hello, Sandaime-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response with a smile. The task is to train the Anbu and the root, and the number of people will be more than last time. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Last time, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not sure what level Mu Yu could maintain in teaching the middle and senior ninjas, so he just sent some newcomers. This time, Hiruzen Sarutobi plans to select as many Anbu as possible and give them to Mu Yu for special training. The dark call developed by Mu Yu is indeed useful. Some new Anbu members who have practiced well perform better than some old Anbu in the mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi plans to popularize the dark call throughout the Anbu. Not only the existing Anbu members, but all future Anbu members must learn the dark call. However, none of the existing Anbu members are proficient in the dark call to teach others, so Hiruzen Sarutobi can only let Mu Yu work harder to teach more people. I know, I will try my best to teach them. Mu Yu nodded and replied. Shimura Danzo has actually informed him of this matter, but what Shimura Danzo said was vague and not very specific. Mu Yu, I am confident in your teaching ability. Whether it is the class you lead or the disciples, they are all better than each other. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and stroked his goatee. He now hopes that the war will end quickly and enter a peaceful period. Talents like Mu Yu can play a greater role in peacetime. If it weren't for the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen could directly throw 80% of the Anbu people to Mu Yu for training. Sarutobi Hiruzen also has an idea: let Mu Yu teach others to be a teacher, to see if he can improve the overall teaching level of the teachers and team leaders of the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not expect others to reach the same teaching level as Mu Yu. If they have half of Mu Yu's, no, 1/3 of Mu Yu's, Konoha will develop for more than 10 years, and the overall strength of the entire ninja village may reach an unprecedented peak. No matter how strong Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are, they can only make themselves stronger, but Mu Yu can make others stronger together. In order to facilitate teaching, I set up a training center for you, Mu Yu, in the Anbu. The training squad is half a level higher than the ordinary squad in the Anbu system, but still lower than the Anbu captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly introduced the Anbu system to Mu Yu. The lowest level of the Anbu is the ordinary team member, then there can be 3 squad leaders. Above the squad leader is the squad leader who can have 4 squad leaders, above the squad leader is the captain of 4 squads, and above that is the deputy captain and the captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was a bit against the rules to give Mu Yu an Anbu captain directly, but Mu Yu had made great contributions after all, and was excellent in all aspects. It seemed stingy to give him only the empty title of squad leader, so Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made a special squad that was neither good nor bad. Now this training squad has only you, the squad leader. If you find talents in teaching, Miyu, you can absorb them. Thank you, Sandame-sama. Miyu showed an expression of shock and gratitude. Although her emotions were not as rich as on the surface, Miyu was a little surprised in her heart, because Shimura Danzo did not mention this matter at all. I am embarrassed to accept your thanks, I just gave you the title of squad leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. In fact, he felt that he had given enough, but he certainly couldn't say so, otherwise he wouldn't be able to improve his favorability. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished explaining the matter, Miyu quickly left the Hokage building and returned to the south border forest. The training squad has no practical use for me, Miyu thought on the way back to the south border forest. The squad leader is considered a mid to high level in the Anbu, and Miyu, this special squad leader, is even half a level higher, but these are all empty things, because Miyu doesn't even have a subordinate to command. In Miyu's eyes, this squad leader is not as practical as a ninja school teacher. Ninja school teachers can at least take classes to obtain ninjutsu. The squad leader can only have subordinates from 4 classes, and the total is not enough for Miyu to trigger the class reward. Compared to the squad leader, the teaching tasks that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave to Miyu are not bad. The Anbu ninjas have certain strengths and can trigger the class rewards for the intermediate class. If they can be rated S level every day, the total harvest will be considerable, teaching nature changes and even improving the proficiency of bloodline limits such as ice escape. I don't know when I can trigger the class reward for the advanced class. Miyu thinks that there should be a higher level of class rewards, but the triggering conditions are very high and the requirements for students' strength are very strict. After returning to the south border forest, Miyu temporarily stopped thinking about these miscellaneous things, and concentrated on instructing his disciples. He started to prepare the training plan when he returned home. The training did not start so soon, because in order to extract enough Anbu, many adjustments and changes to the fixed arrangements would be made, which would take a lot of time. Miyu had plenty of time to prepare the Anbu training plan. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Miyu, who was developing and perfecting the Yang seal, heard the door of the house next door suddenly open. Miyu curiously opened his white eyes and looked at the next door. Next to him was the Namikaze Minato family, and no one had lived there for some time. As the wall in his sight gradually blurred, a familiar figure entered Miyu's sight. Are you back early? Miyu closed his eyes and looked at the manuscript on the table again. Although Minato said in his letter that he might have a chance to come back in a few months, Orochimaru took the initiative to ask for battle. The current battlefield in the Kingdom of Soup does not need Minato so much, so the rest time may naturally be advanced. A minute later, there was a knock on the door of Miyu's house. Miyu simply packed up the manuscript and quickly went downstairs to open the door. Miyu, long time no see. Minato greeted with a sincere smile. Orochimaru's support was too timely. Generally speaking, after completing a major battle, you have to rest for a while. As a result, Orochimaru quickly supported Minato Namikaze, which gave Minato Namikaze, who had been fighting on the front line for a long time, a chance to take a vacation. At that time, the senior management asked Minato Namikaze if he needed time to rest and adjust. Minato Namikaze did not hesitate and asked for a rest directly. Now that there is no war in the Kingdom of Soup in the short term, it does not make much sense for him to stay with Orochimaru. Instead, it is a bit of a waste of combat power. Minato, long time no see. Miyu smiled and invited Minato Namikaze into the room. Sorry to bother you so late, Miyu. How about we talk tomorrow? Minato Namikaze hesitated and said. Actually, Minato Namikaze came back at full speed, wanting to see if he could get there early to have dinner with Miyu. After all, Minato Namikaze was in another country, and with the departure time, Minato Namikaze tried to rush at full speed but was still much late. It was almost time to go to bed, and Minato Namikaze didn't want to bother Miyu too much. Miyu had just come down from the battlefield not long ago, and the East Coast battlefield was much more intense than the Soup Country battlefield. Since the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had an accident, the Soup Country battlefield became peaceful. No, you came just in time. I was just about to make a midnight snack, so we can talk while eating. Miyu smiled and said something that Minato Namikaze could not refuse. Minato Namikaze was very conflicted now. He felt that Miyu might have said that on purpose for him, but he really wanted to eat the midnight snack made by Miyu. Let me help you make it. In the end, Minato Namikaze chose to help Miyu to offset the guilt in his heart. Miyu nodded in agreement, and then asked casually, "Is ramen okay, or what do you want to eat?" Minato Namikaze remembered the ramen that Miyu made in Lulin and nodded quickly. "This is great." Then Miyu kneaded the noodles, and Minato cut some side dishes, and the two worked together in the kitchen. While making supper, the two talked about what they had encountered during the time they hadn't seen each other. Everyone is very distressed about the current situation in the ninja world. Teacher Jiraiya said that he doesn't even have time to write novels. Minato Namikaze and Miyu shared Jiraiya's complaints on the battlefield. Then Obito's troubles are a bit similar to those of Master Jiraiya, but he feels that he has no time to read ninja novels. Miyu said with a smile. During the time on the East Coast battlefield, Obito was busy with tasks and training all day, and basically fell asleep the rest of the time, and really had no time for entertainment. It seems like something Obito would say, but he should be lectured by Kakashi. Minato Namikaze thought of something and said with a smile. "That's good, so you don't get addicted to the novel and put the team in danger one day." Miyu nodded and repeated what Kakashi said. The smile on Minato Namikaze's face became more intense, and he could already imagine the scene at that time in his mind. Obito complained while holding a ninja novel in his hand. Kakashi scolded him calmly, and Nohara-rin looked at the two of them and smiled secretly. "In terms of being a teacher, I have a lot to learn from you, Miyu." Thinking of the disciples he hadn't seen for a long time, Minato Namikaze sighed slightly. Minato Namikaze really felt that he was much worse than Miyu in terms of being a teacher. Not only in teaching ninjutsu, but Miyu was better than him in all aspects. If Obito and others become well-known strong men in the ninja world in the future, if someone praises Minato Namikaze for teaching students because of Obito and others, then Minato Namikaze will really be ashamed. Because the strength of Obito and the others had little to do with Minato Namikaze, and it was mainly Miyu's credit, Minato Namikaze taught them some physical skills and mission experience. No one is born knowing how to be a teacher, and Minato, you have actually done a good job. Obito and the others are very satisfied with you," Miyu said while making the last ramen. He was not trying to comfort Minato. Under the premise of having a teacher like Miyu, Minato Namikaze was still considered good by Obito and the others. It was rare. You should know that after Obito was taught by Miyu, he basically complained about this Chunin teacher today and that Chunin teacher tomorrow. Except for Miyu, there was no teacher he was satisfied with. "Since you, Miyu, recognize me, I really can't say that I am bad," Minato Namikaze said with a rare joke. As the ramen was completed step by step, Minato Namikaze became more and more excited. He rushed back to Konoha with all his strength just to eat this bite as soon as possible. After the ramen was fully cooked, Miyu handed one of the steaming bowls of ramen to Minato Namikaze. Smelling the tempting aroma, Minato Namikaze almost wanted to pick up the chopsticks in the kitchen and start eating. More than half a year, God knows how he survived these 6 months. But Minato Namikaze has a strong control. He resisted the urge to carry the ramen to the dining table and sat down, and then waited for Miyu to sit down before officially starting to eat. At this moment, Minato Namikaze couldn't help it anymore. He didn't say "I'm going to eat." He picked up the chopsticks and directly picked up a chopstick of ramen and stuffed it into his mouth. When the familiar surprise came to his heart again, Minato Namikaze suddenly felt refreshed and happy. Then Minato Namikaze didn't stop. He first stuffed a piece of barbecued pork, then picked up a chopstick of noodles, and after chewing, he drank a mouthful of ramen soup. It's worth it. Minato Namikaze only felt that it was worth it, even if he had to rush to the land of fire, it was worth it. Minato Namikaze, who was eating a midnight snack, remembered that he had stopped talking after eating, and hurriedly thanked Miyu. It's okay, just a matter of convenience. Miyu smiled and shook his head. It's not a big deal for him who has the skills of a chef. On the contrary, Minato and Kushina have really helped him a lot since he crossed over. Miyu, how is your practice of Flying Thunder God? Do you need me to explain it to you again? Minato felt that he still had to repay Miyu. Minato's most impressive skill is Flying Thunder God. Miyu happened to be practicing Flying Thunder God, and Minato thought that he could take this time to help Miyu improve Flying Thunder God. The progress is quite smooth, but there is no need for explanation. Miyu declined Minato's kindness. Miyu knew his time and space talent, which was completely the point when the system rewarded the skill, and the mastery level Flying Thunder God was also forcibly raised by the mastery scroll. It was a complete waste of time for Minato to explain to him, and Miyu couldn't learn anything in this way. If you have time, Minato, I want to have a practice match with you tomorrow to feel the difference between our Flying Thunder God technique. Miyu then suggested. Miyu's proficiency in Flying Thunder God technique is much worse than Minato's, but Miyu has other abilities, and he wants to test his ability to deal with ninjas like Minato. The practice match will either be tonight or in a few days. I may be a little busy recently. Minato thought for a while and replied. He just came down from the battlefield, and there will be more things to do in the next few days. After all, he has been a battlefield commander for a while. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, just call me when you are free. Miyu got up and cleaned up the dishes and said. Miyu considered that Minato was exhausted from the journey, and it was too late now. I think tonight is not a good time. Chapter 475 Who is the first person of the young generation of Konoha? At noon, Minato Namikaze packed up and went to the ceiling room where Kushina was from Miyu's house as before. Not to mention, this feeling of returning to daily life after a long absence made Minato Namikaze feel a lot more relaxed. Even a ninja like him would feel depressed if he stayed on the battlefield for too long. The Anbu responsible for protecting Kushina chose to ignore Minato Namikaze's arrival. In view of the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Kushina, Minato Namikaze has the authority to enter and exit this special place. After discovering the Anbu, Minato Namikaze smiled and greeted him. Although Kushina didn't like the Anbu who was called protection but actually surveillance, Minato Namikaze knew that the Anbu and the village also had their own difficulties. The destructive power of the tailed beast was too terrifying. If an accident happened, with the terrifying destructive power of the tailed beast, it would be a big crisis for the entire Konoha. This is a necessary safety measure. The two Anbu nodded in response, smiling, not to mention that the person who greeted them was the Yellow Flash, one of the strongest in the new era of Konoha. What time is it? Why isn't it time for lunch yet? Who stipulates the 3 meals a day? Why isn't it 6 meals a day? Before Minato Namikaze knocked on Kushina's door, he heard Kushina's continuous complaints. Minato Namikaze knocked on the door with a helpless smile. Is the meal delivered? It's so slow. Can it be faster next time? Kushina was about to complain about the Anbu, but when she opened the door, she found that it was Minato Namikaze. Kushina's eyes lit up when she saw the food box in Minato Namikaze's hand. Minato is back. You came just in time. I'm just hungry. Kushina quickly took the food box and took out the food from it and placed it on the table in the room. Being restricted in her range of movement and having to live under the watchful eyes of the Anbu every day, what Kushina looks forward to most is eating, which is one of the few things that can make her feel happy. Of course, eating here only refers to eating Muyu cuisine. Minato understands Kushina's feelings very well, otherwise he would not have rushed all night yesterday. Then the two did not communicate, and finished their lunch in an immersed manner before looking at each other. Kushina casually wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, touched her snow-white chin with her slender fingers, and looked at Minato Namikaze carefully. Noticing Kushina's sight, Minato Namikaze thought there was something stuck on his face, and subconsciously groped for a while but didn't touch anything. "Kushina, what are you looking at?" the puzzled Minato Namikaze asked honestly. "Looking at your face," Kushina answered as a matter of course. Minato Namikaze. He suddenly felt that he had just wasted half a minute. "Actually, I was wondering if your cooking skills would be better if you wore black framed glasses." Kushina gestured on Minato Namikaze's face. Minato Namikaze sighed, "Even if you think so, Kushina, I can't cook like Muyu." Minato Namikaze had thought about learning Muyu's cooking. He took action, and Muyu taught him. Under Muyu's teaching, his cooking skills did improve a lot, but compared to Muyu, it can only be described as looking up to a mountain. "Hehe, just kidding, how could such a thing happen?" Kushina said with a smile. "Minato, do you know that Muyu is now very famous, and has been given the title of Fiery Sun Muyu, and many people are discussing who is the strongest of the younger generation of Konoha ninjas?" Minato nodded. Konoha's publicity of Orochimaru and Muyu's victory on the East Coast battlefield was largely to boost morale, so even on another battlefield, Minato knew about Muyu's record on the East Coast battlefield. "Minato, have you ever fought with Muyu? Who is stronger?" Kushina's gossipy heart burned. "One is a good friend, and the other is a boyfriend who is going to get married in the future. The two have many similarities." Kushina is really curious about who is the strongest. If it was before, Kushina would think it was Minato Namikaze. It's not because of her preference for her boyfriend, but Minato Namikaze's strength is really strong. Although Minato Namikaze became famous in the ninja world after participating in the war for a period of time, Kushina knew very well that Minato Namikaze's strength has always been strong, but he became stronger in the experience of war, and then stepped on the reputation of others to become famous in the ninja world. Before Muyu went to the East Coast battlefield, Kushina had never heard of Muyu defeating any enemy, and she had never seen Muyu take action, so Kushina must think that Minato Namikaze is stronger. But now it's different. There are many strong people who died in Muyu's hands. He also killed Jinchuriki together with Orochimaru. Obviously, he is also a strong man with extraordinary strength. There is no way to know the strength of strong people without a battle. There are too many factors that can affect the battle, and it is impossible to simply compare intelligence to compare the strength. I have never fought with Muyu, so I can't say the specific strength. Namikaze Minato shook his head and replied. If he was present when Muyu fought in the East Coast battlefield, then Namikaze Minato could deduce the result of their battle. But Namikaze Minato only saw Muyu fight once, that was when they fought against Jinchuriki together in the grass country battlefield. That war was almost 2 years ago. In these 2 years, Muyu obviously made rapid progress, so the strength shown by Muyu in the grass country battlefield cannot represent Muyu's current strength. But then Muyu will have a practice battle with me later. I will tell you the result after the battle. Namikaze Minato thought for a while and said. Kushina's eyes flashed, and she looked a little expectant. Where are you going to fight? I want to see it. Don't think about it. It's not possible. Namikaze Minato glanced at the door with a hidden look. Kushina's largest range of activities is now the large barrier arranged in the core of Konoha's main urban area. Before Kushina can completely block the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, Kushina cannot go out of the barrier. Ninjas of Namikaze Minato and Muyu's level will definitely not fight in the urban area, otherwise the battle may be stopped by the Anbu or Uchiha at the beginning. Even if it is not stopped, the products of destruction can make them both bankrupt. With Namikaze Minato's reminder, Kushina soon thought of this, and her face fell in an instant, looking unhappy. Every day, this is not allowed and that is not allowed. It's really annoying. Kushina sat on the bed with puffed cheeks. There's nothing we can do. The Sandaime-sama and the others are doing this for your own good. Namikaze Minato walked to Kushina's side and stroked her beautiful red hair and said gently, I will try my best to describe the battle to you when the time comes. Kushina's expression improved a little after hearing this. Then Namikaze Minato shared with Kushina some interesting stories about his disciples that he had communicated with Muyu. Why did Obito only increase in strength but not in other aspects? Kushina laughed loudly without any hesitation. Kushina had met Minato's 3 disciples. Although she could not walk out of the barrier, Obito and Kakashi could come in. However, because of the inconvenience, Kushina did not see them much and did not communicate with Obito and others. Her impression of them came from Minato's narration. After spending half an hour with Kushina, Namikaze Minato said goodbye to Kushina. He will be very busy recently, otherwise he would not come to see Kushina at noon. He has been busy with various things in the morning. In the afternoon, an Anbu ninja found Muyu. Captain Hanyu, I will take you to the Anbu to collect some necessary items for Anbu members. The ANBU member wearing a cat mask explained his purpose. Although Muyu's position is a bit like a mascot, it is still a formal ANBU organization, and the procedures need to be followed. Muyu nodded and followed. In fact, he is a shadow clone, but it is not necessary to trouble the main body to go out for such a small matter as picking up things. After the two entered the ANBU base, Kenji Tobita took off the cat mask on his face and greeted Muyu again. Teacher Muyu, I'm sorry, the way here is considered a mission, so I can't take off the mask. The ANBU has very strict regulations, and masks must be worn when performing tasks under normal circumstances. So even though Kenji Tobita was once a ninja trained by Muyu and respected Muyu very much, he did not take the initiative to reveal his identity, but waited until he arrived at the ANBU base to take off the mask. It's understandable, after all, you are ANBU. Muyu replied with a faint smile. In fact, Muyu recognized Kenji Tobita at first sight. Although the shadow clone cannot use identification techniques, Muyu remembered all the people he had taught. He could tell that the other person was Kenji Tobita by his figure. Most of the Anbu that Muyu met next greeted Muyu. However, not all of them were Anbu that Muyu had trained. There were also many Anbu who had only heard of Muyu's deeds. After all, Muyu actually only taught 15 Anbu members last time, and 15 were root ninjas. Although he met many Anbu ninjas, Muyu didn't see any important characters in the original work. Muyu thought about it and realized that there were only 3 characters in the original work who were ANBU, namely Kakashi, Yamato, and Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi had changed a lot compared to the original work and might not necessarily become an ANBU. Uchiha Itachi was born not long ago, and he didn't know what was going on with Yamato. The original ANBU members he was familiar with were not ANBU yet, so naturally he didn't see any familiar people in the original work. After receiving the items, Kenji Tobita took Muyu to the ANBU captain's office. Captain Hanyu, please take a seat. The ANBU captain looked at Muyu with a kind look and said. Muyu was not polite and sat on the only 2 chairs in the office. Kenji Tobita took the initiative to leave the office and closed the door. Let me introduce myself first. After all, I don't have such a reputation as Captain Hanyu. The ANBU captain smiled casually. I am Masashige Sarutobi, the ANBU captain. Looking at Sarutobi Mazanari's face, coupled with Sarutobi's last name, Muyu vaguely guessed the other party's identity. Captain Hanyu, I have been fascinated by you for a long time, and today I finally have time to chat with you. Sarutobi Masanari said with a smile. Before Miyu became famous in the ninja world by killing enemies on the battlefield, Sarutobi Masanari often heard praises about Miyu from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Asuma. In the words of his father Sarutobi Hiruzen, Miyu is a super genius and the most suitable ninja to inherit his mantle. In the words of his brother Sarutobi Asuma, Miyu is a teacher who is unparalleled in the world and a perfect person without flaws. In fact, Sarutobi Masanari can understand Asuma. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is too strict. Suddenly, he met Miyu who is strong and easy to talk to. It is hard not to like and admire Miyu as a teacher who is good at talking. However, Sarutobi Masashige felt a little uncomfortable with Sarutobi Hiruzen, because Sarutobi Hiruzen often compared him with Miyu, and Miyu was an excellent child from other families in his eyes. Originally, Sarutobi Masashige was somewhat unconvinced. After all, he was also a captain of the Anbu and a senior member of the Anbu. Now he has nothing to say. Miyu is at least one of the great contributors to the temporary end of the East Coast battlefield, and Sarutobi Masashige is indeed no match for him. Here is the list of trainees and related information for this training. Including the root ninjas, there are a total of 40 people, including 25 Anbu ninjas and 15 root ninjas. Sarutobi Masashige handed the information to Miyu. Since the root is nominally a subordinate organization of the Anbu, the information of the root is submitted to the Anbu and then given to Miyu by the Anbu. After Miyu took it, she quickly flipped through it. Half of the 40 people were ninjas who had received training last time, and half were ninjas who had not received training. Miyu guessed that the third generation wanted some people to master the dark calling technique, and the secondary goal was to popularize the dark calling technique. After all, the former can accelerate the progress of the latter. Captain Hanyu, how is your training plan going? Can you tell me? Sarutobi Masashige asked curiously. The results of Miyu's training of the Anbu last time surprised him. In just 2.5 months, he helped 15 Anbu improve their comprehensive strength. He was not very clear about the improvement of the root ninja, but the subsequent performance of the 15 Anbu ninjas who received Miyu's training was very good. At present, only the new moves of the dark calling technique have been confirmed, and the others are still under consideration. Miyu thought for a while and replied. This time he is still preparing to brush up on the experience of breathing techniques and nature changes, mainly because he has two needs, the development of yang breathing and the improvement of wood release proficiency. Among them, the development of yang breathing is the most critical, and he needs the S-level evaluation reward for intermediate lectures to improve the understanding of lecture content. There are new moves of dark calling. I want to join them after hearing about it. Sarutobi Masashige said half-jokingly. He practiced the dark calling method given by Miyu, and he barely succeeded in practicing, but his proficiency was not good enough. Miyu smiled but said nothing. If Sarutobi Masashige really came, he would dare to teach. As the captain of the Anbu, Sarutobi Masashige's strength is definitely an elite jonin, and he is a very high-quality student. The two chatted for a while before Sarutobi Masashige left the office for something. Miyu's shadow clone did not stay for long and left the Anbu soon. After walking a distance from the Anbu base, the shadow clone self-dissolved and let the memory flow back to the original body of the South Forest. P.S. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, some people say that it is Sarutobi Shinashuk, but I can't find the original source, so I named one myself. In addition, there is another chapter later.